Book 2 of the Malloreon, King of the Murgos, by David Eddings. Prologue, being an account of how Belgerion's son was stolen, and how he learned the abductor was that Xandramas, against whom the orb of Aldur had warned. From the Lives of Belgerion the Great, Introduction, Volume 4. Now, as has been told, in the earliest of days the gods created the world and filled it with all manner of beasts and fowls and plants. Men also they created, and each god chose from among the races of men those whom they would guide, and over whom they would rule. The god Aldur, however, took none, choosing to live apart in his tower and study the creation which they had made. But a time came when a hungry child arrived at Aldur's tower, and Aldur took the child in and taught him the will and the word, by which all power may be used in the manner that men call sorcery. And when the boy showed promise, Aldur named him Belgarath, and made him a disciple. Then in time others came, and Aldur taught them and made them also his disciples. Among these was a malformed child whom Aldur named Belden. There came a day when Aldur took up a stone and shaped it, and he called it his orb, for the stone had fallen from beyond the stars, and was a seat of great power, a center for one of the two destinies, which had been in conflict for control of all creation since the beginning of days. But the god Torak coveted the stone, and he stole it, for the dark destiny had claimed his soul for its agent. Then the men of Aloria, known as Alorns, met with Belgarath, who led Kerek Bareshoulders and his 3 sons into the far east, where Torak had built Kotal Mishrak, the city of eternal night. By stealth, they stole back the orb and returned with it. With the council of the gods, Belgarath divided Aloria into the kingdoms of Kerek, Drasnia, Algeria, and Riva, naming each for one who had accompanied him. And to Riva Irongrip, who was to rule over the Isle of the Winds, he gave the keeping of the orb, which Riva placed on the pommel of the great sword that he hung upon the wall of the hall of the Riven King, behind his throne. When Belgarath sought his home, but found tragedy awaiting him, his beloved wife Poledra had passed from the world of the living in giving birth to twin girls. In time he sent Belderan, the fairer of these, to be a wife to Riva Irongrip, to found the line of the Riven Kings. His other daughter, Polgara, he kept with him, since her dark hair bore a single lock of white, the mark of the sorceress. Guarded by the power of the orb, all went well with the West for thousands of years. Then, on an evil day, King Gorek of Riva and his sons and sons' sons were slain by foul treachery. One child escaped, however, to be henceforth guarded in secret by Belgarath and Polgara. On the isle, the Riven warder, Brand, sorrowfully took over the authority of his slain lord, and his sons continued to guard Aldur's orb, and all were known as Brand. But there came a time when Zadar the apostate found a child of such innocence that he could touch the orb without being destroyed by its fire. And thus Zadar stole the orb, and fled with it toward the place where his dread master, Torak, lay hidden. When Belgarath learned of this, he went up to the quiet farm in Sindaria, where Polgara was rearing a boy named Gerion, who was the last descendant of the Riven line. Taking the boy with them, they set out after the orb. After many perilous adventures, they found the child whom they named Erund, and with Erund bearing the orb, they returned to set the orb back upon the sword. Then Gerion, now named Belgerion for the powers of sorcery he had shown, learned of the prophecy, which revealed that the time was at hand when he, as the child of light, must confront the evil god Torak, to kill or to be killed. Fearfully he departed eastward for the city of endless night, to meet his fate. But with the aid of the great sword that bore the orb of Aldur, he prevailed, and slew the evil god Torak. And thus Belgerion, descendant of Riva Irongrip, was crowned king of Riva and overlord of the west. He took to wife the Tolnedran princess Tsenedra, while Polgara took the faithful smith Dernek as her husband. Since the gods had raised him from the dead and had given him the power of sorcery, to be her equal. With Belgarath, she and Dernek left for the Vale of Aldur in Algeria, where they planned to rear the strange, gentle child, Erend. The years passed as Belgerion learned to be a husband to his young bride, and began mastering his powers of sorcery and the power of his throne. There was peace in the west, but trouble stirred in the south, where Calzakath, emperor of Malloreon, waged war upon the king of the Murgos, and Belgarath, returning from a trip to Malloreon, reported dark rumors of a stone known as the Sardian. But what it might be, other than an object of fear, he could not say. Then, on a night when young Erend was visiting in the citadel of Riva, he and Belgerion were awakened by the voice of the prophecy within their minds, and directed to the throne room. And there the blue orb on the pommel of the sword turned angry red of a sudden, and it spoke, saying, "Beware, Zandramas." But none could learn who or what Zandramas was. Now, after years of waiting, Tsenedra found herself with child. But the fanatic followers of the bear cult were active again, crying that no Tolnedran should be queen and that she must be set aside for one of the true blood of the Elorns. When the queen was great with child, she was set upon by an assassin in her bath, and almost drowned. The assassin fled to the tower of the citadel, and from there threw herself to her death. But Prince Keldar, the Drasnian adventurer, who was also known as Silk, saw from her garments that she might be a follower of the cult. Belgerion was wroth, but he did not yet move to war. Time passed, and Queen Tsenedra was delivered of a healthy male heir to the throne of Riva, and great was the rejoicing from all of the lands of the Elorns and beyond, and notables assembled at Riva to rejoice and celebrate this happy birth. When all had departed and peace again descended upon the citadel, Belgerion resumed his studies of the ancient prophecy, which men called the Mrin Codex. A strange blot had long troubled him, but now he found that he could read it in the light cast by the orb. Thus he learned that the dark prophecy and his obligations as the child of light had not ended with the slaying of Torak. The child of dark was now Zandramas, whom he must meet in time to come, in the place which is no more. His soul was heavy within him as he journeyed hastily to confer with his grandfather Belgarath in the Vale of Aldur. But even as he was speaking with the old man, new words of ill were brought him by messengers. Assassins had penetrated the citadel at night, and the faithful raven warder Brand had been killed. With Belgarath and his aunt Polgara, Belgerion sped to Riva, where one assassin weakly clung to life. Prince Keldar arrived, and was able to identify the comatose assassin as a member of the bear cult. New evidence revealed that the cult was massing an army at Rehon and Drasnia, and was building a fleet at Jarviksholm, on the coast of Kerick. Now King Belgerion declared war upon the bear cult. Upon the advice of the other Elorn monarchs, he moved first against the shipyards at Jarviksholm to prevent the threat of a hostile fleet in the Sea of the Winds. His attack was quick and savage. Jarviksholm was razed to the ground, and the half-built fleet was burned before a single keel touched water. But victory turned to ashes when a message from Riva reached him. His infant son had been abducted. Belgerion, Belgarath, and Polgara turned themselves birds by sorcery, and flew back to Riva in a single day. The city of Riva had already been searched house by house, but with the aid of the orb, Belgarion was able to follow the trail of the abductors to the west coast of the isle. There they came upon a band of Keric cultists and fell upon them. One survived, and Polgara forced him to speak. He declared that the child had been stolen on the orders of Ulfgar, leader of the bear cult, whose headquarters were at Rehon in eastern Drasnia. Before Polgara could wrest further information from him, however, the cultist leaped from the top of the cliff upon which they stood and dashed himself to death on the rocks below. Now the war turned to Rehon. Belgarion found his troops badly outnumbered and an ambush waiting for his advance toward the city. He was facing defeat when Prince Keldar arrived with a force of Nadrak mercenaries to turn the tide of the battle. Reinforced by the Nadraks, the Ravens besieged the city of Rehon. Belgarion and Dernik combined their wills to weaken the walls of the city until the siege engines of Baron Mandorallan could bring them down. The Ravens and Nadraks poured into the city, led by Belgarion. The battle inside was savage, but the cultists were driven back and most of them were slaughtered. Then Belgarion and Dernik captured the cult leader, Ulfgar. Though Belgarion had already learned that his son was not within the city, he hoped that close questioning might drag the child's whereabouts from Ulfgar. The cult leader stubbornly refused to answer. Then, surprisingly, Erend drew the information directly from Ulfgar's mind. While it became clear that Ulfgar had been responsible for the attempt on Tenedra's life, he had played no part in the theft of the child. Indeed, his chief goal had been the death of Belgarion's son, preferably before its birth. He obviously knew nothing of the abduction, which did not at all suit his purpose. Then the sorcerer Belden joined them. He quickly recognized Ulfgar as Herakan, an underling of Turak's last living disciple Urvan. Herakan suddenly vanished, and Belden sped in pursuit. Messengers now arrived from Riva. Investigations following Belgarion's departure had discovered a shepherd in the hills who had seen a figure carrying what might have been a baby, embarking upon a ship of Naesan design and sailing southward. Then Taradas, a seeress of Kel, sent a projection of herself to tell them more. The child, she claimed, had been taken by Xandromos, who had spun such a web of deceit to throw the blame upon Herakan that even the cult members who had been left behind to be discovered had believed what Polgara had extracted from the captive on the cliff on the Isle of the Winds. Clearly, she said, the Child of Dark had stolen the baby for a purpose. That purpose was connected with the Sardian. Now they must pursue Xandromos. Beyond that she would not speak, except to identify those who must go with Belgarion. Then, leaving her huge mute guide Toth behind to accompany them, she vanished. Belgarion's heart sank within him as he realized that his son's abductor was now months ahead, and that the trail had grown extremely dim. But he grimly gathered his companions to pursue Xandromos, even to the edge of the world, or beyond, if need be. Part 1. The Serpent Queen. Chapter 1. Somewhere in the darkness, Geryon could hear the crystalline tap of water dripping with a slow, monotonous regularity. The air around him was cool, smelling of rock and dampness, overlaid with the musty odor of pallid white things that grew in the dark and flinched from the light. He found himself straining to catch all of the myriad sounds that whispered through the dark caves of Ulgo. The moist trickle of the water, the dusty slither of dislodged pebbles slowly running down a shallow incline, and the mournful sighing of air coming down from the surface through the minute fissures in the rock. Belgarath stopped and lifted the smoky torch that filled the passageway with flickering orange light and leaping shadows. "Wait here a moment." He moved off down the murky gallery with his scuffed, mismatched boots shuffling along the uneven floor. The rest of them waited with the darkness pressing in all around them. "I
hate this,"
Silk muttered half to himself.
"I absolutely hate it."
They waited. The ruddy flicker of Belgarath's torch reappeared at the far end of the gallery.
"All right,"
he called.
"It is this way."
Geryon put his arms around Tsenedra's slender shoulders. A kind of deep silence had fallen over her during their ride south from Rehon, as it had grown increasingly evident that their entire campaign against the bear cult in eastern Drasnia had done little more than give Xandromos a nearly insurmountable lead with the abducted Geron. The frustration that made Geryon want to beat his fists against the rocks around him and howl in impotent fury had plunged Tsenedra into a profound depression, and now she stumbled through the dark caves of Ulgo, sunk in a kind of numb misery, neither knowing nor caring where the others led her. He turned his head to look back at Polgara, his face mirroring his deep concern. The look she returned to him was grave, but seemingly unperturbed. She parted the front of her blue cloak and moved her hands in the minute gestures of the Drasnian secret language. "Be sure she stays warm. She is very susceptible to chills just now." A half-dozen desperate questions sprang into Geryon's mind, but with Tsenedra at his side, with his arm about her shoulders, there was no way that he could voice them. "It is important for you to stay calm, Geryon," Polgara's fingers told him. "Don't let her know how concerned you are. I am watching her, and I'll know what to do when the time comes." Belgarath stopped again and stood tugging at one earlobe, looking dubiously down a dark passageway and then down another which branched off to the left.
"You're lost again, aren't you?"
Silk accused him. The rat-faced little Drasnian had put aside his pearl-gray doublet and jewels and gold chains, and now wore an old brown tunic, shiny with age, a moth-eaten fur cloak, and a shapeless, battered hat, once again submerging himself in one of his innumerable disguises.
"Of course I'm not lost. I just haven't pinpointed exactly where we are at the moment."
"Belgarath, that is what the word lost means."
"Nonsense. I think we go this way."
He pointed down the left-handed passageway.
"You think?"
Silk,"
Dernick the smith cautioned quietly.
"You really ought to keep your voice down. That ceiling up there doesn't look all that stable to me. Sometimes a loud noise is all that it takes to bring one of them down."
Silk froze, his eyes rolling apprehensively upward, sweat visibly standing out on his forehead.
"Polgara,"
he whispered in a strangled tone,
"make him stop that."
"Leave him alone, Dernick," she said calmly. "You know how he feels about caves."
"Oh, I just thought he ought to know, Paul,"
the smith explained.
"Things do happen in caves."
"Polgara," Silk's voice was agonized.
"Please." "I'll go back and see how Erend and Toth are doing with the horses,"
Dernick said. He looked at the sweating little Drasnian.
"Just try not to shout,"
he advised. As they rounded a corner in the twisting gallery, the passageway opened out into a large cavern with a broad vein of quartz running across its ceiling. At some point, perhaps even miles away, the vein reached the surface and refracted sunlight, shattering it into component elements by the facets of the quartz, spilling it down into the cavern in dancing rainbows that flared and faded as they shifted across the sparkling surface of the small, shallow lake in the center of the cave. At the far end of the lake, a tiny waterfall tinkled endlessly from rock to rock, filling the cavern with music.
"Tsenedra, look,"
Geryon urged.
"What?"
She raised her head.
"Oh, yes,"
she said indifferently.
"Very pretty."
And she went back to her abstracted silence. Geryon gave Aunt Paul a helpless look. "Father," Polgara said, "I think it is just about lunchtime. This seems like a good place to rest a bit and have a bite to eat."
"Paul, We're never going to get there if we stop every mile or two.
Why do you always argue with me, Father? Is it out of some obscure principle?
He glowered at her for a moment, then turned away, muttering to himself. Arand and Toth led the horses down to the shore of the shallow crystal lake to water them. They were a strangely mismatched pair. Arand was a slight young man with blonde, curly hair, wearing a simple brown peasant smock. Toth towered above him like a giant tree, looming over a sapling. Although winter was coming on the kingdoms of the west, the huge mute still wore only sandals, a short kirtle, and a belt at the waist, an unbleached wool blanket drawn over one shoulder. His bare arms and legs were like tree trunks, and his muscles knotted and rippled whenever he moved. His nondescript brown hair was drawn straight back and tied at the nape of his neck with a short length of leather thong. Blind Taradas had told them that this silent giant was to aid them in the search for Zanduramos and Gerion's stolen son. But so far Toth seemed content merely to follow them impassively, giving no hint that he even cared where they were going.
"Would you like to help me, Senedra?"
Polgara asked pleasantly, unbuckling the straps on one of the packs. Senedra, numb-faced and inattentive, walked slowly across the smooth stone floor of the cavern to stand mutely beside the pack-horses.
"We will need bread,"
Polgara said, rummaging through the pack as if unaware of the young woman's obvious abstraction. She took out several long dark brown loaves of peasant bread and piled them like sticks of firewood in the little queen's arms.
"And cheese, of course."
She lifted out a wax-covered ball of Sundarian cheddar. She pursed her lips.
Perhaps a bit of the ham as well, wouldn't you say?"
"I suppose so,"
Tinedra replied in an expressionless tone.
"Gerion,"
Polgara went on,
"would you lay this cloth on that flat rock over there?"
She looked back at Tinedra.
"I hate to eat off an uncovered table, don't you?"
Tinedra replied. The two of them carried the loaves of bread, the wax-coated cheese, and the ham to the improvised table. Polgara snapped her fingers and shook her head.
"I forgot that knife. Would you get it for me?"
Tinedra nodded and started back toward the pack-horses.
"What's wrong with her, Aunt Paul?" "It is a form of melancholia, dear."
"Is it dangerous to her?"
"It is, if it goes on for too long."
"Well, can you do anything? I mean, could you give her some kind of medicine or something?"
"I would rather not do that unless I have to, Gerion. Sometimes the medicines just mask the symptoms and other problems start to crop up. Most of the time it is best to let these things run their natural course." "Aunt Paul, I can't stand to see her like this." "You are going to have to endure it for a while, Gerion. Just behave as if you were not aware of the way she is acting. She's not quite ready to come out of it yet."
She turned with a warm smile.
"Ah, there it is," she said, taking the knife from Tinedra. "Thank you, dear."
They all gathered around Polgara's makeshift table for their simple lunch. As he ate, Dernick, the smith, gazed thoughtfully at the small crystal lake. "I wonder if there could be any fish in there."
"No, dear."
"Well, it is possible, Paul. If the lake is fed by streams from the surface, the fish could have been washed down here when they were minnows and—"
"No, Dernick."
He sighed. After lunch, they re-entered the endless, twisting galleries, once again following Belgarath's flickering torch. The hours limped by as they trudged mile after mile with the darkness pressing palpably in around them.
"How much farther do we have to go, Grandfather?"
Gerion asked, falling in beside the old man.
It's hard to say exactly. Distances can be deceptive here in these caves."
"Have you got any idea at all about why we had to come here? I mean, is there anything in the Marin Codex, or maybe the Doreen, that talks about something that's supposed to happen here in Ulgo?"
"Not that I remember, no."
"You don't suppose we might have misunderstood, do you?"
"Our friend was pretty specific, Gerion. He said that we have to stop at Prologue on our way south, because something has to happen, and is going to happen, here."
"But can't it happen without us?" Geryon demanded. "We're just floundering around here in these caves, and all the while Zandramas is getting farther and farther ahead of us with my son." "What's that?" Erend asked suddenly, from somewhere behind them. "I thought I heard something." They stopped to listen. The guttering sound of Belgoroth's torch suddenly sounded very loud, as Geryon strained his ears, trying to reach out into the darkness to capture any wayward sound. The slow drip of water echoed its soft tapping from somewhere in the dark, and the faint sigh of air coming down through the cracks and crevices in the rock provided a mournful accompaniment. Then, very faintly, Geryon heard the sound of singing, of choral voices raised in the peculiarly discordant but deeply reverent hymn to Ul that had echoed and re-echoed through these dim caverns for over 5 millennia.
"Ah, the Ulgos," Belgoroth said with satisfaction. "We are almost to Prologue. Now maybe we will find out what it is that's supposed to happen here."
They went perhaps another mile along the passageway, which rather suddenly became steeper, taking them deeper and deeper into the earth.
"Yak,"
a voice from somewhere ahead barked sharply.
"Tacharek."
"Belgoroth, Eonhach," the old sorcerer replied calmly in response to the challenge.
"Belgoroth?"
The voice sounded startled.
"Zazek Kalek Belgoroth?" "Markeg Gorim, Leun Zazek. Vedmo, Marishum Ulko."
Belgoroth extinguished his torch as the Ulgo sentry approached with the phosphorescently glowing wooden bowl held aloft.
"Yodhol, Belgoroth, Grosha Ul."
"Yodho," the old man answered the ritual greeting. "Groja Ul." The short, broad-shouldered Ulgo bowed briefly, then turned and led them on down the gloomy passageway. The greenish, unwavering glow from the wooden bowl he carried spread its eerie light in the dim gallery, painting all of their faces a ghostly pallor. After another mile or so, the gallery opened out into one of those vast caverns where the pale glow of that strange, cold light the Ulgos contrived winked at them from 100 openings, high up in the stone wall. They carefully moved along a narrow ledge to the foot of a stone stairway that had been chipped from the rock. Their guide spoke briefly to Belgoroth.
"We will have to leave the horses here," the old man said. "Well, I can stay with them,"
Dernick offered.
"No, the Ulgos will tend to them. Let's go up."
He started up the steep flight of stairs. They climbed in silence, the sound of their footsteps echoing back hollowly from the far side of the cavern. "Please don't lean out over the edge like that, Erend," Polgra said when they were about halfway up.
"I just wanted to see how far down it goes. Did you know that there's water down there?"
"That is one of the reasons I would rather you stayed away from the edge." He flashed her a sudden smile, and went on up. At the top of the stairs they skirted the edge of the dim subterranean abyss for several 100 yards, then entered one of the galleries where the Ulgos lived and worked in small cubicles carved from the rock. Beyond that gallery lay the Gorum's half-lit cavern, with its lake and its island and the peculiarly pyramid-shaped house surrounded by solemn white pillars. At the far end of the marble causeway which crossed the lake, the Gorim of Ulgo, dressed as always in his white robe, stood peering across the water.
"Belgoroth,"
he called in a quavering voice.
"Is that you?" "Yes, it is me, Holy One," the old man replied. "You might have guessed that I'd turn up again. Welcome, old friend."
Belgoroth started toward the causeway, but Sinedra darted past him with her coppery curls flying and ran toward the Gorum with her arms outstretched.
"Sinedra?"
he said, blinking as she threw her arms about his neck.
"Oh, Holy Gorum,"
she sobbed, burying her face in his shoulder.
"Someone has taken my baby."
"They have done what?"
Geryon had started almost involuntarily to cross the causeway to Zenedra's side, but Polgra put her hand on his arm to stop him.
"Not just yet, dear," she murmured.
"But this may be what she needs, Geryon." "But Aunt Paul, she's crying."
"Yes, dear. That's what I've been waiting for. We have to let her grief run its course before she can begin to come out of it."
The Gorum held the sobbing little queen in his arms, murmuring to her in a soft, comforting tone. After the first storm of her weeping had subsided, he raised his lined old face. "When did all of this happen?"
"Last summer,"
Belgarath told him.
"It is a fairly involved story."
"Come inside, then, all of you. My servants will prepare food and drink for you, and we can talk while you eat."
They filed into the pyramid-shaped house standing on the Gorum's island, and entered the large central room with its stone benches and table, its glowing crystal lamps hanging on chains from the ceiling, and its peculiar inward-sloping walls. The Gorum spoke briefly with one of his silent servants, then turned with his arm still about Zenedra's shoulders.
"Sit, my friends," he said to them.
As they sat at the stone table, one of the Gorum's servants entered, carrying a tray of polished crystal goblets and a couple of flagons of the fiery Ulgo drink.
"Now," the saintly old man said, "what has happened?"
Belgarath filled himself one of the goblets and then quickly sketched in the events of the past several months, telling the Gorum of the murder of Brand, of the attempt to sow dissension in the Elorn ranks, and of the campaign against the cult stronghold at Jarviksholm.
"And then,"
he went on as the Gorum's servants brought in trays of raw fruit and vegetables and a smoking roast hot from the spit.
"right about at the same time we captured Jarviksholm, someone crept into the nursery in the citadel of Riva, and took Prince Garin out of his cradle. When we got back to the isle, we discovered that the orb will follow the baby's trail, as long as it stays on dry land, anyway. It led us to the west side of the island, and we encountered some Kerik Bear cultists the abductor had left behind. When we questioned them, they told us that the new cult leader, Ulfgar, had ordered the abduction." "But what they told you was not true?" the Gorum asked shrewdly.
"Not by half," Sulk replied.
"Of course, the problem there was that they did not know they were lying," Belgarath continued. "They had been very carefully prepared, and the story we got from them sounded quite plausible, particularly in view of the fact that we were already at war with the cult. Anyway, we mounted a campaign against the last cult stronghold at Rayhun in northeastern Drasnia. After we took the town and captured Ulfgar, the truth started to come out. Ulfgar turned out to be a Malloreon Grolem named Harakan, and he had absolutely nothing to do with the abduction. The real culprit was this mysterious Zandramoss I told you about several years ago. I am not yet sure what part the Sardian plays in all of this, but for some reason, Zandramoss wants to take the baby to the place mentioned in the Miren Codex, the place which is no more. Irvon desperately wants to prevent that, so he sent his henchmen here to the west to kill the baby, to keep that from happening." "Have you any idea at all about where to begin your search?" Belgarath shrugged. "A couple of clues, that's all. We were fairly sure that Zandramoss left the Isle of the Winds aboard an Icean ship, so that is where we are going to start. The Codex says that I am supposed to find the path to the Sardian in the Mysteries. I am fairly certain that when we find the Sardian, Zandramoss and the baby will not be far away. Maybe I can get some hints in those prophecies, if I can ever find any uncorrupted copies."
"It also appears that the seers of Kel are directly involving themselves," Polgara added.
"The seers?" The Gorum's voice was startled. "They've never done that before."
"I know," she replied. "One of them,
a girl named Saradas, appeared at Rehon, and gave us some additional information and certain instructions.
That is very unlike them. I think that things are moving toward the ultimate climax, Holy One. We were all concentrating so much on the meeting between Geryon and Torak that we lost sight of the fact that the real meetings are the ones between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark. Zaratus told us that this is going to be the last meeting, and that this time everything is going to be decided once and for all. I rather suspect that the reason that the seers are finally coming out into the open is the finality of this. The Gorum frowned. I would not have ever thought to see them concern themselves with the affairs of other men.
Just who are these seers, Holy Gorum?
Sinedra asked in a subdued voice. They are our cousins, child. Her look betrayed her bafflement. After the gods made the races of man, there came the time of the choosing. There were 7 races of man, even as there are 7 gods. Aldur chose to go his way alone, however, and that meant that one of the races of man remained unchosen and godless.
Yes, I have heard that part of the story.
We were all of the same people, the Gorum continued. Us, the Morindum, the Korans in the north of Malloreon, the Melseens far to the east, and the Dals. We were closest to the Dals. But when we went forth in search of the god Ul, they had already turned their eyes to the skies in their attempt to read the stars. We urged them to come with us, but they would not.
And you have lost all contact with them?
On occasion, some few of their seers have come to us, usually on some quest of which they would not speak. The seers are very wise, for the vision which comes to them gives them knowledge of the past, the present, and the future. And more importantly, the meaning of it.
Are they all women, then?
No, there are men as well. When the sight comes to them, they always bind their eyes to exclude all common light, so that this other light can be seen more clearly. Inevitably, when a seer appears, there also appears a mute to guide and protect them. They are always paired forever.
Why are the Grolums so afraid of them? Silk asked suddenly. I have been in Malloreon a few times, and I have seen Malloreon Grolums go all to pieces at just the mention of Kel.
I suspect that the Dals have taken steps to keep the Grolums away from Kel. It is the very center of their learning, and the Grolums are intolerant of non-Engarak things.
What is the purpose of these seers, Holy One? Geryon asked.
It's not only the seers, Belgarian, the Gorum replied. The Dals are involved in all branches of arcane knowledge. Necromancy, wizardry, magic, witchcraft, all of these and more. No one, except the Dals themselves, seems to know exactly what their purpose might be. Whatever it is, though, they are entirely committed to it, both the ones in Malloreon and those here in the West.
In the West? Silk blinked. I didn't know that there were any Dals here.
The Gorum nodded. They were divided by the Sea of the East when Torak used the orb to crack the world. The Western Dals were enslaved by the Murgos during the 3rd millennium. But wherever they live, east or west, they have labored for aeons at some task. Whatever that task may be, they are convinced that the fate of all creation depends upon it.
And does it? Geryon wanted to know.
We don't know, Belgarian. We don't know what the task is, so we can't even guess at its significance. We do know
that they follow neither of the prophecies which dominate the universe. They believe that their task was laid upon them by some higher destiny.
And that's the thing that concerns me, Belgarath said. Taranis is manipulating us with these cryptic little announcements of hers, and for all I know, she is manipulating Xandramos as well. I don't like being led around by the nose, particularly by someone whose motives I do not understand. She complicates this whole business, and I do not like complications. I like nice, simple situations and nice, easy solutions. Good and evil, Dernick suggested. That is a difficult one, Dernick. I prefer them and us. It clears away all of the excess baggage and allows you to get right down to cases.
Geryon slept restlessly that night, and he rose early with his head feeling as if it were stuffed with sand. He sat for a time on one of the stone benches in the central room of the Gorham's house. Then, caught in a kind of moody restlessness, he went outside to look across the quiet lake surrounding the island. The faint light from the globes hanging on their chains from the ceiling of the cavern cast a dim glow on the surface of the lake, and the glow filled the cave with a pale luminosity that seemed more like a light seen in a dream than in any kind of illumination to be found in the real world. As he stood lost in thought at the water's edge, a movement on the far shore caught his eye. They came singly and in groups of 2 or 3, pale young women with the large dark eyes and colorless hair of the Ulgos. They all wore modest white gowns, and they gathered shyly on the shore on the far side of the marble causeway, waiting in the dim light. Geryon looked across the lake at them, then raised his voice to call, "Was there something you wanted?" They whispered together for a moment, then pushed one of their number forward to speak for them.
We wanted to see the Princess Tenedra,"
she blurted bashfully. Her face dyed with a rosy blush.
"If she's not too busy, that is."
Her speech seemed halting, as if she were talking in a language not wholly familiar to her. "I'll go see if she's awake," Geryon offered.
"Thank you, sir,"
she replied, shrinking back into the protection of her group of friends. Geryon went back inside and found Tenedra sitting up in bed. Her face had none of that numb indifference that had marked it for the past several weeks, and her eyes seemed alert. "Well, you're up early."
"I had a little trouble sleeping. Are you all right?"
"I was just—" he broke off with a shrug. "There are some young Ulgo women outside. They want to see you." She frowned.
"Who could they possibly be?"
"They seem to know you. They said that they wanted to see the Princess Tenedra."
"Of course," she exclaimed, springing from the bed. "I had almost forgotten them."
She quickly pulled on a teal-green dressing gown and dashed from the room. Curiously, Geryon started to follow her, but stopped in the central hall of the house when he saw Polgara, Dernick, and the Gorham sitting quietly at the stone table. "What was that all about?" Polgara asked, looking after the scurrying little queen. "There are some Ulgo women outside," Geryon replied. "They seem to be friends of hers." "She was very popular during her visit here," the Gorham said. "Ulgo girls are very shy, but Tenedra befriended them all. They adored her." "Excuse me, your worship," Dernick said, "but is Relg anywhere about? I thought I might look in on him, as long as we're here." "Relg and Taiba have taken their children and moved to Maragor," the Gorham replied. "Maragor?"
Geryon blinked.
"What about the ghosts there?"
"They are under the protection of the god Mara," the Gorham told him. "There seems to be some kind of understanding between Mara and Ul. I'm not sure I entirely understand it, but Mara insists that Taiba's children are Marags, and he has vowed to watch over them in Meragor." Geryon frowned.
"But isn't their firstborn son going to be Gorm someday?"
The old man nodded. "Yes, his eyes are still as blue as sapphires. I was concerned myself at first, Belgarian, but I am certain that Ul will return Relg's son to the caves of Ulko at the proper time."
"How is Senedra this morning, Geryon?" "She seems to be almost back to normal, Aunt Paul. Does that mean she's all right?" "It is a good sign, dear. But it might be a little early, to be sure. Why don't you keep an eye on her?" "All right. Just try not to be obvious. This is a rather critical time, and we don't want her getting the idea that we are spying on her." "I'll be careful, Aunt Paul." He went outside and began walking around the small island as if he were only stretching his legs. He cast frequent glances at the group on the far shore. The pale, white-gowned Ulgo women were clustered around Senedra. Her green robe and her flaming red hair stood out in sharp contrast in the midst of the group. A sudden image came into Geryon's mind. With her vibrant coloring, Senedra looked very much like a single crimson rose growing in the midst of a bed of white lilies. After about a half an hour, Polgara came out of the house. "Geryon, have you seen Errand this morning?" "No, Aunt Paul." He's not in his room." She frowned slightly. "What is that boy thinking of? Go see if you can find him." "Yes, ma'am," he replied automatically. As he started across the causeway, he smiled to himself. In spite of all that had happened, he and Aunt Paul always returned to the same relationship they had shared when he was a boy. He was fairly certain that most of the time she did not even remember that he was a king, and so she often sent him on menial errands with no real awareness that they might be beneath his dignity. Moreover, he found that he did not really mind. To fall back into the pattern of immediately obeying her peremptory commands relieved him of the necessity of making difficult decisions, and it took him back to those days when he was just a simple farm boy with none of the cares and responsibilities that had come to him with the crown of Riva. Senedra and her friends were seated on rocks not far from the dim lake shore. Their conversation was subdued, and Senedra's face was somber again. "Are you all right?" he asked, as he approached them.
"Yes,"
she replied.
"We were just talking, that's all."
He looked at her, but decided not to say anything more. "Have you seen Errand?"
"No. Is he not in the house?"
He shook his head. "I think he's gone exploring. Aunt Paul asked me to find him." One of the young Ulgo women whispered something to Senedra.
"Taba says that she saw him in the main gallery when she was coming here. It was about an hour ago."
"And which way is that?"
"Over there."
She pointed toward an opening leading back into the rock. He nodded. "Are you warm enough?"
"I am fine, Geryon."
"I'll be back in a bit, then," he said, and walked toward the gallery she had pointed out. It made him feel uncomfortable to be forced to step around her this way, but the possibility that a chance remark might push her back into that bleak depression made him wary and half afraid to speak at all. A purely physical ailment was one thing, but an illness of the mind was something horrifying. The gallery he entered, like all of the caves and passageways in which the Ulgos lived out their lives, was faintly illuminated by the dim glow of phosphorescent rock. The cubicles on either side of the gallery were scrupulously neat, and he saw entire families gathered about stone tables for their morning meal, apparently oblivious to the fact that the fronts of their quarters were open to scrutiny by anyone who chanced to pass their way. Since few of the Ulgos could speak his language, it was impossible for Geryon to ask anyone if Errand had passed, and he soon found that he was wandering more or less aimlessly, hoping that he might chance across his friend. At the far end of the gallery, he emerged into the vast cavern where that flight of chiseled stairs led downward toward the dim reaches below. He considered the possibility that Errand might have gone down to visit his horse, but something seemed to tell him that he should turn instead to follow the broad ledge circling the edge of the chasm. He had gone no more than a few 100 yards, when he heard the sound of voices issuing from the mouth of a dark passageway, angling back into the rock face. The shifting echoes made it impossible to distinguish individual words, but it seemed to Geryon that one of the voices was Errand's. He entered the passageway, following the sound alone. At first, there was no light in this unusual gallery, and he put his hand to the rough rock wall to grope his way along. But as he rounded a corner, he saw a light coming from somewhere ahead, a peculiar kind of steady white radiance, quite unlike the faint greenish glow of phosphorescence that normally illuminated this dark world of the caves. And then the corridor he was following bent sharply to the left, and he rounded that corner to see Errand talking with a tall, white-robed figure. Geryon's eyes widened. The light he had seen was emanating from the figure, and he felt the awesome presence of a transcendent being. The glowing figure did not turn, but spoke in a calm, quiet voice.
"Join us, Belgerion."
"And welcome." Geryon found that he was actually trembling as he wordlessly obeyed. Then the figure in white turned, and he found himself looking directly into the timeless face of Ul himself.
"I have been instructing young Erion here in the task which lies before him,"
the father of the gods said. "Erion?"
"It is his true name, Belgerion. It is time for him to put aside the childish name of his boyhood, and to assume his true one, even as thou wert concealed beneath thy simple Geryon. So hath he lain hidden under that Errand. There is wisdom in this, for the true name of a man, with a great task lying before him, can oft times bring danger, when its owner hath not yet come into his inheritance."
"It's a good name, don't you think, Belgerion?"
Erion said proudly. "It's an excellent name, Erion." The orb standing on the pommel of the great sword sheathed across Geryon's back glowed its blue response to the incandescently white radiance of Ul, and the god nodded his acknowledgment of the stone.
"Tasks have been set for each of you,"
Ul continued,
"and for the companions who accompany you. All these tasks must be completed ere the meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark may come again."
"Please, Holy Ul, can you tell me, is my son all right?" asked Geryon.
"He is well, Belgerion. The one who holds him will see to his needs. For the moment, he is in no danger."
"Thank you," Geryon said gratefully. Then he squared his shoulders. "And what is my task?"
"Thy task hath already been revealed to thee by the seeress of Kel, Belgerion. Thou must bar the path of Xandromos to the Sardian, for should the Child of Dark reach that dread stone with thy son, the Dark shall prevail in this final meeting."
Geryon steeled himself and then blurted his next question, afraid of what the answer might be. "In the oracles of Ashaba, it says that the Dark God will come again. Does that mean that Torak will be reborn, and that I am going to have to fight him again?"
"Nay, Belgerion. My son himself will not return. Thy flaming sword reft him of his life, and he is no more. The enemy in this meeting will be more perilous. The spirit which infused Torak hath found another vessel. Torak was maimed, and imperfect by reason of his pride. The one who shall rise in his stead, shouldst thou fail in thy task, will be invincible. And not thy sword, nor all the swords in all this world, will be enough to withstand him.
Then it is Zandramas that I have to fight? I've got reason enough, that's certain.
The meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark shall not be a meeting between thee and Zandramas.
But the Codex says that Zandramas is the Child of Dark.
At this present time, yes. Even as at this present time thou art the Child of Light. That burden, however, shall pass from each of you, ere the final meeting can take place. Know this, moreover. The event which began with the birth of thy son must be completed in a certain time. The tasks which lie before thee and thy companions are many, and all must be completed ere the time appointed for this meeting. Shouldst thou or any of thy companions fail in the completion of any task, then shall all our striving for uncounted ages come to naught. The final meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark must be complete, and all of the necessary conditions must be met, for it is in this meeting that all that was divided shall be made one again. The fate of this world, and of all other worlds, lies in thy hands, Belgarian, and the outcome will not depend upon thy sword, but upon a choice, which thou must make.
The Father of the Gods looked at the two of them fondly.
Be not afraid, my sons, for though you are different in many ways, you share the same spirit. Aid and sustain each other, and be comforted in the knowledge that I am with you.
Then the glowing figure shimmered and was gone. The caves of Ulgo resounded with an echo like the aftersound of some unimaginably huge bell. Chapter 2. A kind of unthinking serenity had come over Geryon, a calm resolve much akin to that which he had felt when he had faced Torak in the decaying ruins of the City of Endless Night half a world away. As he thought back on that dreadful night, he began to grope his way toward a startling truth. The maimed god had not been striving for a purely physical victory. He had been trying, with all of the dreadful force of his will, to force them to submit to him. And it had been their steadfast refusal to yield, more than Geryon's flaming sword, which had defeated him in the end. Slowly, almost like the onset of dawn, the truth came to Geryon. Although evil might seem invincible, as it stalked the world in darkness, it nonetheless yearned toward the light, and only in the surrender of the light could the darkness prevail. So long as the Child of Light remained firm and unyielding, he was still invincible. As he stood in the dark cave listening to the shimmering aftersound of Ul's departure, Geryon seemed to see directly into the mind of his enemy. Beneath it all, Torak had been afraid, and even now, that same fear gnawed at the heart of Zandramas. And then, Geryon perceived yet another truth, a truth at once enormously simple, and at the same time so profound that the scope of it shook every fiber of his being. There was no such thing as darkness. What seemed so vast and overwhelming was nothing more than the absence of light. So long as the Child of Light kept that firmly in mind, the Child of Dark could never win. Torak had known this. Zandramas knew it. And now, at last, Geryon himself understood it, and the knowledge brought with it a surging exultation. It gets easier once you understand, doesn't it? the young man they had always called Errand asked quietly.
You knew what I was thinking, didn't you?
Yes. Does that bother you?
No, I suppose not.
Geryon looked around. The gallery in which they stood suddenly seemed very dark now that Ol was gone. Geryon knew the way back, but the idea, which he had just grasped, seemed to require some kind of affirmation. He turned his head and spoke directly to the orb riding on the pommel of his great sword.
Could you give us a bit of light?
The orb responded by igniting into blue fire, and at the same time filling Geryon's mind with its crystal song. Geryon looked at Eriond.
Shall we go back now? Aunt Paul was sort of worried when she couldn't find you.
As they turned and followed the deserted gallery back along the way they had come, Geryon laid his arm affectionately across his young friend's shoulders. For some reason they seemed very close just now. They emerged from the gallery at the brink of the dim abyss where pale lights dotted the sheer walls, and the murmur of a waterfall far below came whispering up to them. Geryon suddenly remembered something that had happened the day before.
What is it about you and water that concerns Aunt Paul so much?
Eriond laughed.
Oh, when I was little, just after we moved into Paletra's cottage in the Vale, I used to fall into the river fairly often.
Geryon grinned.
Seems like a perfectly natural thing to me. It hasn't happened for a long time now, but I think that Polgara feels that maybe I'm saving it up for a special occasion of some sort.
Geryon laughed, and they entered the cubicle-lined corridor that led toward the Gorham's cavern. The Olgos who lived and worked there threw startled glances in their direction as they passed.
Belgarian?
Eriond said.
The orb is still glowing.
Oh, Geryon replied.
I'd forgotten about that.
He looked back over his shoulder at the cheerfully burning stone.
It's all right now. You can stop.
The orb's final flicker seemed faintly disappointed. The others were gathered at breakfast in the central room of the Gorham's house. Polgara looked up as the two of them entered.
Where have you...
she began, then stopped as she looked into Erion's eyes more closely.
Something has happened, hasn't it?
She asked instead. Eriond nodded.
Yes. Ol wanted to talk with us. There were some things we needed to know.
Belgarath pushed aside his plate, his face becoming intent. I think you had better tell us about this. Take your time. Don't skip over anything.
Geryon crossed to the table and sat down beside Tinedra.
He described the meeting with the Father of the Gods carefully, trying, as best he could, to repeat Ol's exact words.
And then he said that Eriond and I shared the same spirit, and that we were supposed to aid and sustain each other.
Was that all that he said?
Pretty much, yes. Except that he told us he was with us.
He didn't say anything more specific about this certain time when everything has to be completed?
The old man demanded with a slightly worried expression.
Geryon shook his head.
No. I'm sorry, grandfather. I'm afraid not.
Belgarath's expression suddenly became exasperated. I hate working to a schedule that I haven't seen, he muttered. Can't tell if I'm ahead or behind.
Tinedra had been clinging to Geryon, her face filled with both concern and relief.
Are you really sure he said that the baby is all right?
He said that he is well, Eriond assured her. He told us that the one who holds him will see to his needs, and that for the moment he's in no danger.
For the moment?
Tinedra exclaimed.
What is that supposed to mean?
He didn't get any more specific, Tinedra,
Geryon said.
Why didn't you ask Ol where he is?
Because I am sure he would not have told me. Finding Garin and Xandramas is my job, and I don't think they're going to let me evade it by getting somebody else to do it for me.
They? Who are they? The prophecies. Both of them. They're playing a game, and we all have to follow the rules, even if we don't know what they are.
That is nonsense.
Go tell them. It wasn't my idea.
Aunt Paul was looking oddly at Eriond.
Have you known,
she asked him.
About your name, I mean. I knew I had another name. When you called me Erend, it didn't seem quite right for some reason. Do you mind very much, Polgra?
She rose with a smile, came around the table and embraced him warmly.
No, Eriond, I don't mind at all.
Just what exactly is the task that Ull has set for you?
He said that I'd recognize it when I came to it.
Is that all he said about it?
He said that it was very important, and that it was going to change me.
Belgarath shook his head.
Why does everything always have to be in riddles?
It's another one of those rules Geryon mentioned, Silk added, refilling his goblet from one of the flagons. Well, what next, old man? Belgarath thought about it, tugging at an earlobe and looking up at one of the faintly glowing lamps.
I think it is fairly safe to say that this meeting was the thing that was supposed to happen here at Prologue. So I expect it is time for us to move along. It might not hurt for us to get where we are going a little early. I am positive that it's going to be a disaster if we get there late.
He rose from his seat and put his hand on the Gorham's frail shoulder.
I will try to get word to you from time to time. Could you ask some of your people to lead us through the caves to Arindia? I want to get out into the open as soon as possible.
Of course, my old friend, the Gorham replied. And may Ull guide your steps.
Oh, I hope somebody does, Silk murmured.
Belgarath gave him a hard look.
Oh, it's all right, Belgarath, Silk said expansively.
The fact that you get lost all the time does not diminish our respect for you in the slightest. I am sure it is just a bad habit that you have picked up somewhere, probably because your mind was on weightier matters.
Belgarath looked at Geryon. Did we really have to bring him along?
Yes, grandfather, we really did.
It was shortly after sunrise, 2 days later, when they reached the irregularly shaped cave mouth that opened out into the birch forest. The white trees lifted their bare limbs toward an intensely blue sky, and fallen leaves covered the ground with a carpet of gold. The Ulgos who had guided them through the caves winced visibly, and drew back from the sunlight. They murmured a few words to Belgarath. He thanked them, and they retreated back into the protective darkness.
You have absolutely no idea how much better I feel now, Silk said with relief, as he emerged from the cave and looked around at the frosty morning sunlight.
Here and there, back among the trees, were patches of frozen snow, crusty and sparkling in the slanting rays of the morning sun. Somewhere, off to the left, they could hear the rush and babble of a mountain brook tumbling over stones.
Have you any notion of exactly where we are?
Dernick asked Belgarath as they rode out into the birch trees. The old man squinted back over his shoulder, gauging the angle of the new-risen sun.
My guess is that we are in the foothills above central Arindia.
South of the lower end of the Arendish forest?
Silk asked.
It's hard to say for sure.
The little Drasnian looked around.
I had better take a look,
he said. He pointed at a hill rising out of the forest.
I might be able to see something from up there.
And I think some breakfast might be in order, Polgara said. Let's find a clear spot and build a fire.
Oh, I won't be too long, Silk said, turning his horse and riding off through the white trunks of the birches.
The rest of them rode on down the slope, the hooves of their horses rustling the deep-piled carpet of golden leaves. Several 100 yards into the forest, they reached a clearing on the banks of the brook that they had heard when they had emerged from the cave. Polgara drew in her horse. "This should do,"
she decided. "Geryon, why don't you and Ariond gather some firewood? I think some bacon and toasted bread might be nice." "Yes, Aunt Paul," he said automatically, swinging down from his saddle. Ariond joined them, and the two of them went back in among the white trees in search of fallen limbs. "It's pleasant being back out in the sunlight again," Ariond said, as he pulled a large branch out from under a fallen tree. "The caves are nice enough, I suppose, but I like to be able to look at the sky." Geryon felt very close to this open-faced young man. The experience they had shared in the cave had brought them even closer together, and had focused an idea that had hovered on the edge of Geryon's awareness for several years now. The fact that both he and Ariond had been raised by Aunt Paul and Dernick had made them in many respects very much like brothers. He considered that as he bundled several large limbs together with a length of rope. He realized at the same time that he knew very little about Ariond, and what might have happened to him before they had found him at Rachthal. "Ariond," he said curiously, "can you remember anything at all about where you lived before Zadar found you?" The young man looked up toward the sky, his eyes lost in thought. "It was in a city of some kind, I think. I seem to remember streets and shops." "Do you remember your mother at all?" "I don't think so. I don't remember living in any place for very long, or staying with the same people. It seems I just used to go to a door, and people would take me inside and give me something to eat and a place to sleep." Geryon felt a sudden sharp pang of sympathy. Ariond was as much, or even more, an orphan as he was himself. "Do you remember the day when Zadar found you?" Ariond nodded. "Yes, quite clearly. It was cloudy, and there weren't any shadows, so I couldn't tell exactly what time of day it was. I met him in a very narrow street, an alley of some kind. I think, anyway. I remember that his eyes had a sort of injured look in them, as if something terrible had happened to him. Poor Zadar. Did he ever talk to you?" "Not very often. About all he ever said was that he had an errand for me. He used to talk in his sleep once in a while, though. I remember that he used to say, 'Master.' Sometimes when he said it, his voice would be full of love. Other times it was full of fear. It was almost as if he had two entirely different masters." "He did. At first he was one of the disciples of Aldur. Then, later, his master was Torak." "Why do you suppose he did that, Belgarian? Changed masters, I mean." "I don't know, Ariond. I really don't know." Dernick had built a small fire in the center of the clearing, and Polgora, humming softly to herself, was setting out her pots and pans beside it. As Geryon and Ariond began breaking the branches they had gathered into manageable lengths, Silk rode back down the hill to rejoin them. "You can see quite a way from up there," he reported, as he swung down from the saddle. "We're about 10 leagues above the high road from Murgos." "Could you see the river Malloreon?" Belgarath asked him. Silk shook his head. "Not the river itself, but there's a fairly good-sized valley off to the south. I'd imagine that it runs through there." "It was fairly close, then. How's the terrain look between here and the high road?" "We have got some rough going ahead of us," Silk told him. "It is steep, and the woods look pretty dense." "We'll have to make the best time that we can. Once we get to the high road, I think we'll be all right." Silk made a sour face. There's another problem, though. There's a storm coming in from the west." Dernick lifted his face to sniff at the frosty air and nodded. "Snow," he confirmed. "Things smell it coming." Silk gave him a disgusted look. "You had to say it, didn't you, Dernick?" he said almost accusingly. Dernick's look was slightly puzzled. "Didn't you know that talking about unpleasant things makes them happen?"
"Oh, Silk, that's pure nonsense."
The little man sniffed. "I know, but it is true all the same." The breakfast of bread, dried fruit, and bacon Aunt Paul prepared for them was simple, but there was more than enough to satisfy them all. When they had finished, they repacked, quenched their fire with water from the icy brook, and rode on down the steep slope following the course of the tumbling stream through the white-trunked birch forest. Dernick fell in beside the mute Toth as they rode.
"Tell me, Toth,"
he said tentatively, eyeing the frothy white water pitching down over the mossy green boulders.
"Have you ever done any fishing?"
The huge man smiled shyly.
"Well, then, I've got lines and hooks in one of my packs. Maybe if we get the chance—"
Dernick left it hanging. Toth's smile broadened into a grin. Silk stood up in his stirrups and peered on ahead. "That storm isn't much more than a half-hour away," he told them.
Belgarath grunted. "I doubt that we'll make very good time once it hits."
"I hate snow," Silk shivered glumly.
"It's a peculiar trait in a Drasnian."
"Why do you think I left Drasnia in the first place?" The heavy bank of cloud loomed in front of them as they continued on down the hill. The morning sunlight paled and then disappeared as the leading edge of the storm raced high overhead to blot out the crisp blue of the autumn sky. "Here it comes," Arion said cheerfully, as the first few flakes began to dance and swirl in the stiff breeze moving up the ridge toward them. Silk gave the young man a sour look, crammed his battered hat down lower over his ears, and pulled his shabby cloak tighter about him. He looked at Belgarath. "I don't suppose that you would consider doing something about this?" he asked pointedly.
"It wouldn't be a good idea."
"Sometimes you're a terrible disappointment to me, Belgarath," Silk said, drawing himself even more deeply into his cloak. It began to snow harder, and the trees about them became hazy and indistinct in the shifting curtain of white that came seething up through the forest. A mile or so farther down the hill, they left the birch trees and entered a dark green forest of towering firs. The thick evergreens broke the force of the wind, and the snow sifted lazily down through the boughs, lightly dusting the needle-strewn floor of the forest. Belgarath shook the snow out of the folds of his cloak and looked around, choosing another route. "Lost again?"
"Not really.
"No." The old man looked at Dernick.
"How far down this hill do you think we are going to have to go to get below this?"
Dernick scratched at his chin.
"Well, it's sort of hard to say,"
he replied. He turned to the mute at his side.
"What do you think, Toth?"
The giant lifted his head and sniffed at the air, then made a series of obscure gestures with one hand.
"You're probably right,"
Dernick agreed. He turned back to Belgarath.
"If the slope stays this steep, we ought to be able to get below the snow line sometime this afternoon, if we keep moving." "Well, I guess we had better move along, then,"
Belgarath said, and led the way on down the hill at a jolting trot. It continued to snow. The light dusting on the ground beneath the firs became a covering, and the dimness that had hovered among the dark tree trunks faded as the white snow brought its peculiar sourceless light. They stopped about noon and took a quick lunch of bread and cheese, then continued to descend through the forest toward Arindia. By mid-afternoon, as Dernick and Toth had predicted, the snow was mixed with a chill rain. Soon, the few large wet flakes were gone, and they rode through a steady drizzle that wreathed down among the trees. Late in the afternoon, the wind picked up, and the rain driven before it was cold and unpleasant. Dernick looked around.
"I think it's about time for us to find a place to stop for the night," he said. "We'll need shelter from this wind, and finding dry firewood might be a bit of a problem."
The huge Toth, whose feet were very nearly dragging on the ground on either side of his horse, looked around and then pointed toward a dense thicket of sapling evergreens standing at the far edge of the broad clearing they had just entered. Once again he began to move his hands in those peculiar gestures. Dernick watched him intently for a few moments, then nodded, and the two of them rode on across to the thicket, dismounted, and then went to work. The campsite they constructed was well back among the slender tree trunks of the thicket, where the force of the wind was broken, and the dense branches shed the rain like a thatched roof. The two of them bent a half-circle of the tall saplings over and tied their tips to the trunks of other trees to form a dome-like framework of considerable size. Then they covered the frame with tent canvas and tied it in place securely. The resulting structure was a round-topped, open-fronted pavilion, perhaps as big as a fair-sized room. At the front, they dug in a fire pit and lined it with rocks. The rain had soaked down through the forest, and collecting dry firewood was difficult, but Geryon drew upon the experience he had gained during the quest for the orb to seek out those sheltered hollows under fallen trees, the spots on the leeward sides of large tree trunks, and the brush-choked areas under overhanging rocks where dry twigs and branches could be found. By evening, he and Erion had piled up a considerable supply of wood not far from the fire pit where Polgara and Tenedra were preparing supper. There was a small spring several hundred yards on down the slope, and Geryon slipped and slid downhill with 2 leather water bags slung over his shoulders. The light was fading rapidly under the dark, wind-swept evergreens, and the ruddy glow of their campfire beckoned cheerfully as he started back up through the trees, with the full water bags hanging pendulously down against his thighs. Polgara had hung her damp cloak on a tree limb and was humming softly to herself as she and Tenedra worked over the fire.
"Why, thank you, Your Majesty,"
Tenedra said as Geryon handed her the water bags. Her little smile was somehow wistful, as if she were making a conscious effort to be light-hearted.
"It's my pleasure, Your Majesty,"
he replied with a florid bow.
"A good scullion can always find water when the cook's helper needs it."
She smiled briefly, kissed his cheek, and then sighed, and went back to dicing vegetables for the stew that Polgara was stirring. After they had eaten, they all sat drowsily before the fire, listening to the sound of the wind in the treetops and the seething hiss of the rain in the forest about them.
"How far did we come today?"
Tenedra asked in a voice near sleep, as she leaned wearily against Geryon's shoulder. 7 or 8 leagues, I'd guess," Dernick replied. "It's slow going, when you don't have a road to follow."
"We will make better time once we hit the high road from Murgos to the Great Fair," Silk added.
His eyes brightened at that thought, and his long pointed nose started to twitch. "Never mind," Belgarath told him.
"Well, we will need supplies, Belgarath,"
Silk said, his eyes still bright.
"I think we will let Dernick take care of that. People who do business with you always seem to develop their sense of outrage once they have had time to think things through."
"Oh, but Belgarath, I thought you said that you were in a hurry."
"I don't quite get the connection."
"Oh, people always travel faster when somebody's chasing them. Or hadn't you noticed that?" Belgarath gave him a long, hard look.
"Just let it drop, Silk. Why don't we all get some sleep?" he suggested to the rest of them. "We have got a long day tomorrow."
It was well after midnight when Geryon suddenly started into wakefulness. He lay rolled up in his blankets beside Tenedra, listening to her regular breathing and the soft patter of the rain on the tree limbs. The wind had died, and the fire at the front of their snug shelter had burned down to a few ruddy coals. He shook the last remnants of sleep from his mind, trying to remember what it was that had awakened him.
"Don't make any noise,"
Belgarath said softly from the far side of the shelter.
"Did something wake you too, Grandfather?"
"I want you to get out of your blankets very slowly,"
the old man said in a voice so quiet that it scarcely reached Geryon's ears.
"And get your hands on your sword."
"What is it, Grandfather?"
"Listen,"
Belgarath said. From high overhead in the rainy darkness, there came the ponderous flap of vast wings, and a sudden flare of sooty red light. The wings flapped again, and then the sound was gone.
"Move, Geryon," Belgarath said urgently. "Get your sword. Put something over the orb so that she can't see the glow from it."
Geryon untangled his legs from his blankets and groped in the darkness for Iron Grip's sword. Again there was the vast flapping sound overhead, and then a strange hissing cry, accompanied by another flare of that sooty red light.
"What's that?"
Zinedra cried out.
"Be still, girl,"
Belgarath snapped. They lay tensely in the darkness as the flapping sound faded off into the rain-swept night.
"What is out there, Belgarath?"
Silk asked tensely.
"She is a very large beast,"
the old man replied quietly.
"Her eyes aren't very good, and she is as stupid as a stump. But she's very dangerous. She is hunting. Possibly she smells the horses. Or us." "How do you know it's she?" Dernick asked. "Because there is only one of them left in the world. She does not come out of her cave very often, but over the centuries enough people have got glimpses of her to give rise to all of those legends."
"I'm starting to get a very uneasy feeling about this," Silk murmured.
"She doesn't really look that much like the dragons in all of those drawings," Belgarath continued. "But she is big, and she does fly." "Oh, come now, Belgarath," Dernick scoffed. "There's no such thing as a dragon." "I'm glad to hear it. Now, why don't you go out and explain that to her?"
"Is she the same creature we heard that night in the mountains above Merigor?"
"Yes. Have you got your sword?"
"Right here, grandfather."
"Good. Now, very slowly, creep out and smother the last embers of the fire. Cover it with dirt. Fire attracts her, so let's not take any chances on a sudden flare-up."
Geryon inched his way out through the open front of the shelter and hurriedly scooped dirt over the fire pit with his hands.
"Is it really a flying lizard?"
Silk whispered hoarsely.
"No," Belgarath replied. "Actually, she is a species of bird. She has a long snake-like tail, and what she is covered with looks more like scales than feathers. She also has teeth, lots of very long, sharp teeth." "Just exactly how big is she?" Dernick asked. "You remember Faldor's barn?" "Yes, about that big."
From quite some distance off there came another screeching bellow, and the murky red glare.
"Her fire isn't really all that serious,"
Belgarath continued in the same low voice,
"particularly since these woods are so wet. It's when she catches you in a dry grass that it starts to be a problem. She's big, but she's not very brave. And on the ground she is as clumsy as a pig on a frozen pond. If it gets down to a fight, we probably won't be able to hurt her very much. About the best we can hope for is to frighten her off."
"Fight?" Silk choked.
"You're not serious." "We may not have any choice. If she is hungry and picks up our scent or the scent of the horses, she will tear these woods apart looking for us. She has a few sensitive spots. Her tail is probably the best. Her wings get in the way, so she can't see behind her too well, and when she is on the ground she cannot turn very fast."
"Let's see if I have got this straight," Silk said. "You want us to sneak up behind this dragon and hit her on the tail? Is that it?"
"Approximately, yes."
"Belgarath, have you lost your mind? Why not just use sorcery to drive her away?"
"Because she is immune to sorcery,"
Polgara explained calmly.
"It was one of those little refinements Torak added when he and the other gods created her species. He was so impressed with the concept of a dragon that he chose it as his totem creature. He tried in every way he could to make it invincible."
"It was one of his character defects," Belgarath added sourly. "All right. The dragon is clumsy and stupid, and she is not used to pain. If we are very careful, we can probably frighten her away without anyone getting hurt."
"She's coming back,"
Ariant said. They listened to the flapping of those huge wings sounding through the sodden forest.
Let's get out into the open, Belgarath said tensely. Oh, that's a good idea, Sulk agreed. If I have to do this, I want lots of level running room around me. Sinedra, Belgarath said, I want you to get back as far as you can into the thicket and find a place to hide.
Yes, Lady Belgarath,
Sinedra replied in a frightened little voice. They crept out of the shelter into the darkness. The rain had slackened to a kind of misty drizzle wreathing down among the trees. Their horses, picketed not far away, snorted nervously, and Geryon could smell the sharp odor of their fear over the resinous scent of wet evergreens. All right, Belgarath whispered. Spread out. Be careful. Do not try to attack her unless you are sure that her attention is someplace else. They crept out of the thicket into the broad clearing and started across. Geryon, sword in hand, moved carefully, feeling for obstructions with his feet. When he reached the far side, he located a large tree trunk and went around behind it. They waited tensely, straining their eyes toward the rain-swept night sky. The heavy flapping of great wings sounded again down among the trees, and once again they heard that vast bellowing. Even as the sound crashed down onto them, Geryon saw the huge billow of smoky flame in the sky overhead, and, outlined by that flame, the shape of the dragon herself. She was even bigger than he had imagined. Her wings might easily have shaded an acre. Her cruel beak was agape, and he could clearly see her pointed teeth with the flames writhing about them. She had a very long snake-like neck, huge talons, and a long reptilian tail that lashed at the air behind her as she plunged down toward the clearing. Then Ariond stepped out from behind a tree trunk and walked out into the center of the clearing as calmly as if he were merely taking a mid-morning stroll. "Ariond!" Polgara cried, as, with a triumphant shriek, the dragon swooped down into the clearing. Talons extended, she struck at the unprotected young man. Her beak gaped, and vast billows of sooty orange flame poured forth to engulf him. With fear for the boy clutching at his heart, Geryon ran forward with his sword aloft. But even as he ran at the huge beast, he felt the sudden familiar surge of Aunt Paul's will, and Ariond vanished as she translocated him to safety. The earth shook as the dragon struck the ground, and her vast roar of frustration filled the clearing with the ruddy light of her fire. She was enormous. Her half-folded, scaly-looking wings reared above her higher than any house. Her lashing tail was thicker than the body of a horse, and her curved, tooth-studded beak was dreadful. A sickening stench filled the clearing each time she belched forth her bellows of flame. By the light of her fire, Geryon could clearly see her slitted yellow eyes. From what Belgarath had said, he expected a look of dull stupidity, but the burning eyes that searched the clearing were alert and filled with an intense, frightening eagerness. Then Dernick and Toth were upon her. They dashed from the shelter of the trees, Dernick with his axe, and Toth with the smith's sharp-bladed spade. Methodically they began to chop at the dragon's writhing tail. She shrieked, belching flame into the air, and began to claw at the sodden forest loam with her talons. "Look out!" Silk shouted. "She's turning!" The dragon whirled awkwardly, her wings beating at the air and her talons throwing up huge clots of earth, but Dernick and Toth had already run back into the shelter of the trees. As she swept the clearing with her burning eyes, Silk nimbly darted out behind her, and with his short, broad-bladed Drasnian sword in his hand, he drove into the base of her huge tail. Then, as she floundered around to meet his attack, he danced clear to regain the safety of the surrounding forest. Then Ariond stepped into the clearing again. Without any sign of fear, but with a grave expression on his face, he walked out of the trees and moved directly toward the raging beast. "Why are you doing this?" he asked her calmly. "You know that this isn't the time or place." The dragon almost seemed to flinch back at the sound of his voice, and her burning eyes grew wary. "You can't avoid what's going to happen," he continued seriously. "None of us can, and you can't change it with this kind of foolishness. You'd better go. We really don't want to have to hurt you." The dragon faltered,
and Geryon suddenly sensed that she was not only baffled, but that she was also afraid. Then she seemed to clench herself. With an enraged bellow, she sent out a vast sheet of flame from her gaping beak to engulf Eriond, who made no effort to escape. Every nerve in Geryon's body shrieked at him to run to his young friend's aid, but he found that he could not move so much as a muscle. He stood, sword in hand, locked in a kind of helpless stasis. As the billow of flame subsided, Eriond emerged from it unscathed, and with an expression of regretful firmness on his face, he said,
"I had hoped that we wouldn't have to do this, but you aren't giving us too much choice, you know." "All right, Belgarian, make her go away. But please try not to hurt her too much."
With a kind of surging exultation, as if those words had somehow released him from all restraint, Geryon ran directly up behind the dragon with his suddenly blazing sword and began to rain blows on her unprotected back and tail. The awful reek of burning flesh filled the clearing, and the dragon shrieked with pain. She flailed her huge tail in agony, and it was more to protect himself from that ponderous lashing than out of any conscious effort to injure the beast that Geryon swung a massive blow with Iron Grip's sword. The sharp edge sheared effortlessly through scale and flesh and bone, smoothly lopping off about 4 feet of the writhing tip of the tail. The shriek which thundered from the dragon's beak was shattering, and her fire boiled skyward in a huge cloud. A great jet of streaming blood spurted from the wound the sword had left, splashing into Geryon's face and momentarily blinding him.
"Geryon!"
Polgara shouted. "Look out!" He clawed at his eyes to clear away the hot blood. With terrifying agility, the dragon whirled, her talons tearing at the earth and her wings thundering. The orb exploded into intense fire, and its blue flame ran anew up the sword, hissing and smoking as it burned away the thick blood which smeared the blade. In the very act of striking at him with her beak, the dragon flinched back from the incandescence of the burning sword. Geryon raised his blade, and once again the dragon flinched, retreating step by step across the wet clearing. She was afraid. For some reason, the blue fire of the sword frightened her. Shrieking and trying desperately to defend herself with furnace-like gusts of fire, she backed away, her wounded tail still spraying the clearing with blood. There was clearly something about the fire of the orb which she found unbearable. Once again, filled with that wild surge of excitement, Geryon raised his sword, and a searing pillar of fire erupted from its tip. He began to lash at the dragon with that whip of flame, and he heard the crackling sizzle as it seared her wings and shoulders. Fiercely he flogged at her with the flame of his sword until, with a howl of agony, she turned and fled, tearing the earth with her talons and desperately flapping the huge sails of her wings. Ponderously, she hurled herself into the air and clawed at the night with her wings, struggling to lift her vast bulk. She crashed through the upper branches of the firs at the edge of the clearing, fighting in panic to rise above the forest until she was clear. Shrieking, she flew off toward the southwest, filling the murky air with seething clouds of fire and streaming blood behind her as she went. A stunned silence fell over them all as they looked up at the great beast fleeing through the rainy sky. Polgara, her face dreadfully pale, came out from under the trees to confront Eriond.
"Just exactly what were you thinking of?"
she asked him in a terribly quiet voice.
"I don't quite follow you, Polgara,"
he replied, looking puzzled. She controlled herself with an obvious effort.
"Doesn't the word danger have any meaning to you at all?" "You mean the dragon? Oh, she wasn't really all that dangerous."
"She did sort of bury you up to the eyebrows in fire, Eriond," Silk pointed out.
"Oh, that,"
Eriond smiled.
"But the fire wasn't real."
He looked around at the rest of them.
"Didn't you all know that?"
he asked, looking slightly surprised.
"It was only an illusion. That's all that evil ever really is. An illusion. I'm sorry if any of you were worried, but I didn't have time to explain."
Aunt Paul stared at the unperturbed young man for a moment, then turned her eyes on Geryon, who stood still holding his burning sword. "And you... Words somehow failed her. Slowly, she sank her face into her trembling hands. "2 of them," she said in a terrible voice. "2 of them! I don't think I can stand this. Not 2 of them!" Dernick looked at her gravely, then handed his axe to the giant Toth. He stepped over and put his arm about her shoulders. There, he said. For a moment she seemed to resist, but then she suddenly buried her face in his shoulder. "Come along now, Paul," he said soothingly, and gently turned her around to walk her back to their shelter. "Things won't seem nearly so bad in the morning." Chapter 3. Geryon slept very little during the remainder of that rainy night. His pulse still raced with excitement, and he lay under his blankets beside Sinedra, living and reliving his encounter with the dragon. It was only toward the tag end of the night that he became calm enough to consider an idea that had come to him in the midst of the fight. He had enjoyed it. He had actually enjoyed a struggle that should have terrified him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was not the first time that this had happened. As far back as his early childhood, this same wild excitement had filled him each time he had been in danger. The solid good sense of his Sindarian upbringing told him that this enthusiasm for conflict and peril was probably an unhealthy outgrowth of his Aelorn heritage, and that he should strive to keep it rigidly controlled. But, deep inside, he knew that he would not. He had finally found the answer to the plaintive, "Why me?" which he had voiced so often in the past. He was inevitably chosen for these dreadful, frightening tasks, because he was perfectly suited for them. "It's what I do," he muttered to himself. "Any time there's something so ridiculously dangerous that no rational human being would even consider trying it, they send for me." "What was that, Geryon?" Sinedra murmured drowsily. "Oh, nothing, dear. I was just thinking out loud. Go back to sleep." "Mm-hmm," she murmured, and snuggled closer to him, filling his nostrils with the warm fragrance of her hair. Dawn crept slowly under the overspreading limbs of the sodden forest with a kind of growing paleness. The persistent drizzle joined with a morning mist, rising from the forest floor to form a kind of damp gray cloud enveloping the dark trunks of fir and spruce. Geryon awoke from a half-doze and saw the shadowy forms of Dernick and Toth standing quietly beside the cold fire-pit of the front of the shelter. He slipped out from under the blankets, moving carefully to avoid waking his sleeping wife. He pulled on his clammy boots, then stood up, pulled on his cloak, and moved out from under the tent canvas to join them. He looked up toward the gloomy morning sky. Still raining, I see," he noted in that quiet tone people use when they rise before the sun. Dernick nodded.
"Well, this time of year probably won't blow over for a week or so."
He opened the leather pouch at his hip and took out his wad of tinder.
"I suppose we'd better get the fire going."
Toth, huge and silent, went over to the side of their shelter, picked up 2 leather water bags, and started down the steep slope toward the spring. Despite his enormous size, he made almost no sound as he moved through the fog-shrouded bushes. Dernick knelt by the fire-pit and carefully heaped dry twigs into the center. Then he laid his ball of tinder beside the twigs and took out his flint and steel. "Is Aunt Paul still asleep?" Geryon asked.
She's dozing. She says it's very pleasant to lie in bed asleep while someone else builds up the fire."
Dernick smiled gently. Geryon also smiled. "It's probably because for all of those years she was usually the first one up. Is she still unhappy about last night?"
"Oh,"
Dernick said, bending over the pit and striking his flint with the steel.
"I think she's regained her composure a bit."
His flint and steel made a subdued clicking sound, with each click a shower of bright, lingering sparks spilling down into the pit. One of them fell glowing onto the tinder, and the smith gently blew on it until a tiny tongue of orange flame rose from the center. Then he carefully moved the tinder under the twigs. The flame grew and spread with a dry, crackling noise.
"Ah, there we are,"
he said, brushing the fire from the tinder and returning it to his pouch along with his flint and steel. Geryon knelt beside him and began snapping a dry branch into short lengths.
"You were very brave last night, Geryon," Dernick said as the two of them fed the small fire.
"I think the word is insane," Geryon replied wryly. "Would anybody in his right mind try to do something like that? I think the trouble is that I'm usually right in the middle of those things before I give any thought to how dangerous they are. Sometimes I wonder if Grandfather wasn't right. Maybe Aunt Paul did drop me on my head when I was a baby."
Dernick chuckled softly. "I sort of doubt it. She's very careful with children and other breakable things."
They added more branches to the fire until they had a cheerful blaze going. Then Geryon stood up. The firelight reflected back from the fog with a soft, ruddy glow that had about it a kind of hazy unreality, as if all unaware they had inadvertently crossed the boundaries of the real world sometime during the night and entered the realms of magic and enchantment. As Toth came back up from the spring with the 2 dripping water bags, Polgara emerged from their shelter, brushing her long dark hair. For some reason, the single white lock above her left brow seemed almost incandescent this morning. "It's a very nice fire, dear," she said, kissing her husband. Then she looked at Geryon. "Are you all right?" she asked him. "What? Oh, yes, I'm fine." "No cuts or bruises or singes you might have overlooked last night?" "No, I seem to have gotten through it without a scratch." He hesitated. "Were you really upset last night, Aunt Paul? With Ariand and me, I mean?" "Yes, Geryon, I really was. But that was last night. What would you like for breakfast this morning?" Some time later, as the pale dawn crept steadily under the trees, Silk stood shivering on one side of the fire-pit with his hands outstretched to the flames, and his eyes suspiciously fixed on the bubbling pot that Aunt Paul had set on a flat rock at the very edge of the fire. "Gruel?" he asked. "Again?" "Hot porridge," Aunt Paul corrected, stirring the contents of the pot with a long-handled wooden spoon.
"They're the same thing, Polgara."
"Oh, not really. Gruel is thinner."
"Oh, thick or thin, it is all the same."
She looked at him with one raised eyebrow. "Tell me, Prince Keldar, why are you always so disagreeable in the morning?"
"Oh, because I detest mornings. The only reason there is such a thing as morning in the first place is to keep night and afternoon from bumping into each other."
"Perhaps one of my tonics might sweeten your blood?" His eyes grew wary.
No. Thanks all the same, Polgara. Now that I'm all the way awake, I feel much better."
"I am so glad for you. Now, do you suppose you could move away a bit? I'm going to need that side of the fire for the bacon."
"Oh, anything you say."
And he turned and went quickly back into the shelter. Belgarath, who was lounging on top of his blankets, looked at the little man with an amused expression.
"For a supposedly intelligent man, you do have a tendency to blunder from time to time, don't you? You should have learned by now not to bother Paul when she's cooking."
Silk grunted and picked up his moth-eaten fur cape.
"I think I shall go check on the horses. Do you want to come along?"
Belgarath cast an appraising eye at Polgara's dwindling supply of firewood.
"That might not be a bad idea," he agreed, rising to his feet.
"I'll go with you," Geryon said. "I've got a few kinks I'd like to work out. I think I slept on a stump last night." He slung the loop of his sword belt across one shoulder and followed the other two out of the shelter.
"It is sort of hard to believe that it really happened, isn't it?"
Silk murmured when they reached the clearing. The dragon, I mean. Now that it's daylight, everything looks so prosaic. Not quite, Geryon said, pointing at the scaly chunk of the dragon's tail lying on the far edge of the clearing. The tip end of it was still twitching slightly. Silk nodded. That is the sort of thing you wouldn't ordinarily run across on a casual morning stroll. He looked at Belgarath. Is she likely to bother us again? This is going to be a very nervous journey, if we have to keep looking back over our shoulders every step of the way. Is she all that vindictive? How do you mean? The old man asked him. Well, Geryon did kind of cut her tail off, after all. Do you think she might take it personally? Not usually, Belgarath replied. She doesn't really have that much in the way of a brain. He frowned thoughtfully. What bothers me is that there was something about the whole encounter that was all wrong. Oh, even the idea of it was wrong, Silk shuddered. Belgarath shook his head. That's not what I mean. I can't be sure if I imagined it or not. But she seemed to be looking specifically for one of us. Ariand? Geryon suggested. Sort of seemed that way, didn't it? But when she found him, she looked almost as if he frightened her. And what did he mean by those peculiar things he said to her? Who knows? He's always been a strange boy, Silk shrugged. I don't think he lives in the same world with the rest of us. But why was the dragon so afraid of Geryon's sword? That sword frightens entire armies, Belgarath. The fire alone is pretty terrifying. She likes fire, Silk. I have seen her try to be coy and seductive for the benefit of a burning barn. One time she flew around for a week making calves' eyes at a forest fire. There is something about last night that keeps nagging at me. Ariand came out of the thicket where the horses were picketed, walking carefully around the dripping bushes. Are they all right? Geryon asked. The horses? They're fine, Belgarion. Is breakfast almost ready? If that's what you want to call it, Silk said sourly. Polgar is really a very good cook, Keldar, Ariand assured him earnestly. Not even the best cook in the world can do very much with porridge. Ariand's eyes brightened. She's making porridge? I love porridge. Silk gave him a long look, then turned sadly to Geryon. You see how easily the young are corrupted. Just give them the faintest hint of a wholesome upbringing, and they're lost forever. He squared his shoulders. All right, let's go get it over with. After breakfast, they broke down their night's encampment and set out through the soft drizzle falling from the weeping sky. It was about noon when they reached a wide swath of cleared land, a stretch of bushy, stump-dotted ground perhaps a quarter of a mile wide, and in the center of that swath lay a wide, muddy road. The high road from Murgos, Silk said with some satisfaction. Why did they cut down all the trees? Arion asked him. They used to have trouble with robbers lying in ambush right beside the road. The cleared space on each side gives travelers a sporting chance to get away. They rode out from under the dripping trees and across the weed-grown clearing to the muddy road. Now we should be able to make better time, Belgarath said, nudging his horse into a trot. They followed the road south for several hours, moving at a steady canter. As they rode down out of the forested foothills, the trees gave way to rolling grasslands. They crested a hilltop and reined in to give their steaming mounts a brief rest. Somewhat to the northwest, they saw the dark border of the great Orendish forest, hazy in the misty drizzle, and not far ahead the grim grey-walled pile of Mimbrate Castle brooding down on the grasslands lying below. Tenedra sighed as she stared out over the sodden plain, and at the fortress that seemed to hold in its very stones all the stiff-necked, wary suspicion that was at the core of Orendish society. "Are you all right?" Geryon asked her, fearful that her sigh might signify a return to that bleak melancholy which she had so recently shaken off. "There is something so mournful about Orindia," she replied. "All those thousands of years of hatred and grief.
What do they prove? Even that castle seems to be weeping.
That's just the rain, Sinedra.
No. It is more than that.
The road from Murgos was a muddy yellow scar stretching between fields of browned, drooping grasses as it wound down to the Arendish plain. And for the next several days they rode past great rearing membrate castles and through dirty thatch and wattle villages where acrid smoke hung in the chill air like a miasma, and the hopeless expressions on the faces of the ragged serfs bespoke lives lived out in misery and despair. They stopped each night in mean, shabby wayside inns reeking of spoiled food and unwashed bodies. On the fourth day, they crested a hill and looked down at the garish sprawl of the great Arendish fair, standing at the junction of the high road from Murgos and the great west road. The tents and pavilions spread for a league or more in every direction in a gaudy profusion of blue and red and yellow beneath a weeping gray sky. Packed trains were going to and from that great commercial center, crawling across the plains like streams of ants. Silk pushed his shabby hat back from his face. Maybe I had better go down and take a quick look around before we all ride in. We have been out of touch for a while, and it might not hurt to get the feel of things.
All right, Belgarath agreed. But no chicanery.
Chicanery?
You know what I mean, Silk. Keep your instincts under control.
Oh, trust me, Belgarath.
Not if I can help it.
Silk laughed and thumped his heels to his horse's flanks. The rest of them rode at a walk down the long slope as Silk galloped on ahead toward that perpetually temporary tent city standing in its sea of mud. As they approached the fair, Geryon could hear a cacophonous tumult filling the air, a sort of bawling clamor of thousands of voices shouting all at once. There was also a myriad of scents, spices and cooking food, rare perfumes and of horse corrals. Belgarath drew in his mount.
Let's wait here for Silk. I don't want to blunder into anything.
They sat their horses to one side of the road in the chill rain, watching the slow crawl of pack trains slipping and sliding up the muddy road toward them. About 3/4 of an hour later, Silk came pounding back up the hill. I think we might want to approach carefully, he said, his pointed face serious.
What's the matter?
I ran into Delvor, Silk replied, and he told me that there is an Angrak merchant who has been asking questions about us.
Maybe we should just bypass the fair, then,
Durnick suggested. Silk shook his head. I think we ought to find out a little bit more about this curious Angrak. Delvor's offered to put us up in his tents for a day or so, but it might not be a bad idea if we circle the fair and come in from the south. We can join one of the caravans coming up from Tolhanath. That way, we won't be quite so obvious. Belgarath considered it, squinting up at the raining sky.
All right, he decided. I don't want to waste too much time. But I don't like the idea of someone following us either. Let's go see what Delvor can tell us.
They rode in a wide half-circle through the rain-drenched grass and reached the muddy track of the Great West Road a mile or so south of the fair. A half-dozen Tolnedran merchants, wrapped in rich fur cloaks, rode at the head of a string of creaking wagons, and Geryon and his friends unobtrusively fell in at the tail end of their column as the gradual darkening of the sky announced the approach of a dreary, rain-swept evening. The narrow lanes lying between the tents and pavilions seethed with merchants from all parts of the world. The soupy mud was ankle-deep, churned by the hooves of hundreds of horses and the feet of brightly dressed men of trade who bawled and shouted and haggled with each other, ignoring the mud and the rain. Torches and lanterns hung at the sides of the open-fronted booths made of canvas, where treasures of incalculable worth stood in curious proximity to brass pots and cheap tin plates. It is this way, Silk said, turning toward a side lane. Delvor's tents are a few hundred yards up on ahead.
Who is Delvor?
Sinedra asked Geryon as they rode past a noisy tavern pavilion. A friend of Silk's. We met him the last time we were here. I think he's a member of the Drasnian intelligence.
she sniffed.
Aren't all Dresnians members of the intelligence service?
He grinned. Probably. Delvor was waiting for them in front of his blue and white striped pavilion. Silk's friend had changed very little in the years since Geryon had last seen him. He was as bald as an egg, and his expression was still as shrewd and cynical as it had been before. He wore a fur-trimmed cloak pulled tightly about his shoulders, and his bald head gleamed wetly in the rain. "My servants will care for your horses," he told them as they dismounted. "Let's get in out of sight before there are too many people seeing you." They followed him into his warm, well-lighted pavilion, and he carefully tied down the tent flap behind them. The pavilion was very nearly as comfortable-looking as a well-appointed house. There were chairs and divans and a large, polished table set with a splendid supper. The floors and walls were carpeted in blue, oil lamps hung on chains from the ceiling, and in each corner there was an iron brazier filled with glowing coals. Delvor's servants all wore sober livery, and they wordlessly took the dripping cloaks from Geryon and his friends, carrying them through a canvas partition toward an adjoining tent. "Please," Delvor said politely, "seat yourselves. I took the liberty of having a bit of supper prepared." Silk looked around as they all sat down at the table. "Opulent," he noted. Delvor shrugged. "A little planning, and quite a bit of money. A tent doesn't have to be uncomfortable." "And it's portable," Silk added. "If one has to leave someplace in a hurry, a tent can be folded up and taken along. Hard to do with a house." "Yes, there is that too," Delvor admitted blandly. "Please, eat, my friends. I know the kind of accommodations and the meals that are offered in the inns here in Arindia." The supper that had been set for them was as fine a one as they might have come to at the table of a nobleman. A heap of smoking chops lay on a silver platter, and there were boiled onions and peas and carrots swimming in a delicate cheese sauce. The bread was of the finest white, still steaming hot from the oven, and there was a wide selection of excellent wines. "Your cook appears to be a man of some talent, Delvor," Polgara noted. "Thank you, my lady," he replied. "He costs me a few dozen extra crowns a year, and he has got a foul temper. But I think he is worth the expense and the aggravation."
"What's this about a curious Angarak merchant?"
Belgarath asked, helping himself to a couple of the chops.
"He rode into the fair a few days ago, with a half-dozen servants, but no pack-horses or wagons. Their horses looked hard-ridden, as if he and his men had come here in a hurry. Since he arrived, he has not done any business at all. He and his people have spent all of their time asking questions." "Are they specifically looking for us?" "Not by name, Ancient One. But the way they have been describing you does not leave much doubt. He's been offering money for information. Quite a bit of money."
"What kind of Angarak is he?"
"He claims to be a Nadrak. But if he is a Nadrak, I am a Tull. I think he is a Malloreon. He's about medium height and build, clean-shaven and soberly dressed. About the only thing unusual about him is his eyes. They seem to be completely white, except for the pupils. There is no color to them at all."
Aunt Pole raised her head quickly.
"Blind?" she asked. "Blind? No, I don't think so. He seems to be able to see where he is going. Why do you ask, my lady?"
"What you just described is the result of a very rare condition. Most of the people who suffer from it are blind."
"If we're going to ride out of here without having him about 10 minutes behind us, we're going to need some kind of distraction to delay him," Silk said, toying with a crystal goblet. He looked at his friend. "I don't suppose you have any of those lead coins you hid in that Murgo tent the last time we were here, do you?" "I am afraid not, Silk. I had to go through customs at the Tonedron border a few months ago. I did not think it would be wise to have the customs people find that kind of thing in my packs, so I buried them under a tree."
"Lead coins?"
Zinedra said with a puzzled look.
What could you possibly buy with coins made of lead?
They're gilded, Your Majesty, Delvor told her. They look exactly like Tonedran gold crowns.
Zinedra's face suddenly went pale.
But that's horrible,
she gasped. Delvor's face mirrored his puzzlement at the vehemence of her reaction.
Her Majesty is a Tonedran, Delvor, Silk reminded him, and counterfeit money strikes at the very core of a Tonedran's being. I think it has something to do with their religion.
I don't find that particularly amusing, Prince Keldar,
Zinedra said tartly. After supper they talked for a while longer, the comfortable talk of people who are warm and well-fed, and then Delvor led them into an adjoining tent that had been partitioned off into sleeping chambers. Geryon fell asleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, and he awoke the following morning, feeling more refreshed than he had in weeks. He dressed quietly to avoid waking Zinedra, and went out into the main pavilion. Silk and Delvor sat at the table talking quietly.
There's a great deal of ferment going on here in Arindia, Delvor was saying. The news of the campaign against the bear cult in the Alorn kingdoms has stirred the blood of all of the young hotheads, both Membrate and Asturian. The thought of a fight someplace, that they were not invited to attend, fills young Errands with anguish.
Oh, there's nothing new about that. Oh, good morning, Geryon, Silk said.
Gentlemen,
Geryon said politely, pulling up a chair.
Your Majesty,
Delvor greeted him.
Then he turned back to Silk. The thing that concerns everybody, more than the casual belligerence of the young nobles, is the unrest that has arisen among the serfs.
Geryon remembered the miserable hovels in the villages they had passed in the last few days, and the hopeless looks on the faces of their inhabitants.
They have reason enough for discontent, don't you think?
Oh, I would be the first to agree, Your Majesty, Delvor said. And it is not the first time that it has happened. This time, though, it is a little more serious. The authorities have been finding caches of weapons, fairly sophisticated ones. A serf with a pitchfork isn't much of a match for an armored Membrate knight. A serf with a crossbow, however, is an altogether different matter. There have been several incidents and some reprisals.
How could serfs get those kind of weapons?
Geryon asked.
Most of the time they don't even have enough to eat. How could they possibly afford to buy crossbows?
They are coming in from outside the country. We have not been able to pinpoint the source yet, but it is fairly obvious that somebody wants to make sure that the Arindish nobility is too busy at home to get involved in anything anyplace else.
Karazakath, perhaps,
Silk suggested. That is entirely possible. There is no question that the Emperor of Malloreon has global ambitions, and turmoil in the kingdoms of the West would be his best ally, if he decides to turn his armies northward after he finally kills King Urget. Geryon groaned.
Oh, that's all I need. One more thing to worry about.
When the others joined them in the main pavilion, Delvor's servants brought in a huge breakfast. There were whole platters of eggs, heaps of bacon and sausage, and plate after plate of fruit and rich pastries.
Now, this is what I call a breakfast, Silk said enthusiastically.
Polgara gave him a cool look.
Go ahead and say it, Prince Keldar. I am sure that you have all sorts of interesting observations to make.
Would I say anything about that excellent gruel you offer us every morning, dear lady? He asked, with exaggerated innocence.
Not if you are at all concerned about your health, you wouldn't,
Zinedra said sweetly. One of the servants entered the tent with an offended expression on his face.
There is an obnoxious, filthy hunchback outside, Delvor. He has the foulest mouth I have ever run across, and he is demanding to be let in. Do you want us to chase him off?
Oh, that would be Uncle Belden,
Polgara said. You know him? Delvor seemed surprised.
Oh, I've known him since I was a baby. He's not really as bad as he seems, once you get used to him."
She frowned slightly.
"You probably ought to let him come in. He can be terribly unpleasant when people irritate him."
"Malgorath," Belden growled roughly, pushing his way past the protesting servant. "Is this all the farther you've come? I thought you'd be in Tol Hanath by now." "We had to stop at Prologue to see the Gorham," Belgarath replied mildly. "This isn't a grand tour, you blockhead," Belden snapped irritably. The little hunchback was as filthy as ever. The wet rags he wore for clothes were tied to his body here and there with lengths of rotten twine. His hair was matted, and he had twigs and bits of straw clinging to it. His hideous face was as black as a thundercloud as he stumped to the table on his short, gnarled legs and helped himself to a bit of sausage.
"Please try to be civil, Uncle," Aunt Paul said.
"Why?" He pointed at a small pot standing on the table. "What's in that?"
"Jam," Delvor replied, looking slightly intimidated.
Interesting,"
Belden said. He dipped one dirty hand into the pot and began feeding gobs of jam into his mouth.
"Not bad,"
he said, licking his fingers. "There is bread right there, Uncle," Aunt Paul said pointedly.
"I don't like bread,"
he grunted, wiping his hands on his clothes.
"Did you manage to catch up with Harrigan?"
Belgarath asked him. Belden retorted with a number of expletives that made Tenedra's face blanch.
"He gave me the slip again. I don't have the time to waste chasing him, so I'll have to forego the pleasure of splitting him up the middle."
He dipped his hand into the jam pot again.
"If we run across him, we'll take care of it for you," Silk offered. "He's a sorcerer, Kaldar. If you get in his way, he'll hang your guts on a fence."
"I was going to let Garrion do it." Belden set down the empty jam pot and belched.
"Can I offer you anything else?" Delvor asked him. "No, thanks all the same. I'm full now." He turned back to Belgarath. "Were you planning to get as far as Tol Hanath before summer?" "We are not really that far behind, Belden," Belgarath protested.
Belden made an indelicate sound.
"Keep your eyes open on the way to the south," he advised. "There's a Malloreon who's been asking questions about you and the others. He's been hiring people all up and down the Great West Road."
Belgarath looked at him sharply.
"Could you get any kind of a name?" "Oh, he uses several. The one that crops up most often is Naradus."
"Have you got any idea of what he looks like?" Silk asked.
"About all I've been able to pick up is the fact that he's got funny eyes. From what I've been told, they're all white."
"Well," Delvor said.
Well. What's that supposed to mean?"
Belden asked him. "The man with the white eyes is right here in the fair. He's been asking questions here, too."
"Oh, that makes it fairly easy, then. Have somebody go run a knife into his back."
Belgarath shook his head.
"The legionnaires who police this fair get excited when unexplained bodies start showing up."
Belden shrugged.
"Wrap him on the head with something, then drag him a few miles out into the plain. Cut his throat and dump him in a hole. He probably won't sprout until spring."
He looked over at Polgara with a sly grin creasing his ugly face.
"You keep nibbling on that pastry, girl, you're going to spread. You're chubby enough already."
"Chubby?"
"Oh, that's all right, Paul. Some men like girls with fat bottoms."
"Why don't you wipe the jam out of your beard, Uncle?"
"I'm saving it for lunch."
He scratched at one armpit. "Lice again?" she asked coolly.
"It's always possible. I don't mind a few lice, though. They're better company than most people I know."
"Where are you going now?" Belgarath asked him.
"Back to Malloreon. I want to root around in Darshiva for a while and see what I can dig up about Zandramas."
Delvor had been looking at the grimy little man with a speculative squint. "Were you planning to leave immediately, Master Belden?"
"Why?"
I'd like a word with you in private, if you have got a few moments."
"Secrets, Delvor?" Silk asked.
"Not really, old boy. I've got sort of an idea, but I would like to get it a bit more developed before I tell you about it." He turned back to the hunchback. "Why don't we take a little stroll, Master Belden? I have a notion that might appeal to you, and it really won't take very long." Belden's look was curious. "All right," he agreed, and the two of them went outside into the drizzling morning.
"What was that all about?"
Geryon asked Silk. "It is an irritating habit Delvor picked up at the academy. He likes to pull off clever ploys, without any advance warning. That way he can sit around afterward and bask in everyone's stunned admiration." The little man looked at the table. "I believe I'll have just a bit more of that sausage, and maybe a few more eggs. It is a long way to Tohaneth, and I would like to put in a buffer against all that gruel." Polgara looked at Sinedra.
"Have you ever noticed that when some people find a notion they think is funny, they tend to keep playing with it long past the point where it bores everyone else to tears?"
Sinedra looked at Silk with a sly little twinkle in her eyes.
"I have noticed that, Lady Polgara. Do you suppose it might be the result of a limited imagination?"
"I'm sure that has something to do with it, dear." Aunt Polgara looked at Silk with a serene smile. "Now, did you want to play some more, Keldar?"
"No, Polgara. I don't really think so."
It was shortly before noon when Delvor and Belden returned, each with a self-satisfied smirk on his face.
"It was truly a masterful performance, Master Belden."
Delvor congratulated the little hunchback as they entered.
"Ha! Child's play,"
Belden shrugged deprecatingly.
"People inevitably believe that a deformed body houses a defective brain. I've used that to my advantage many times."
"I'm sure they'll tell us what this is all about eventually," Silk said.
"It wasn't too complicated, Silk," Delvor told him. "You'll be able to leave now without any worries about that curious Malloreon."
"Oh?"
"He was trying to buy information," Delvor shrugged. "So we sold him some, and he left, at a full gallop."
"What sort of information did you sell him?"
"It went sort of like this," Belden said. He stooped a bit more, deliberately exaggerating his deformity, and his face took on an expression of vapid imbecility. "And it please your honor," he said in a squeaky voice, dripping with servile stupidity, "I hears that you wants to find some people, and that you says you'll pay to know where they be. I see the people you're looking for, and I can tell you where they was. If you give me some money, enough money, how much was you willing to pay?" Delvor laughed delightedly.
Noradas swallowed it whole. I took Master Belden to him, and told him that I'd found someone who knew about the people he was looking for. We agreed to a price, and then your friend here gulled him completely."
"Which way did you send him?" "North," Belden shrugged. "I told him that I'd seen you camped by the roadside up in the Orindish forest, that one of the members of your party had fallen sick, and that you'd stopped to nurse him back to health."
"Wasn't he at all suspicious?"
Delvor shook his head.
"The thing that makes people suspicious is help that comes for no particular reason. I gave Noradas every reason to believe that I was sincere. I cheated Master Belden outrageously. Noradas gave him a few silver coins for his information. My price, however, was much higher."
"Oh, it's brilliant," Silk murmured admiringly. "There's something you ought to know about old White Eyes, though," Belden told Belgarath. "He's a Malloreon Grolem. I didn't probe him too hard, because I didn't want him to catch what I was doing, but I was able to get that much. He's got a great deal of power, so watch out for him." Did you find out who he is working for?
Belden shook his head.
I pulled back as soon as I found out what he was.
The hunchback's face grew bleak.
Be careful about this one, Belgarath. He's very dangerous.
Belgarath's face grew grim.
So am I, Belden. So am I. I know. But there are some things you won't do. Noradus doesn't feel that kind of restraint.
Chapter 4. They rode south under clearing skies for the next 6 days. A cold wind bent the winter-browned grass at the sides of the road, and the rolling plain of southern Arindia lay dead and sere beneath a chill blue sky. They passed an occasional mud and wattle village where ragged serfs clenched themselves to endure yet another winter, and, more infrequently, a rearing stone keep where a proud membrate baron kept a watchful eye on his neighbors. The Great West Road, like all roads that formed a part of the Tolnedran highway system, was patrolled by scarlet-cloaked imperial legionnaires. Geryon and his friends also encountered an occasional merchant traveling northward with wary eyes, and accompanied by burly hirelings whose hands never strayed far from their weapons. They reached the River Errand on a frosty mid-morning, and looked across the sparkling ford of the Forest of Vordu in northern Tolnedra. "Did you want to stop at Vomimbre?" Silk asked Belgarath. The old man shook his head.
Mondaralan and Laldran have probably already advised Koradulan about what happened in Dresnia, and I am not really in the mood for 3 or 4 days of speeches filled with these and thous and forasmuches. Besides, I want to get to Tolhanath as soon as possible.
As they splashed through the shallow waters of the ford, Geryon remembered something. "Will we have to stop at that customs station?"
"Oh, naturally," Silk replied. "Everybody has to go through customs, except for licensed smugglers, of course."
He looked over at Belgarath. "Do you want me to handle things when we get there?"
"Just don't get too creative."
"Oh, nothing could have been further from my mind, Belgarath. All I want is a chance to try these out." He indicated the seedy clothing he wore.
"I've been sort of wondering what you had in mind when you picked your wardrobe,"
Dernick said. Silk gave him a sly wink. They rode up out of the ford and onto the Forest of Vordu, with its neatly spaced trees and groomed undergrowth. They had gone no more than a league when they came to the whitewashed building that housed the customs station. One corner of the long, shed-like structure showed signs of a recent fire, and the red tile roof was badly soot-darkened at that end. A half-dozen slovenly soldiers of the customs service were huddled in the muddy yard about a small open fire, drinking cheap wine to ward off the chill. One of them, a stubble-faced man in a patched cloak and rusty breastplate, indolently rose, stepped into the middle of the road, and held up one beefy hand. "That is as far as you go," he declared. "Take your horses over there, beside the building, and open your packs for inspection." Silk pushed forward. "Of course, Sergeant," he replied in an obsequious, fawning tone. "We have nothing to hide." "We'll decide that," the unshaven soldier said, swaying slightly as he barred their path. The customs agent emerged from the station with a blanket wrapped about his shoulders. It was the same stout man whom they had encountered years before when they had passed this way during their pursuit of Zadar and the stolen orb. On their previous meeting, however, there had been a certain smug self-satisfaction about him. Now his florid face bore the discontented expression of a man who lives with the conviction that life has somehow cheated him. "What do you have to declare?" he demanded brusquely. "Nothing on this trip, I'm afraid, Your Excellency," Silk answered in a whining voice. "We're just poor travelers on our way to Tolhanath." The paunchy agent peered at the little man. "I think we have met before, haven't we? Aren't you Redek of Boktor?"
Oh, the same, Your Excellency. You have an extremely good memory. In my business you have to. How did you do with your Sinderian woolens that time?
Silk's face grew melancholy.
Not nearly as well as I had hoped. The weather broke before I got to Tolhanath, so the price was less than half of what it should have been.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, the agent said perfunctorily. Would you mind opening your packs?
All we have is food and spare clothing.
The little Drasnian was actually sniveling.
It has been my experience that people sometimes forget that they are carrying things of value. Open the packs, Radek. Anything you say, Excellency.
Silk clambered down from his horse and began unbuckling the straps on the packs.
I wish I did have things of value in here, he sighed tragically. But that unfortunate venture in the wool market started a long decline for me, I'm afraid. I am virtually out of business.
The agent grunted and rummaged through their packs for several minutes, shivering all the while. Finally, he turned back to Silk with a sour look.
It seems that you are telling the truth, Radek. I'm sorry I doubted you.
He blew on his hands, trying to warm them.
Times have been hard of late. Nothing comes through here in the last 6 months that is worth even a decent bribe. I've heard that there's been some trouble down here in Vordu, Silk whined as he buckled the packs shut again. Something about a secession from the rest of Tonedra. The most idiotic thing in the history of the Empire. All of the brains went out of the Vordu family after the Grand Duke Kador died. They should have known that fellow was an agent for a foreign power. Which fellow was that? The one who claimed that he was an Eastern merchant. He wormed his way into the confidence of the Vordus and puffed them up with flattery. By the time he was done, they actually believed that they were competent enough to run their own kingdom, independent of the rest of Tonedra. But Tavaranas, he's a sly one, let me tell you. He struck a bargain with King Coradonan, and before long all of Vordu was crawling with Mimbrate knights, stealing everything in sight.
He pointed at the scorched corner of his station.
You see that? A platoon or so of them came by here and sacked the building. Then they set fire to the place. Tragic. Silk commiserated with him. Did anyone ever find out just who that so-called merchant was working for? Those idiots in Tolvordu. They did not, that is for certain. But I knew who he was the minute I laid eyes on him. Oh? The man was a raven. And that puts the whole thing right in the lap of King Belgarian. He always hated the Vordus anyway, so he came up with his scheme to break their power in northern Tonedra. He smiled bleakly. He's getting exactly what he's got coming to him, though. They forced him to marry the Princess Tenedra, and she is making his life miserable. How were you able to tell that the agent was Raven? Silk asked curiously. Oh, that's easy, Radek. The Ravens have been isolated on the island of theirs for thousands of years. They are so inbred that all kinds of defects and deformities crop up in them. He was deformed? The agent shook his head. It was his eyes. They didn't have any color to them at all. Absolutely white. He shuddered. It was a chilling thing to see.
He pulled his blanket tighter about his shoulders.
I'm sorry, Radek, but I am freezing out here. I'm going back inside where it is warm. You and your friends are free to go.
And with that he hurried back into the station and the warmth of his fireside.
Isn't that interesting? Silk said as they rode away.
Belgarath was frowning. The next question is, who this busy man with the white eyes is working for?
Ervon, Durnick suggested. Maybe he put Hurricane to work in the north and Noradasir in the south. Both of them trying to stir up as much turmoil as possible.
Maybe, Belgarath grunted. But then again, maybe not.
My dear Prince Keldar,
Tenedra said, pushing back the hood of her cloak with one mittened hand,
What exactly was the purpose of all of that cringing and sniveling?
Characterization, Zenedra, he replied airily. Redek of Boktor was a pompous, arrogant ass, as long as he was rich. Now that he's poor, he's gone the other way entirely. It is the nature of him.
But there isn't any such person as Redek of Boktor.
But of course there is. You just saw him. Redek of Boktor exists in the memories of people all over this part of the world. In many ways, he's even more real than that bloated time server back there.
But he is you. You just made him up.
Oh, certainly I did, and I'm really rather proud of him. His existence, his background, his entire life history are a matter of public record. He is as real as you are.
That does not make any sense at all, Silk.
That is because you're not Drasnian, Zenedra. They reached Tolhunoth several days later. The white marble imperial city gleamed in the frosty winter sunshine, and the legionnaires standing guard at the carved bronze gates were as crisp and as burnished as always. As Geryon and his friends clattered across the marble-paved bridge to the gate, the officer in charge of the guard detachment took one look at Zenedra and banged his clenched fist on his polished breastplate in salute. "Your Imperial Highness," he greeted her. "If we had known you were approaching, we would have sent out an escort."
"That is all right, Captain,"
she replied in a tired little voice.
"Do you suppose you could send one of your men on ahead of us to the palace to advise the Emperor that we are here?"
"At once, Your Imperial Highness," he said, saluting again and standing aside to let them pass.
"I just wish that someday somebody in Tolnedra would remember that you're married,"
Geryon muttered, feeling a bit surly about it.
"What was that, dear?"
"Can't they get it through their heads that you are the Queen of Riva now? Every time one of them calls you Your Imperial Highness, it makes me feel like some kind of hanger-on, or a servant of some sort."
"Aren't you being a little bit oversensitive, Geryon?"
He grunted sourly, still feeling just a bit offended. The avenues of Tolhunoth were broad and faced with the proud, lofty houses of the Tolnedran elite. Columns and statuary abounded on the fronts of those residences in vast, ostentatious display, and the richly garbed merchant princes in the streets were bedecked with jewels beyond price. Silk looked at them as he rode past, and then ruefully down at his own shabby, threadbare garments. He sighed bitterly.
"More characterization, Redek?"
Aunt Polgara asked. "Only in part," he replied. "Of course Redek would be envious, but I have to admit that I do sort of miss my own finery."
"How on earth do you keep all of these fictitious people straight?"
"Concentration, Polgara. Concentration. You can't succeed at any game if you do not concentrate." The imperial compound was a cluster of sculptured marble buildings enclosed within a high wall and situated atop a hill in the western quarter of the city. Warned in advance of their approach, the legionnaires at the gate admitted the party immediately, with crisp military salutes. Beyond the gate lay a paved courtyard, and standing at the foot of the marble stairs leading up to a column-fronted building stood the Emperor Varana. "Welcome to Tolhunoth," he said to them as they dismounted. Zenedra hurried toward him, but stopped at the last moment and curtsied formally.
"Your Imperial Majesty?"
she said. "Why so ceremonial, Zenedra?" he asked her, holding out his arms.
"Please, Uncle,"
she said, glancing at the palace functionaries lining the top of the stairs.
"Not here. If you kiss me here, I will break down and cry, and a Baroon never cries in public."
"Ah," he said with understanding. Then he turned to the rest of them. "Come inside, all of you. Let's get in out of this cold." He turned, offering Zenedra his arm and limping up the stairs. Just inside the doors there was a large circular rotunda,
lined along its walls with marble busts of the last 1,000 years or so of Tolnedran emperors.
"Look like a gang of pickpockets, don't they?"
Varana said to Geryon with a wry smile.
"I don't see yours anywhere."
"The royal sculptor is having trouble with my nose. The Anadil is descended from peasant stock, and my nose is not suitably imperial for his taste."
He led them down a broad hallway to a large candlelit room with a crimson carpet and drapes and deeply upholstered furniture of the same hue. In each corner stood a glowing iron brazier, and the room was pleasantly warm.
"Please," the Emperor said, "make yourselves comfortable. I will send for something hot to drink, and I will have the kitchen prepare a dinner for us."
He spoke briefly with the legionnaire at the door as Geryon and his friends removed their cloaks and seated themselves.
"Now,"
Varana said, closing the door,
"what brings you to Tolhanath?"
"You have heard about our campaign against the bear cult?"
Belgarath asked him.
"And the reason for it?"
The Emperor nodded.
"As it turned out, the campaign was misdirected. The cult was not involved in the abduction of Prince Geryon, although there was an effort to implicate them. The person we are looking for is named Sandramas. Does that name mean anything to you?"
Varana frowned.
"No, I cannot say that it does."
Belgarath rapidly sketched in the situation, telling Varana what they had learned about Sandramas, Harakan, and the Sardian. When he had finished, the Emperor's expression was slightly dubious.
"I can accept most of what you say, Belgarath, but some of it—"
he shrugged, holding up both hands.
"What's the problem?"
"Varana is a skeptic, Father. There are certain things he prefers not to think about."
"Even after everything that happened at Tulmardu?"
Belgarath looked surprised.
"It is a matter of principle, Belgarath,"
Varana laughed.
"It has to do with being a Tonedran, and a soldier."
Belgarath gave him an amused look.
"All right, then. Can you accept the fact that the abduction might have been politically motivated?"
"Oh, but of course. I understand politics."
"Good. There have always been two major centers of power in Malloreon, the throne and the church. Now it looks as if this Sandramas is raising a third. We cannot tell if Kalzakath is directly involved in any way, but there's some kind of power struggle going on between Irvon and Sandramas. For some reason, Geryon's son is central to their struggle."
"We have also picked up some hints along the way that for one reason or another, the Malloreons don't want us to become involved," Silk added. "There are agents stirring up trouble in Arindia, and it may have been a Malloreon who was behind the Vordu succession."
Varana looked at him sharply.
"A man named Naradas." "Now that is a name that I have heard," the Emperor said. "Supposedly, he is an Angrak merchant here to negotiate a deal and spend a lot of money. My commercial advisors think that he is an agent for King Urget. Now that Zakath controls the mining regions in eastern Murgos, Urget desperately needs money to finance the war that he has got going on down there."
Silk shook his head.
"I don't think so. Naradas is a Malloreon Grolem. It is not likely that he'd be working for the king of the Murgos."
There was a respectful tap at the door.
"Yes,"
Varana said. The door opened, and Lord Morin, the imperial chamberlain, entered. He was an old man now, and very thin. His hair had gone completely white, and it stood out in wisps. His skin had that waxy transparency one sees in the very old, and he moved slowly.
"The Thracian ambassador, Your Majesty," he announced in a quavering voice. "He says that he has some information of great urgency for you, and for your guests. You had better show him in, then, Morin. There is a young lady with him, your majesty. A Dresdnian noblewoman, I believe. We will see them both, then, Varanna said. As you wish, your majesty, Morin replied with a creaky bow. When the aged chamberlain escorted the ambassador and his companion into the room, Geryon blinked in surprise. His Excellency, Prince Caldon, ambassador of the royal court of Dresdnia, Morin announced, and her ladyship, Margravine Lisel, he faltered.
A spy, your Excellency,
Lisel supplied with aplomb. Is that an official designation, your ladyship?
It saves a great deal of time, your Excellency.
My, Morin sighed. How the world changes. Should I introduce your ladyship to the Emperor as an official spy?
I think he has gathered that already, Lord Morin,
she said, touching his thin hand affectionately. Morin bowed and tottered slowly from the room.
What a dear old man,
she murmured. Oh, hello, cousin, Silk said to the ambassador. Cousin? Prince Caldon replied coolly. Are you two somehow related? Varanna asked. Oh, distant they, your majesty, Silk told him. Our mothers were second cousins. Or was it third? Fourth, I think, Caldon said. He eyed his rat-faced relative. You are looking a bit seedy, old man, he noted. The last time I saw you, you were dipping gold and jewels. I'm in disguise, cousin, Silk said. You're not supposed to be able to recognize me. Ah, Caldon said. He turned to the Emperor. Please excuse our banter, your majesty. Galdar here and I have loathed each other since childhood. Silk grinned. Oh, it was hate at first sight. We absolutely detest each other. Caldon smiled briefly. When we were children, they used to hide all of the knives every time our families visited each other. Silk looked curiously at Lisel. What are you doing in Tol Hanath?
It's a secret.
Velvet brought several dispatches from Boktor, Caldon explained, and certain instructions. Velvet?
Silly, isn't it?
Lisel laughed.
But then I suppose they could have chosen a worse nickname for me.
It's better than some that spring to mind, Silk agreed.
Be nice, Geldar.
There was something you thought we ought to know, Prince Caldon? Varanna asked. Caldon sighed. It saddens me to report that the courtesan Bethra has been murdered, your majesty. What? She was set upon by assassins in a deserted street last night when she was returning from a business engagement. She was left for dead, but she managed to drag herself to our gate, and she was able to pass on some information before she died. Silk's face had gone quite white. Who was responsible for it? He demanded. We are still working on that, Geldar, his cousin replied. We have some suspicions, of course, but nothing concrete enough to take before a magistrate. The Emperor's face was bleak now, and he rose from the chair in which he had been sitting. There are some people who will need to know about this, he said grimly. Would you come with me, Prince Caldon? Of course, your majesty. Please, excuse us, Varanna said to the rest of them. This is a matter that needs my immediate attention. He led the Dresdnian ambassador from the room. Did she suffer greatly? Silk asked the girl known as Velvet in a voice filled with pain.
They used knives, Geldar, she replied simply. That is never pleasant.
I see. His ferret-like face hardened. Could she give you any kind of idea what might have been behind it?
I gathered that it had to do with several things. She mentioned the fact that she once informed Emperor Varana of a plot against the life of his son. The Hannes?
Sinedra grated. What makes you say that? Silk asked quickly.
Geryon and I were here when she told Varana. It was at the time of my father's funeral. Petra came secretly to the palace and said that the two Honathite nobles, Count Elgon and Baron Kelpor, were hatching a scheme to murder Varana's son.
Silk's face was stony now. Thank you, Sinedra.
There is something else you should know, Keldar,
Velvet said quietly. She looked at the rest of them.
We all will be discreet about this, won't we?
Of course, Belgarath assured her. Velvet turned back to Silk.
Bethra was Hunter,
she told him. Hunter? Bethra?
She has been for several years now. When the struggle over the succession started heating up here in Tonedra, King Rodar instructed Javelin to take steps to make sure that the man who followed Rand Barun to the throne would be someone the Elorns could live with. Javelin came to Tolhanath and recruited Bethra to see to it.
Excuse me, Belgarath interrupted, his eyes alight with curiosity. But exactly what is this Hunter?
Our most secret spy,
Velvet replied.
Hunter's identity is known only to Javelin, and Hunter deals with only the most sensitive situations, things that the Drasnian crown simply cannot openly become involved in. Anyway, when it appeared that the Grand Duke of Noragon, of the House of Honath, was almost certain to be the next emperor, King Rodar made a certain suggestion to Javelin, and a few months later, Noragon accidentally ate some bad shellfish. Some very bad shellfish.
Bethra did that? Silk's tone was amazed.
She was extraordinarily resourceful. Margaret Lisel?
Sinedra said, her eyes narrowed thoughtfully.
Yes, Your Majesty. If the identity of Hunter is the deepest state secret in Drasnia, how is it that you were aware of it? I was sent from Boktor with certain instructions for her. My uncle knows that I can be trusted. But you are revealing it right now, aren't you? It is after the fact, Your Majesty. Bethra is dead. Someone else will be Hunter now. Anyway, before she died, Bethra told us that someone had found out about her involvement in the death of Grand Duke Noragon and had passed the information on. She believed that it was that information that triggered the attack upon her.
It is definitely narrowing down to the Honest, then, isn't it?
It is not definite proof, Keldar,
Velvet warned him. Oh, it's definite enough to satisfy me.
You're not going to do anything precipitous, are you? Javelin would not like that, you know.
That is Javelin's problem. We don't have time to get involved in Tonedran politics, Silk. We're not going to be here that long. It's not going to take me that long.
I'll have to report what you are planning to Javelin,
Velvet warned. Oh, of course. But I'll be finished with it by the time your report reaches Boktor.
It is important that you do not embury us, Keldar.
Oh, trust me, he said, and quietly left the room. It always makes me nervous when he says that, Dernick murmured. Early the following morning, Belgarath and Geryon left the Imperial Palace to visit the library at the university. It was chilly in the broad streets of Tolhanath, and a raw wind was blowing in off of the Nadrain River. The few merchants abroad at that hour walked briskly along the marble thoroughfares, with fur cloaks pulled tightly about them, and gangs of roughly dressed laborers thronged up out of the poorer sections of the city,
with their heads bent into the wind and their chapped hands burrowed deep into their clothing. Geryon and his grandfather passed through the deserted central marketplace, and soon reached a large cluster of buildings enclosed by a marble wall, and entered through a gate stamped with the imperial seal. The grounds inside the compound were as neatly trimmed as those surrounding the palace, and there were broad marble walks stretching from building to building across the lawns. As they moved along one of those walks, they encountered a portly, black-robed scholar, pacing along with his hands clasped behind his back and his face lost in thought.
"Excuse me," Belgarath said to him, "but could you direct us to the library?"
"What?" The man looked up, blinking.
"The library, good sir. Which way is it?"
"Oh," the scholar said, "it is over there someplace." He gestured vaguely.
"Do you suppose that you could be a bit more precise?"
The scholar gave the shabbily dressed old man an offended look. "Ask one of the porters," he said brusquely. "I am busy. I have been working on a problem for 20 years now, and I have almost found the solution."
"Oh? Which problem is that?"
"I doubt that it would be of much interest to an uneducated mendicant," the scholar replied loftily. "But if you really must know, I have been trying to calculate the exact weight of the world."
"Oh, is that all? And it's taken you 20 years?
Belgarath's face was astonished.
"I solved that problem a long time ago, in about a week."
The scholar stared at him, his face going dead white. "That is impossible," he exclaimed.
"I am the only man in the world who is looking into it. No one has ever asked the question before."
Belgarath laughed.
"I'm sorry, learned scholar, but it has been asked several times already. The best solution I ever saw was by a man named Talgan, at the University of Melsina, I think. It was during the 2nd millennium. There should be a copy of his calculations in your library."
The scholar began to tremble violently, and his eyes bulged. Without a word he spun on his heel and dashed across the lawn with the skirts of his robe flapping behind him.
"Keep an eye on him, Geryon," Belgarath said calmly. "The building he runs to should be the library."
"Just how much does the world weigh?"
Geryon asked curiously. "How should I know?" Belgarath replied. "No sane man would even be curious about it."
"But what about this Talgan you mentioned, the one who wrote the solution?"
"Him? Oh, there's no such person. I just made him up."
Geryon stared at him.
"That's a dreadful thing to do, grandfather. You've just destroyed a man's entire life work with a lie."
"Oh, but it did get him to lead us to the library," the old man said slyly. "Besides, maybe now he will turn his attention to something a bit more meaningful. The library's in that building with the tower. He just ran up the steps. Shall we go?"
There was a marble rotunda just inside the main entrance to the library, and in the precise center of that rotunda stood a highly ornate carved desk. A bald, skinny man sat behind the desk laboriously copying from a huge book. For some reason the man looked familiar to Geryon, and he frowned as they approached the desk, trying to remember where he had seen him before. "May I help you?" the skinny man asked, looking up from his copying as Belgarath stopped in front of the desk.
"Possibly so. I am looking for a copy of the Prophecies of the Western Grolums."
The skinny man frowned, scratching at one ear. "That would be in the comparative theology section," he mused. "Could you hazard a guess as to the date of the composition?" Belgarath also frowned, staring up into the vault of the rotunda as he considered it.
"My guess would be early 3rd millennium," he said finally.
"That would put it at the time of either the 2nd Honothite dynasty or the 2nd Varduvian," the scholar said. "We shouldn't have too much trouble finding it." He rose to his feet. "It's this way," he said, pointing toward one of the hallways fanning out from the rotunda. "If you will follow me, please."
Geryon still felt the nagging certainty that he knew this polite, helpful scholar. The man certainly had better manners than the pompous, self-important world waiter they had met outside. And then it came to him.
"Master Jeebers," he said incredulously, "is that you?"
"Have we met before, sir?" Jeebers asked politely, looking at Geryon with a puzzled squint.
Geryon grinned broadly. "We have indeed, Master Jeebers. You introduced me to my wife."
"I don't seem to recall—"
"Oh, I think you do. You crept out of the palace with her one night and rode south toward Tol Barun. Along the way you joined a party of merchants. You left rather suddenly, when my wife told you that leaving Tol Hanath was her idea instead of Ran Barun's."
Jeebers blinked, then his eyes widened.
"Your Majesty," he said with a bow, "forgive me for not recognizing you at once. My eyes, they are not what they once were."
Geryon laughed, clapping him on the shoulder in delight.
"That's quite all right, Jeebers. I'm not going about announcing who I am on this trip." "And how is little Sinedra, Her Majesty, that is?"
Geryon was about to tell his wife's former tutor about the abduction of their son, but Belgarath gave him a discreet nudge.
Fine. Just fine."
"I'm so glad to hear it," Jeebers said with a fond smile.
"She was an absolutely impossible student, but strangely I find that much of the fun went out of my life after she and I parted company. I was delighted to hear of her fortuitous marriage, and not nearly as surprised as my colleagues here when we heard that she had raised an army and marched on Tul Mardu. She was always a fiery little thing, and brilliant."
He gave Geryon a rather apologetic look.
"To be honest, though, I have to tell you that she was an erratic and undisciplined student."
"I've noticed those qualities in her from time to time."
Jeebers laughed.
"I am sure that you have, Your Majesty. Please, convey my regards to her."
He hesitated.
"And if you don't think it's presumptuous, my affections as well."
"I will, Jeebers,"
Geryon promised.
"I will."
"This is the comparative theology section of our library,"
the bald scholar said, pushing open a heavy door.
"All the items are catalogued and stored by dynasty. The antiquity sections are back this way."
He led them along a narrow aisle between tall book racks filled with leather-bound volumes and tightly rolled scrolls. The skinny man paused once and rubbed his finger along one of the shelves.
"Dust,"
he sniffed disapprovingly.
"I expect I had better speak sharply to the custodians about that."
"It is the nature of books to collect dust," Belgarath said.
"And it is the nature of custodians to avoid doing anything about it,"
Jeebers added with a wry smile.
Here we are."
He stopped in the center of a somewhat broader aisle, where the books showed marked signs of extreme age.
"Please, be gentle with them," he said, touching the backs of the volumes with an odd kind of affection. "They are old and brittle. The works written during the Second Honathite dynasty are on this side, and those dating back to the Second Vordu dynasty are over here. They are further broken down into the kingdom of origin, so it should not be hard for you to locate the one you want. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shouldn't stay away from my desk for too long. Some of my colleagues, they get impatient and start rooting through the shelves on their own. It takes weeks sometimes to get things put right again."
"I'm sure we can manage from here, Master Jeebers," Belgarath assured him. "And thank you for your assistance."
"It is my pleasure,"
Jeebers replied with a slight bow. He looked back at Geryon.
"You will remember to give little Sinedra my greetings, won't you?"
"You have my word on it, Master Jeebers."
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
and the skinny man turned and went on out of the book-lined room.
An enormous change there, Belgarath noted. Probably the little fright St. Edra gave him at Tol Barun that time knocked all of the pomposity out of him. The old man was peering intently now at the shelves. I will have to admit that he is a very competent scholar.
Isn't he just a librarian? Geryon asked. Somebody who looks after books?
That is where all the rest of scholarship starts, Geryon. All the books in the world won't help you, if they are just piled up in a heap.
He bent slightly and pulled a black-wrapped scroll from a lower shelf.
Here we are, he said triumphantly. Jeepers, let us right to it.
He moved to the end of the aisle where a table and bench sat before a tall, narrow window, and where the pale winter sunlight fell golden on the stone floor. He sat and carefully undid the ties that held the scroll tightly rolled inside its black velvet cover. As he pulled the scroll out, he muttered a number of fairly sulphurous oaths. "What's the matter?"
"Crowlum stupidity," Belgarath growled. "Look at this." He held out the scroll. "Look at the parchment."
Geryon peered at it. "It looks like other parchment to me."
"It is human skin," the old man snorted disgustedly.
Geryon drew back in revulsion. "That's ghastly."
"Oh, but that's not the point. Whoever provided the skin was finished with it anyway. The problem is that human skin won't hold ink."
He unrolled a foot or so of the scroll.
"Look at that. It is so faded you can't even make out the words."
"Could you use something to bring them out again? The way you did with Anheg's letter that time?"
"Geryon, this scroll is about 3,000 years old. The solution of salts I used on Anheg's letter would probably dissolve it entirely."
"Sorcery, then?"
Belgarath shook his head. "It's just too fragile."
He started to swear again, even as he carefully unrolled the scroll inch by inch, moving it this way and that to catch the sunlight.
"Yes, something," he grunted with some surprise.
"What does it say?"
"Seek the path of the child of dark in the land of the serpents." The old man looked up. "Well, that's something, anyway."
"What does it mean?"
"Just what it says. Xandromos went to Nyssa. We'll pick up the trail there."
"Grandfather, we already knew that."
"We suspected it, Geryon. There is a difference. Xandromos has tricked us into following false trails before. Now we know for certain that we are on the right track."
"It isn't very much, Grandfather."
"I know. But it is better than nothing."
Chapter 5.
"Would you just look at that?"
St. Edra said indignantly the following morning. She had just arisen and stood at the window wrapped in a warm robe. Geryon murmured drowsily. "Look at what, dear?" He was burrowed deeply under the warm quilts and was giving some serious thought to going back to sleep.
"You can't see it from over there, Geryon. Come over here."
He sighed, slipped out of bed and padded barefoot over to the window.
"Isn't that disgusting?"
The grounds of the imperial compound were blanketed in white, and large snowflakes were settling lazily through the dead calm air. "Isn't it sort of peculiar for it to snow in Tol Haneth?"
"Geryon, it never snows in Tol Haneth. The last time I saw snow here was when I was 5 years old."
"Well, it has been an unusual winter."
"Well, I'm going back to bed, and I am not going to get up until every bit of it melts."
"You don't really have to go out in it, you know."
"I don't even want to look at it."
She flounced back to their canopied bed, let her robe drop to the floor, and climbed back under the quilts. Geryon shrugged and started back toward the bed. Another hour or two of sleep seemed definitely in order.
Please pull the curtains on the bed shut, she told him, and do not make too much noise when you leave.
He stared at her for a moment, then sighed. He closed the heavy curtains around the bed and sleepily began to dress.
Do be a dear, Geryon, she said sweetly. Stop by the kitchen and tell them that I want my breakfast in here.
Now that, he felt, was distinctly unfair. He pulled on the rest of his clothes, feeling surly.
Oh, Geryon.
Yes, dear. He kept it neutral with some effort.
Don't forget to comb your hair. You always look like a straw stack in the morning.
Her voice was already sounding drowsy and on the edge of sleep. He found Belgarath sitting moodily before the window in an unlighted dining room. Although it was quite early, the old man had a tankard on the table beside him.
"Can you believe this?"
he said disgustedly, looking out at the softly falling snow.
I don't imagine that it's going to last very long, Grandfather.
It never snows in Tolhunath.
That's what Sinedra was just saying. Geryon held out his hands to a glowing iron brazier.
Where is she?
She went back to bed.
Probably not such a bad idea. Why didn't you join her?
She decided that it was time for me to get up.
Well, that hardly seems fair.
You know, the same thought occurred to me.
Belgarath scratched absently at his ear, still looking out at the snow.
We are too far south for this to last more than a day or so. Besides, the day after tomorrow is Eristide. A lot of people will be traveling after the holiday. We won't be quite so conspicuous.
You think we should wait?
It is sort of logical. We wouldn't make very good time slogging through all of that anyway.
Well, what do you plan to do today, then?
Belgarath picked up his tankard.
I think I'll finish this and then go back to bed.
Geryon pulled up one of the red velvet upholstered chairs and sat down. Something had been bothering him for several days now, and he decided that this might be a good time to bring it out into the open.
Grandfather.
Yes?
Why is it that all of this seems to have happened before?
All of what?
Well, everything. There are Angaraks in Arindia trying to stir up trouble, just as they were when we were following Zadar. There are intrigues and assassinations in Tolnedra, the same as last time. We ran into a monster, a dragon this time instead of the Algroths, but it is still pretty close to the same sort of thing. It seems almost as if we were repeating everything that happened when we were trying to find the orb. We've been running into the same people, Delvor, that customs man, even Jeebers.
You know, that's a very interesting question, Geryon.
Belgarath pondered for a moment, absently taking a drink from his tankard.
If you think about it in a certain way, though, it does sort of make sense.
I don't quite follow you.
We are on our way to another meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark, Belgarath explained. That meeting is going to be a repetition of an event that has been happening over and over since the beginning of time. Since it's the same event, it stands to reason that the circumstances leading up to it should also be similar.
He thought about it a moment longer.
Actually, they'd almost have to be now, wouldn't they?
That's a little deep for me, I'm afraid.
There are two prophecies, two sides of the same thing. Something happened an unimaginably long time ago to separate them.
Well, yes, I understand that.
When they got separated, things sort of stopped.
What things?
But it's kind of hard to put into words. Let's call it the course of things that was supposed to happen. The future, I suppose. As long as those two forces are separate and equal, the future cannot happen. We all just keep going through the same series of events over and over again.
When will it end?
When one of the prophecies finally overcomes the other. When the child of light finally defeats the child of dark. Or the other way around.
I thought I already did that.
I don't think it was conclusive enough, Geryon.
I killed Torak, grandfather. You can't get much more conclusive than that, can you?
You killed Torak, Geryon. You did not kill the dark prophecy. I think it is going to take something more significant than a sword fight in the City of Night to settle this.
Such as what?
Belgarath spread his hands. I don't know. I really don't. This idea of yours could be very useful, though.
Oh?
If we are going to go through a series of events that are similar to what happened last time, it could give us a notion of what to expect now, couldn't it? You might want to think about that. Maybe spend a little more time this morning remembering exactly what happened last time.
And what are you going to do?
Belgarath drained his tankard and stood up. As I said, I am going back to bed.
That afternoon, a polite official in a brown mantle tapped on the door of the room where Geryon sat reading, and advised him that the Emperor Varana wanted to see him. Geryon set aside his book and followed the official through the echoing marble halls to Varana's study.
Ah, Belgarian,
Varana said as he entered.
A bit of news has just reached me that you might find interesting. Please, have a seat.
Information? Geryon asked, sitting in the leather-upholstered chair beside the Emperor's desk.
That man you mentioned the other day, Naradas, he has been seen here in Tolhanath.
Naradas? How did he manage to get down here that fast? The last I heard, he was riding north from the Great Fair in Arindia.
Has he been following you?
He has been asking a lot of questions and spreading money around.
I can have him picked up, if you want. I have a few questions I'd like to ask him myself, and I could hold him for several months, if need be.
Geryon thought about it. Finally, he shook his head rather regretfully. He's a Malloreon Grolem, and he could be out of any kind of prison cell you could put him in within a matter of minutes.
The Imperial Dungeon is quite secure, Belgarian,
Varana said a bit stiffly. Not that secure, Varana. Then Geryon smiled briefly, remembering the Emperor's stubborn convictions about such things. Let us just say that Naradas has some out-of-the-ordinary resources available to him. It is one of those things that makes you uncomfortable to talk about.
Oh,
Varana said distastefully.
That.
Geryon nodded. It might be better in the long run just to have your people keep an eye on him. If he doesn't know that we are aware that he's here, he might lead us to others, or at least to certain information. Harakan's been seen here in Tolnedra too, I understand, and I'd like to find out if there's some kind of connection between the two of them.
Varana smiled. Your life is a great deal more complicated than mine, Belgarian. I only have one reality to deal with.
Geryon gave a wry shrug. It helps to fill up my spare time. There was a light tap on the door, and Lord Moran slowly shuffled into the room.
I'm sorry to disturb your majesties, but there's some unsettling news from the city.
Oh? Varana said. What has been happening, Morin?
Someone's been killing members of the Hunneth family very quietly, but very efficiently. Quite a few have died in the last 2 nights.
Poison?
No, your majesty. This assassin is more direct. He smothered a few with their own pillows the night before last, and there was one nasty fall. At first, the deaths appeared to be of natural causes. Last night, though, he started using a knife.
Morin shook his head disapprovingly.
Messy, he sniffed. Very messy.
Varana frowned.
I thought that all of the old feuds had settled down. Do you think it might be the Horbites? They hold grudges forever sometimes. No one seems to know, Your Majesty. The Huns are terrified. They're either fleeing the city or turning their houses into forts.
Varana smiled.
I think I can live with the discomfort of the Honath family. Did this fellow leave any kind of a trademark? Can we identify him as a known assassin? We haven't a clue, Your Majesty. Should I put guards around the houses of the Honaths? The ones that are left? They have their own soldiers.
Varana shrugged.
But put out some inquiries, and let this fellow know that I would like to have a little talk with him.
Are you going to arrest him?
Geryon asked. Oh, I don't know that I want to go that far. I just want to find out who he is, and suggest to him that he ought to follow the rules a little more closely. That is all. I wonder who he could possibly be.
Geryon, however, had a few private suspicions about the matter. The Aristide festivities were in full swing in Tolhanath, and the revelers, many far gone in drink, lurched and staggered from party to party as the great families vied with one another in a vulgar display of ostentatious wealth. The huge mansions of the rich and powerful were festooned with gaily hued buntings and hung with colored lanterns. Fortunes were spent on lavish banquets, and the entertainments provided often exceeded the bounds of good taste. Although the celebrations at the palace were more restrained, Emperor Varana nonetheless felt obliged to extend his hospitality to many people he privately loathed. The event which had been long in the planning for that particular evening was a state banquet to be followed by a grand ball.
And you too will be my guests of honor, Varana firmly told Geryon and Zenedra. If I have to endure this, then so do you.
I would really rather not, Uncle,
Zenedra told him with a sad little smile.
I am not much in the mood for festivities just now.
You cannot just turn off your life, Zenedra, he said gently. A party, even one of the stuffy ones here in the palace, might help to divert your mind from your tragic circumstances.
He gave her a shrewd look.
Besides, he added, if you don't attend, the Honaths, the Horbites, and Vortus will all be smirking up their sleeves about your absence.
Zenedra's head came up quickly, and her eyes took on a flinty look.
That is true, isn't it? Of course, I really don't have a thing to wear.
There are whole closets filled with your gowns in the imperial apartments, Zenedra.
Oh, yes, I had forgotten those. All right, Uncle. I will be happy to attend.
And so it was that Zenedra, dressed in a creamy white velvet gown, with a jeweled coronet nestling among her flaming curls, entered the ballroom that evening on the arm of her husband, the King of Reva. Geryon, dressed in a borrowed blue doublet that was noticeably tight across the shoulders, approached the entire affair with a great lack of enthusiasm. As a visiting head of state, he was obliged to stand for an hour or so in the reception line in the grand ballroom, murmuring empty responses to the pleasantries offered by assorted Horbites, Vordus, Ranites, and Buruns, and their often giddy wives. The Honaths, however, were conspicuous by their absence. Toward the end of that interminable ceremony, Javelin's honey-blonde niece, the Margravain Liselle, dressed in a spectacular gown of lavender brocade,
came past on the arm of Prince Scaldon.
"Courage, your majesty,"
she murmured, as she curtsied to Geryon.
"Not even this can last forever, though it might seem like it."
"Thanks, Lyselle," he replied. After the reception line had wound to its tedious conclusion, Geryon circulated politely among the other guests, enduring the endlessly repeated comment, "It never snows in Tolhaneth." At the far end of the candlelit ballroom, a group of Arendish musicians sawed and plucked and tootled their way through a repertoire of holiday songs that were common to all of the kingdoms of the West. Their lutes, violas, harps, flutes, and oboes provided a largely unheard background to the chattering of the Emperor's guests.
"I had engaged Madame Aldima to entertain us this evening,"
Lorana was saying to a small cluster of Horbites.
"Our singing was to have been the high point of the festivities. Unfortunately, the change in the weather has made her fearful of coming out of her house. She is most protective of her voice, I understand."
"And well she should be,"
a Rhinite lady standing just behind Geryon murmured to her companion.
"It wasn't much of a voice to begin with, and time has not been kind to it. All those years Aldima spent singing in taverns, no doubt."
"It hardly seems like it has died without singing," Varana continued. "Perhaps we might persuade one of these lovely ladies to grace us with a song or two."
A stout Baroon lady of middle years quickly responded to the Emperor's suggestion, joining with the orchestra in a rendition of an old favorite, delivered in a warbling soprano voice that struggled painfully to reach the higher registers. When she had finished and stood red-faced and gasping, the Emperor's guests responded to her screeching with polite applause, which lasted for almost 5 seconds. Then they returned to their inane chattering. The musicians struck up an Arendish air so old that its origins were lost in the mists of antiquity. Like most Arendish songs, it was one of a melancholy turn, beginning in a minor key with an intricate waterfall of notes from the lute. As the deep-toned viola entered with the main theme, a rich contralto voice joined in. Gradually, the conversations died, as the voice poignantly touched the guests into silence. Geryon was startled. Standing not far from the orchestra, the Margravine Lyselle had lifted her head in song. Her voice was marvelous. It had a dark, thrilling timbre, and was as smooth as honey. The other guests drew back from her in profound respect for that glorious voice, leaving her standing quite alone in a golden circle of candlelight. And then, to Geryon's astonishment, Tenedra stepped into that candlelight to join the lavender-gowned Drasnian girl. As the flute picked up the counter-harmony, the tiny Raven Queen raised her sad little face and joined her voice with that of the Margravine. Effortlessly, her clear voice rose with that of the flute, so perfectly matching its tone and color that one could not separate exactly the voice of the instrument from hers. And yet, there was a sadness bordering on heartbreak in her singing, a sorrow that brought a lump to Geryon's throat and tears to his eyes. Despite the festivities around her, it was clearly evident that Senera still nursed her abiding anguish deep in her heart, and no gaiety nor entertainment could lessen her suffering. As the song drew to its conclusion, the applause was thunderous. "More, more!" they shouted. Encouraged by the ovation, the musicians returned to the beginning of that same ancient air. Once again the lute spilled out its heart in that rippling cascade. But this time, as the viola led Lyselle into the main theme, yet a third voice joined in, a voice Geryon knew so well that he did not even have to look to see who was singing. Polgara, dressed in a deep blue velvet gown trimmed in silver, joined Lyselle and Senedra in the candlelit circle. Her voice was as rich and as smooth as the Margravine's, and yet there was in it a sorrow that went even beyond Senedra's. A sorrow for a place that had been lost and could never return again. Then, as the flute accompanied Senedra into the rising counterpoint, Polgara's rose to join hers as well. The harmony that was created was not the traditional one which was so familiar in all of the kingdoms of the West. The Arindish musicians, their eyes filled with tears, took up those strange antique chords to recreate a melody that had not been heard in 1,000 years. As the last notes of that glorious song faded, there was an awed silence. Then, many of them weeping openly, the guests burst into applause as Polgara silently led the two young women out of that golden circle of light. Belgarath, looking somewhat unusually regal in a snowy Tolnedran mantle, but holding nonetheless a full silver goblet, stood in her path, his eyes a mystery. "Well, father?" Wordlessly he kissed her forehead and handed her the goblet.
"Lovely, Paul. But why revive something that has been dead and gone for all of these centuries?"
Her chin lifted proudly.
"The memory of Voachun will never die so long as I live, father. I carry it forever in my heart. And every so often, I like to remind people that there was once a shining city filled with grace and courage and beauty, and that this mundane world in which we now live allowed it to slip away."
"It is very painful for you, isn't it, Polgara?"
"Yes, father. It is. More painful than I can say. But I have endured pain before, so—"
She left it hanging with a slight shrug and moved with regal steps from the hall. After the banquet, Geryon and Tsenedra took a few turns about the ballroom floor, more for the sake of appearances than out of any real desire for it.
"Why does Lady Polgara feel so strongly about the Washaiterans?"
Tsenedra asked as they danced.
"She lived in Voachun for quite some time when she was young," Geryon replied. "I think she loved the city and the people very much." "I thought my heart would break when she sang that song."
"Mine nearly did," Geryon said quietly. "She has suffered so very much. But I think that the destruction of Voachun hurt her more than anything else that's ever happened. She has never forgiven grandfather for not coming to the aid of the city when the Asturians destroyed it." Tsenedra sighed.
"Oh, there is so much sorrow in this world."
"Well, there's hope, too," he reminded her.
"Ah, but only such a little."
She sighed again. Then a sudden impish smile crossed her lips.
"The song absolutely destroyed all of the ladies who are here," she smirked. "Absolutely destroyed them."
"Try not to gloat in public, love," he gently chided her. "It's really not very becoming."
"Didn't Uncle Varana say that I was one of the guests of honor?"
"Well, yes."
"Well, it's my party, then,"
she said with a toss of her head.
"So, I will gloat if I want to."
When they all returned to the set of rooms Varana had provided for their use, Silk was waiting for them, standing by the fire and warming his hands. The little man had a furtive, slightly worried look on his face, and he was covered from top to toe with reeking debris.
"Where's Varana?"
he asked tensely as they entered the candlelit sitting room.
"He's down in the ballroom entertaining his guests." "What have you been doing, Prince Geldar?"
Tsenedra asked, wrinkling her nose at the offensive odors emanating from his clothes.
"Hiding," he replied, "under a garbage heap. I think we might want to leave Torhanath fairly soon."
Belgarath's eyes narrowed.
"Exactly what have you been up to, Silk? And where have you been for the past couple of days?"
"Here and there," Silk said evasively. "I really should go get cleaned up." "I don't suppose you know anything about what's been happening to the Hanath family, do you?"
"What is this?"
"I was with Varana this afternoon when Lord Moran brought the report. The Hanaths have been dying at a surprising rate. 8 or 10 of them at the last count."
12,
actually," Silk corrected meticulously. Belgarath turned on the rat-faced little man.
"I think I'd like an explanation,"
People die, Silk shrugged. It happens all the time. Did they have help? Oh, a little, maybe. And were you the one who provided this assistance?
Would I do that?
Belgarath's face grew bleak. I want the truth, Prince Keldar. Silk spread his hands extravagantly.
What is truth, old friend? Can any man ever really know what the truth is?
This is not a philosophical discussion, Silk. Have you been out butchering Honoths?
I don't know that I would say butchering exactly. That word smacks of a certain crudity. I pride myself on my refinement.
Have you been killing people?
Oh, well,
Silk's face took on a slightly offended expression.
If you're going to put it that way.
12 people?
Dernick's tone was incredulous. And another that isn't very likely to survive, Silk noted. I was interrupted before I had time to make sure of him, but probably I did enough to get the job done.
I am still waiting, Silk,
Belgarath said darkly.
Silk sniffed at one rancid sleeve and made a face.
Bethra and I were very good friends.
He shrugged as if that explained everything.
But, Dernick objected,
didn't she try to have you killed once?
Oh, that wasn't anything important. It was business, nothing personal.
Isn't trying to kill somebody about as personal as you can get?
Of course not. I was interfering with something that she was working on. You see, she had this arrangement with the Polish ambassador and...
Quit trying to change the subject, Silk, Belgarath said.
Silk's eyes grew hard. Vestra was a special woman. Beautiful, gifted, totally honest. I admired her very much. You could almost say that I loved her, in a rather special kind of way. The idea that someone saw fit to have her cut down in the street greatly offended me. I did what I thought was appropriate.
Despite the importance of what we are doing,
Belgarath's face was like a thundercloud.
You just dropped everything and ran out to do a little private killing.
There are some things you just don't let slide, Belgarath. There's also a principle involved. We do not allow the killing of a member of the Drasnian intelligence to go unpunished. It's bad for business if people get the idea that they can get away with that sort of thing. Anyway, the first night I went to some pains to make things look sort of natural.
Natural?
Dernick asked.
How can you make a murder look natural?
Please, Dernick. Murder is such an ugly word. He smothered them in their beds with their own pillow, Geryon explained. And one fellow sort of accidentally fell out of a window. Rather a high one, as I recall. He came down on an iron fence. Dernick shuddered. I managed to visit 5 of them the night before last, but the methods were taking entirely too long, so last night I was a bit more direct. I did sort of linger for a time with the Baron Kelbor, though. He was the one who actually gave the order to have Bethra killed. We had a very nice chat before he left us.
Kelbor's house is the most closely guarded in Tolhanath. How did you manage to get in?
Zenedra asked. Oh, people seldom look up at night, particularly when it's snowing. I went in over the rooftops. Anyway, he gave me some very useful information. It seems that the man who told the Honoths about Bethra's activities was a Malloreon. Naradas? Geryon asked quickly. No, this one had a black beard. Harrican, then? Lots of people have beards, Geryon. I'd like a little bit more confirmation. Not that I'd object to cutting Harrican up into little pieces, but I would hate to let the real culprit get away because I was concentrating too much on our old friend. His face went bleak again. That is particularly true in view of the fact that, from what Kelbor said, this helpful Malloreon arranged and participated in Bethra's murder, sort of as a favor to the Honoth family.
I do wish that you would go take a bath, Prince Keldar,
Tinedra said.
What on earth possessed you to take up residence in a garbage heap?
He shrugged. I was interrupted during my last visit, and a number of people were chasing me. This snow complicated things a bit. My tracks were very easy for them to follow. I needed a place to hide. The garbage heap was handy. His look became disgusted. It never snows in Tolhanath. You'd be amazed at how many people have told me the same thing today, Geryon murmured. I really think we should leave almost immediately, Silk said.
What for?
Dernek asked.
You got away, didn't you?
You forget the tracks, Dernek. Silk held up one foot. Writhen boots. An affectation, perhaps. They are very comfortable, but they do leave distinctive tracks. I expect that it's only going to be a matter of time before somebody puts a few things together, and I am not really in the mood for dodging Honothite assassins. They are fairly inept, but they can be an inconvenience. The door opened rather quietly, and Silk instantly went into a crouch, his hands diving inside of his smeared doublet for his daggers.
My goodness,
the lavender-gowned Velvet said mildly, entering and closing the door behind her.
Aren't we jumpy this evening?
What are you doing here? Silk demanded.
I was attending the Imperial Ball. You have no idea how much gossip one can pick up at such affairs. The whole ballroom is buzzing with the accidents that have been befalling the Honoths in the past couple of nights. Under the circumstances, I thought it might have occurred to you that it was time for us to leave.
Us?
Oh, didn't I tell you? How forgetful of me. I will be joining you.
You most certainly will not, Belgarath said.
I hate to contradict you, Ancient One,
she said regretfully.
But I am acting on orders.
She turned to Silk.
My uncle has been a little nervous about some of your activities during the past few years. He trusts you, my dear Keldar. You must never think that he does not trust you. But he does sort of want somebody to keep an eye on you.
She frowned then.
I think that he is going to be quite cross when he hears about your midnight visits to the Honoth family.
You know the rules, Lysel, Silk replied. Bethra was one of our people. We do not let those things go.
Oh, naturally not. But Javelin prefers to order that sort of retaliation personally. Your somewhat hasty vengeance has robbed him of that opportunity. You are just too independent, Silk. He's right, you know. You do need to be watched.
She pursed her lips slightly.
I must admit, though, that it was a very nice job.
Now you listen to me, young lady,
Belgarath said hotly.
I am not conducting a guided tour for the benefit of the Drasnian spy network.
She gave him a disarming little smile and fondly patted his bearded cheek.
Oh, come now, Belgarath.
Her soft brown eyes were appealing.
Do be reasonable. Would it not be more civilized and convenient to have me in your party, rather than trailing along behind you? I am going to follow my orders, revered one, whether you like it or not.
Why is it that I have to be surrounded by women who won't do as they are told?
Her eyes went very wide.
Because we love you, immortal one,
she explained outrageously.
You are the answer to every maiden's dreams, and we follow you out of blind devotion.
That is about enough of that, miss,
he said ominously.
You are not going with us, and that is final.
You know, the dry voice in Geryon's mind mused, I think I have finally isolated the difficulty I've always had with Belgarath.
It is his pure pig-headed contrariness. He doesn't really have any reason for these arbitrary decisions of his. He just does it to irritate me." "Do you mean that she's supposed to go along?"
Geryon blurted, so startled that he said it out loud.
"Of course she is. Why do you think I went to all of the trouble to get her to Tol Haneth before you all left? Go ahead. Tell him."
Belgarath's expression, however, clearly showed that Geryon's inadvertent exclamation had already told him that he had just been overruled. "Another visitation, I take it?" he said in a slightly sick tone of voice.
"Yes, grandfather. I'm afraid so."
"She goes along then?" Geryon nodded.
"I love to watch his expression when he loses one of these arguments," the dry voice said smugly.
Polgara began to laugh. "What's so funny, Paul?"
"Oh, nothing, father," she replied innocently. He suddenly threw his hands into the air.
"Go ahead," he said in exasperation. "Invite all of Tol Haneth to come along. I don't care."
"Oh, father," Polgara said to him, "stop trying to be such a curmudgeon."
"Curmudgeon? Paul, you watch your tongue."
"That's really very difficult, father, and it makes one look ridiculous. Now I think we should make a few plans. While the rest of us are changing clothes and packing, why don't you and Geryon go explain to Varana that we are going to have to leave? Think up some suitable excuse. I don't know that we necessarily want him to know about Silk's nocturnal activities." She looked at the ceiling thoughtfully. "Dernek and Eriond and Toth will see to the horses, of course," she mused. "And I have a rather special little job for you, Prince Keldar." "Oh?" he said. "Go wash. Thoroughly."
"I suppose I should have my clothes laundered as well," he noted, looking down at his garbage-saturated doublet and hose.
"No, Silk. Not laundered. Burned."
"We cannot leave tonight, Lady Polgara,"
Tinedra said.
"All the gates of the city are locked, and the legionnaires will not open them for anybody, except on the Emperor's direct orders." "I can get us out of the city,"
Velvet said confidently.
"How are you going to manage that?" Belgarath asked her.
"Trust me."
"I wish people would not keep saying that to me."
"Oh, by the way," she continued, "I saw an old friend of ours today. A large group of Haneths were riding toward the south gate."
She looked over at Silk.
"You really must have frightened them, Keldar. They had whole battalions of their soldiers drawn up around them to keep you at a distance. Anyway, riding right in the middle of them and looking every inch a Tonedran gentleman was the Malloreon, Hurricane."
"Well, well," said Silk. "Isn't that interesting?"
"Prince Keldar,"
Velvet said pleasantly,
"please do go visit the baths. Or at the very least, don't stand quite so close."
Chapter 6. A chill grey fog had risen from the river to shroud the broad avenues of Tol Haneth. The snow had turned to rain, a cold drizzle that sifted down through the fog, and although the roofs and courtyards were still mantled in white, the thoroughfares and avenues were clogged with seeping brown slush, crossed and crisscrossed with the tracks of wagons and carriages. It was nearly midnight when Geryon and the others quietly left the grounds of the imperial compound, and the few bands of holiday revelers they encountered in the streets were much the worse for drink. Velvet, riding a chestnut mare and wrapped and cowled in a heavy grey cloak, led them down past the marble-fronted houses of the merchant barons of Tol Haneth, through the empty central marketplace and into the poorer quarters of the city lying to the south. As they turned the corner of a side street, an authoritative voice came out of the fog. "Halt!"
Velvet reined in her horse and sat waiting as a squad of helmeted and red-cloaked legionnaires, armed with lances, marched out of the rainy mist. "State your business, please," the sergeant in charge of the patrol said brusquely.
"It's not really business, dear fellow,"
Velvet replied brightly.
"We are on our way to an amusement. Count Moraine is giving a party at his house. You do know the Count, don't you?"
Some of the suspicion faded from the sergeant's face.
"No, your ladyship. I'm afraid not."
"You don't know Nari?"
Velvet exclaimed.
"What an extraordinary thing. I thought everyone in Tolhanath knew him. At least he always says so. Poor Nori's going to be absolutely crushed. I'll tell you what. Why don't you and your men come along with us so that you can meet him? You will adore it. His parties are always so amusing."
She gave the sergeant a wide-eyed, vapid smile.
"I'm sorry, your ladyship, but we're on duty. Are you certain that you are following the right street, though? You are entering one of the meaner sections of the city, and I don't recall any noblemen's houses hereabouts."
"It is a shortcut,"
Velvet told him.
"You see, we go down through here, and then we turn left."
She hesitated.
"Or was it right? I forget exactly, but I am sure one of my friends knows the way."
"You must be careful in this part of town, your ladyship. There are footpads and cut purses about."
"Oh, my goodness."
"You really ought to be carrying torches."
"Torches? Oh, great Nedra, no. The smell of the smoke from a torch lingers in my hair for weeks. Are you sure you can't join us? Nori's parties are so delightful."
"Give the Count our regrets, your ladyship."
"Come along, then,"
Velvet said to the others.
"We really must hurry. We are terribly late as it is. Goodbye, Captain."
"Sergeant, your ladyship."
"Oh? Is there a difference?"
"Never mind, your ladyship. Hurry along now. You would not want to miss any of the fun."
Velvet laughed gaily and moved her horse out at a steady trot.
"Who is Count Moraine?"
Dernick asked her curiously when they were out of earshot of the patrol.
"A figment of my imagination, Goodman Dernick,"
Velvet laughed.
"She's a Drasnian, all right,"
Belgarath murmured.
"Did you have any doubts, Eternal One?"
"Exactly where are you taking us, Lizelle?" Pulgara asked as they rode on down the foggy street.
"There is a house I know, Lady Pulgara. It's not a very nice house, but it's built up against the south wall of the city, and it has a very useful back door." "How can it have a back door if it is up against the city wall?"
Tinedra asked, pulling the hood of her green cloak forward to shield her face from the rainy mist. Velvet winked at her.
"You'll see."
The street down which they rode grew shabbier and shabbier. The buildings looming out of the fog were built of plain stone instead of marble, and many of them were windowless warehouses, presenting blank faces to the street. They passed a rank-smelling tavern from which came shouts and laughter and snatches of bawdy songs. Several drunken men burst from the door of the tavern and began pummeling each other with fists and clubs. One burly, unshaven ruffian lurched into the street and stood swaying in their path.
"Stand aside,"
Velvet said coolly to him.
"Who says so?"
The impassive Toth moved his horse up beside Velvet's mount, reached out with one huge arm, set the tip of the staff he carried against the man's chest, and gave him a light push.
"Just watch who you are shoving,"
the drunken man said, knocking the staff aside. Without changing expression, Toth flicked his wrist, and the tip of the staff cracked sharply against the side of the fellow's head, sending him reeling, vacant-eyed and twitching, into the gutter.
"Why, thank you,"
Velvet said pleasantly to the mute giant. Toth inclined his head politely as they rode on down the shabby street.
"What in the world were they fighting about?"
Tinedra asked curiously. "It's a way to keep warm," Silk replied. "Firewood is expensive in Tolhanath, and a nice friendly fight stirs up the blood. I thought everybody knew that."
"Are you making fun of me?"
"Would I do that?"
He has always had a certain streak of flippancy in his nature, your majesty,
Velvet said.
Lisel,
Zinedra told her quite firmly.
Since we are going to be traveling together, let us drop the formalities. My name is Zinedra. If your majesty prefers it that way. My majesty does. All right then, Zinedra,
the blonde girl said with a warm smile. They rode on through the unlighted streets of the imperial city until they reached the looming mass of the south wall.
We go this way,
Velvet told them, turning down a rainy street lying between the wall and a long string of warehouses. The house to which she led them was a stout 2-story building, its stones black and shiny from the rain and fog. It was set about a central courtyard and had a heavy front gate. Its narrow windows were all tightly shuttered, and a single small lantern gleamed over the gate. Velvet dismounted carefully, holding up her skirt to keep it out of the slush. She stepped to the gate and tugged at a rope. Inside the courtyard a small bell tinkled. A voice from inside answered, and she spoke quietly for a moment to the gatekeeper. Then there was the sound of a clanking chain, and the gate swung open. Velvet led her horse into the courtyard, and the rest followed her inside. Geryon looked around curiously. The courtyard had been cleared of snow, and the cobblestones gleamed wetly in the still-falling drizzle. Several saddled horses stood under an overhanging roof, and a couple of well-appointed carriages were drawn up to a solid-looking door.
Are we going inside?
Zinedra asked, looking about curiously. Velvet gave her a speculative look, then turned to look at Eriond.
Perhaps that might not be such a good idea, she said.
The muffled sound of laughter came from somewhere inside, followed by a woman's shrill squeal. One of Polgara's eyebrows went up.
I think Lisel is right, she said firmly. We will wait out here. I am a grown woman, Lady Polgara,
Zinedra objected. Not that grown, dear.
Will you accompany me, Prince Geldar?
Velvet asked the little man.
The presence of an unescorted woman in this house is sometimes misunderstood.
Of course, he replied.
We won't be long,
Velvet assured the rest of them. With Silk at her side, she went to the door, rapped on its panels, and was immediately admitted inside.
I still don't see why we can't wait inside where it is warm and dry,
Zinedra complained, shivering and pulling her cloak more tightly about her. I am sure you would if you went in there, Polgara told her. A little rain won't hurt you.
What could possibly be that bad about this house?
There was another squeal from inside, followed by more raucous laughter. That, for one thing, Polgara replied. Zinedra's eyes grew wide.
You mean that it is one of those places?
Her face suddenly went bright red. It has got all of the earmarks of it. After about a quarter of an hour, a slanting cellar door at the rear of the rain-drenched courtyard creaked open, and Silk came up from below carrying a gleaming lantern. We're going to have to lead the horses down, he told them. Where are we going? Geryon asked. Down to the cellars. This place is full of surprises. In single file, leading their skittish horses, they followed down a slanting stone ramp. From somewhere below, Geryon could hear the gurgle and wash of running water. When they reached the foot of the ramp, he saw that the narrow passageway opened out into a large, cave-like chamber, roofed over with massive stone arches, and dimly lighted by smoky torches. The center of the chamber was filled with dark, oily-looking water, and a narrow walkway ran around 3 sides of the pool. Moored to the walkway was a fair-sized barge painted black, with a dozen dark-cloaked oarsmen on each side. Velvet stood on the walkway beside the barge.
We can only cross 2 at a time,
she said to them, her voice echoing hollowly in the vaulted chamber.
Because of the horses.
Cross?
Zinedra said.
Cross where?
To the south bank of the Nedrain,
Velvet replied.
But we are still inside the city walls.
Actually,
We are under the city wall, Tenedra. The only thing between us and the river are two of the marble slabs that form the exterior facing.
There came then the clanking of a heavy windlass somewhere in the dimness, and the front wall of the subterranean harbor creaked slowly open, dividing in the middle and swinging ponderously on great, well-greased iron hinges. Through the opening between the two slowly moving stone slabs, Geryon could see the rain-dimpled surface of the river moving slowly by, with its far shore lost in the dripping fog.
Very clever, Belgoroth said. How long has this house been here?
Centuries,
Velvet replied.
It was built to provide just about anything that we could desire. Occasionally, one of the customers wants to leave or enter the city unobserved. That's what this place is for?
How did you find out about it? Geryon asked her. She shrugged.
Bethra owned the house. She told Javelin about its secrets.
Silk sighed. She even reaches out from the grave to help us. They were ferried in pairs across the foggy, rain-swept expanse of the Nidrain to land on a narrow, mist-shrouded sand beach backed by a thicket of willows. When Velvet finally joined them, it was perhaps 3 hours past midnight.
The oarsmen will brush our tracks out of the sand, she told them. It is part of the service.
Did this cost very much? Silk asked her.
A great deal, actually. But it comes out of the budget of the Trasnian embassy. Your cousin didn't like that too much, but I persuaded him to pay. Finally?
Silk grinned viciously.
We have a few hours left until daylight,
Velvet continued.
There is a wagon road on the other side of these willows. It joins the Imperial Highway about a mile or so downriver. We should probably travel at a walk until we are out of earshot of the city. The legionnaires at the south gate might become curious if they hear galloping.
They mounted their horses in the soggy darkness and rode through the willows and down into the muddy wagon tracks. Geryon pulled his horse in beside Silk's.
What was going on in that place?
He asked curiously.
Almost anything you could imagine, Silk laughed. And probably a number of things you could not. It is a very interesting house, with all sorts of diversions for people with enough money to be able to afford them. Did you recognize anybody there? Several, actually. Some highly respected members of the noble houses of the Empire.
Tenedra, who rode directly behind them, sniffed disdainfully.
I cannot understand why any man would choose to frequent that sort of place.
Oh, the customers are not exclusively male, Tenedra.
You can't be serious.
A fair number of the highborn ladies of Torhanath have found all kinds of interesting ways to relieve their boredom. Oh, they wear masks, of course, though very little else. I recognized one countess, however, one of the pillars of the Horbite family.
If she was wearing a mask, how could you recognize her?
She has a distinctive birthmark in a place where it's seldom seen. Some years back she and I were quite friendly, and she showed it to me.
There was a long silence.
I don't know that I really want to discuss this anymore,
Tenedra said primly, and nudged her horse past them to join Polgara and Velvet.
Oh, she did ask,
Silk protested innocently to Geryon.
You heard her, didn't you?
They rode south for several days in clearing weather. Aristide had passed virtually unnoticed while they were on the road, and Geryon felt a strange kind of regret about that. Since his earliest childhood, the midwinter holiday had been one of the high points of the year. To allow it to pass unobserved seemed somehow to violate something very sacred. He wished that there might have been time to buy something special for Tenedra, but about the best he could manage in the way of a gift was a tender kiss. Some leagues above Tol Borun, they met a richly dressed couple riding north toward the imperial capital, accompanied by a dozen or so liveried servants. "You there, fellow," the velvet-clad nobleman called condescendingly to Silk, who happened to be riding in the lead. What news from Talhaneth?
The usual, your lordship, Silk replied obsequiously. Assassinations, plots, and intrigues. The normal amusements of the highborn.
I don't care much for your taunt, fellow, the nobleman said.
And I don't care much for being called fellow, either.
We've heard such amazing stories,
the giddy-looking lady in a fur-lined red velvet cape said breathlessly.
Is it true that someone is actually trying to kill all of the Honeths? We heard that whole families have been murdered in their beds.
Delira, her husband said in disgust. You are just repeating wild rumors. What could a seedy-looking commoner like this know about what's really happening in the capital? I'm sure that if there were any substance to those wild stories, Naradas would have told us.
Naradas?
Silk's eyes suddenly filled with interest.
An Engrak merchant with colorless eyes.
You know him? The nobleman asked with some surprise.
I know of him, your lordship, Silk replied carefully. It is not wise to go around announcing that you are acquainted with that one. You did know that the Emperor has put a price on his head, didn't you?
Naradas? Impossible.
I am sorry, your honor, but it is common knowledge all over Talhaneth. If you know where to put your hands on him, you can earn yourself 1,000 gold crowns without much effort.
1,000 crowns?
Silk looked around conspiratorially. I wouldn't really want this to go any further, he said in a half-whisper. But it is widely rumored in Talhaneth that those gold coins he's so free with are false.
False? The noble exclaimed, his eyes suddenly bulging.
Oh, very clever imitations, Silk continued. Just enough gold is mixed with baser metals to make the coins look authentic, but they aren't worth 1/10 of their face value. The noble's face turned pasty white, and he clutched involuntarily at the purse attached to his belt. It is all part of a plot to destroy the Tonethran economy by debasing the coinage, Silk added. The Honeths were involved in it in some way, and that is why they're all being murdered. Of course, anyone caught with any of these coins in his possession is immediately hanged.
What?
Oh, naturally, Silk shrugged. The Emperor intends to root out this monstrous business immediately. Stern measures are absolutely essential.
I'm ruined, the nobleman groaned. Quickly, Belira, he said, wheeling his horse. We must return to Tol Barun at once.
And he led his frightened wife back southward at a dead run. Don't you want to hear about which kingdom was behind it all? Silk called after them. Then he doubled over in his saddle, convulsed with laughter.
Brilliant, Prince Keldar,
Velvet murmured admiringly.
This Naradas moves around quite a bit, doesn't he?
Dernick said. I think I just put a bit of an anchor on him, Silk smirked. Once that rumor spreads, I expect that he's going to have a little trouble spending his money. Oh, not to mention the interest that reward I mentioned is going to generate in certain quarters.
That was a dreadful thing you did to that poor nobleman, though,
Velvet said disapprovingly.
He's on his way back into Tol Barun to empty out all of his strongboxes and bury the money.
Silk shrugged. That's what he gets for consorting with Engarax. Shall we press on? They passed Tol Barun without stopping, and rode on south toward the Wood of the Dryads. When the ancient forest came into view on the southern horizon, Polgara pulled her horse in beside the mount of the dozing Belgarath. I think we should stop by and pay our respects to Xantha, father. The old man roused himself and squinted in the direction of the wood.
Maybe,
he grunted doubtfully. We owe her the courtesy, father, and it's not really out of our way.
All right, Paul, but just a brief stop. We are months behind Xandramas already.
They crossed the last band of open fields and rode in under the ancient mossy oaks. The leaves had fallen to the chill winds of winter, and the bare limbs of the huge trees were starkly etched against the sky. A peculiar change came over Tzenedra as they entered the wood. Although it was still not really warm, she pushed back the hood of her cloak and shook out her coppery curls, causing her tiny acorn-shaped gold earrings to tinkle musically. Her face became strangely calm, no longer mirroring the sorrow that had marked it since the abduction of her son. Her eyes became soft, almost unfocused.
"I have returned,"
she murmured into the quiet air beneath the spreading trees. Geryon felt, rather than heard, the soft, murmuring response. From all around him he seemed to hear a sibilant sighing, although there was no trace of a breeze. The sighing was almost like a chorus, joining just below the level of hearing, into a quiet, mournful song, a song filled with a gentle regret, and at the same time, an abiding hope.
"Why are they sad?"
Ariond quietly asked Senedra.
"Because it is winter,"
she replied.
"They mourn the falling of their leaves and regret the fact that the birds have all flown south."
"But spring will come again."
"They know. But winter always saddens them."
Velvet was looking curiously at the little queen. "Senedra's background makes her peculiarly sensitive to trees," Polgara explained.
"I did not know that Tonedrons were that interested in the out-of-doors."
"She is only half Tonedron, Lizelle. Her love of trees comes from the other side of her heritage."
"I am a dryad,"
Tenedra said simply, her eyes still dreamy.
"I did not know that."
"We didn't exactly make an issue of it," Belgarath told her. "We were having trouble enough getting the Elons to accept a Tonedron as the Raven Queen, without complicating matters by telling them that she was non-human as well."
They made a simple camp, not far from the place where they had been set upon by the hideous mudmen Queen Salmithra had dispatched to attack them so many years before. Because they could not hew limbs from live trees in this sacred wood, they were obliged to make shelters as best they could with what they found lying on the leaf-strewn forest floor. Their fire was, of necessity, very small. As twilight settled slowly over the silent wood, Silk looked dubiously at the tiny, flickering flame, and then out at the vast darkness, moving almost visibly out from among the trees.
"I think that we are in for a very cold night."
Geryon slept badly. Although he had piled fallen leaves deeply in the makeshift bed he shared with Tenedra, their damp cold seemed to seep through to chill his very bones. He awoke from a fitful doze just as the first pale, misty light seeped in among the trees. He sat up stiffly, and was about to throw off his blanket, but stopped. Ariond was sitting on a fallen log on the other side of their long-dead campfire, and sitting beside him was a tawny-haired dryad.
"The trees say that you are a friend,"
the dryad was saying, as she absently toyed with a sharp-tipped arrow.
"I'm very fond of trees,"
Ariond replied.
"That's not exactly the way they meant it."
"I know."
Geryon carefully pushed his blankets aside and stood up. The dryad's hand moved swiftly toward the bow lying at her side, and then she stopped.
"Oh, it's you."
She looked at him critically. Her eyes were as gray as glass.
"You've gotten older, haven't you?"
"It has been quite a few years," he said, trying to remember just exactly where he had seen her before. A faint hint of a smile touched her lips.
"You don't remember me, do you?"
"Well, sort of." She laughed, then picked up her bow. She set the arrow she was holding to the string and pointed it at him.
"Does this help your memory at all?"
He blinked.
"Weren't you the one who wanted to kill me?"
"It was only fair, after all. I was the one who got you, so I should have been the one who got to kill you."
"Do you kill every human you catch?"
Ariond asked her. She lowered her bow.
"Well, not every one of them. Sometimes I find other uses for them."
Geryon looked at her a bit more closely. "You haven't changed a bit. You still look the same as before."
I know.
Her eyes grew challenging.
And pretty?
She prompted. Very pretty.
What a nice thing for you to say. Maybe I'm glad that I didn't kill you after all. Why don't you and I go someplace, and you can say some more nice things to me?
That is enough, Xebel,
Tinedra said tartly from her bed of leaves.
He is mine, so don't get any ideas.
Oh, hello, Tinedra,
the tawny-haired dryad said as calmly as if they had talked together within the past week.
Wouldn't you be willing to share him with one of your own sisters?
You wouldn't lend me your comb, would you?
Certainly not, but that's entirely different.
There is no way that I could ever make you understand,
Tinedra said, pushing back her blankets and rising to her feet.
Humans,
Xebel sighed.
You all have such funny ideas.
She looked speculatively at Ariond, her slim little hand softly touching his cheek.
How about this one? Does it belong to you too?
Polgara came out of another one of their makeshift shelters. Her face was calm, although one of her eyebrows was raised.
Good morning, Xebel. You're up early.
I was hunting,
the dryad replied.
Does this blonde one belong to you, Polgara? Tinedra won't share that one of hers with me, but maybe.
Her hand lingeringly touched Ariond's soft curls. No, Xebel, Polgara said firmly. Xebel sighed again.
None of you are any fun at all,
she pouted then. She stood up. She was as tiny as Tinedra, and as slender as a willow.
Oh, I almost forgot. Xantha says that I'm supposed to take you to her?
But you got sidetracked, didn't you?
Tinedra added dryly.
The day hasn't even got started yet.
The dryad shrugged. Then Belgarath and Silk came out into the open area around the cold fire pit. A moment later, Durnik and Toth joined them.
You have such a lot of them,
Xebel murmured warmly.
Surely you can spare me one, for just a little while.
What's this? Silk asked curiously. Never mind, Silk, Polgara told him. Xantha wants to see us, right after breakfast. Xebel here will show us the way, won't you, Xebel?
I suppose so,
Xebel sighed a bit petulantly. After their simple breakfast, the tawny-haired dryad led them through the ancient wood. Belgarath, leading his horse, walked beside her, and the two of them seemed deep in conversation of some kind. Geryon noticed that his grandfather furtively reached into his pocket from time to time and offered something to the slim dryad, something she greedily snatched and popped into her mouth.
What is he giving her?
Velvet asked. Sweets, Polgara said, sounding disgusted. They are not good for her, but he always brings sweets with him when he comes into this wood.
Oh,
Velvet said.
I see.
She pursed her lips.
Isn't she a bit young to be so, well...
Tinedra laughed.
Appearances can be deceiving, Lizelle. Xebel is quite a bit older than she looks.
How old would you say?
200 or 300 years at least. She is the same age as her tree, and oak trees live for a very long time.
Back in the forest, Geryon heard giggles, whispers, and the faint tinkle of little golden bells. Once in a while he caught a glimpse of a flitting patch of color as a dryad scampered through the trees, her earrings jingling. Queen Xantha's tree was even more vast than Geryon remembered it, its branches as broad as highways and the hollows in its bole opening like the mouths of caves. The dryads in their brightly colored tunics bedecked the huge limbs like flowers, giggling and whispering and pointing at the visitors. Xebel led them into the broad moss-covered clearing beneath the tree, put her fingers to her lips and made a curiously bird-like whistle. Queen Xantha, with her red-haired daughter Xera at her side, emerged from one of the hollows in the vast trunk and greeted them as they dismounted. Tinedra and Xera flew into each other's arms even as the queen and Polgara warmly embraced. Xantha's golden hair was touched with gray at the temples,
and her gray-green eyes were tired. "Are you unwell, Xantha?" Polgara asked her. The queen sighed. "The time is growing close. That is all." She looked up affectionately at her enormous oak. "He is growing very tired, and his weight presses down upon his roots. He finds it harder and harder each spring to revive himself and put forth leaves." "Can I do anything?" "No, dearest Polgara, there is no pain. Just a great weariness. I won't mind sleeping. Now, what brings you into our wood?" "Someone has taken my baby," Tinedra cried, flying into her aunt's arms. "What are you saying, child?"
"It happened last summer, Xantha," Belgarath told her. "We are trying to find the trail of the one who stole him, a Malloreon named Xandramas. We think that the abductor sailed south aboard a Nason ship." Zabel was standing not far from the giant Toth, eyeing his awesomely muscled arms speculatively.
"I saw one of the boats of the snake people last summer,"
she mentioned, not taking her eyes off of the huge mute.
"Down where our river empties out into the big lake."
"You never mentioned it, Xabel," Xantha said.
"I forgot. Is anybody really interested in what the snake people do?"
"Big lake?" Dernick said with a puzzled frown. "I don't remember any big lakes here in this wood."
"It's the one that tastes funny,"
Zabel told him.
"and you can't see the other side."
"You must mean the Great Western Sea, then."
Whatever you want to call it,"
she replied indifferently. She continued to look Toth up and down.
"Did this Nason ship just sail on by?" Belgarath asked her.
"No, it got burned up. But that was after somebody got off."
"Isabel," Polgara said, stepping between the tawny-haired little dryad and the object of her scrutiny. "Do you think you can remember exactly what you saw?"
"I suppose so. It wasn't really very much, though. I was hunting, and I saw a boat go up to the beach on the south side of the river. This human in a black cloak, with the hood pulled up, got off with something in its arms. Then the black boat went back out onto the water, and the human on the beach waved one hand at it. That's when the ship caught on fire, all over, all at once."
"Oh, what happened to the crew?" Dernick asked.
"You know those big fish with all the teeth?"
"The sharks?"
"I guess so. Anyway, the water around the boat was full of them. When the humans jumped off the boat to get away from the fire, the fish ate them all up."
She sighed then.
"It was a terrible waste. I was hoping that maybe 1 or 2 might have gotten away. Maybe even 3.
She sighed again. "What did the human on the beach do then?" Polgara asked. Isabel shrugged.
"It waited until the ship burned all up, and then it went out into the woods on the south side of the river."
She stepped around Polgara, her eyes still fixed on the huge mute.
"If you're not using this one, Polgara, do you suppose I could borrow it for a little while? I've never seen one quite as big."
Geryon spun and ran toward his horse, but Ariond was already there. He held out the reins of his own chestnut stallion. "He's faster, Belgarion. Take him." Geryon nodded shortly and swung into the saddle.
"Geryon!"
Tinedra cried.
"Where are you going?"
But he was already plunging into the forest at a gallop. He was not really thinking as the stallion thundered through the leafless woods. The only semblance of a thought in his mind was the image the indifferent Zabel had implanted there. A dark figure on the beach, with something in its arms. Slowly, however, something else intruded itself on his awareness. There was something strange about the stallion's gait. About every 4th or 5th stride, the horse gave a peculiar lurch, and the wood seemed to blur for an instant. Then the gallop would continue until the next lurch and blurring. The distance from Xantha's tree to the beach where the river of the woods emptied into the great western sea was considerable. He knew that. At even the fastest gallop it would take the better part of a day and a half to cover it. But wasn't that the glint of water and sunlight coming through the trees just ahead? There was another lurch and that odd blurring. Quite suddenly the stallion set his forelegs stiffly, sliding through the sand at the very edge of the rolling surf. "How did you do that?" The horse looked back over one shoulder inquiringly. Then Geryon looked around in dismay. "We're on the wrong side of the river," he cried. "We're supposed to be over there." He drew on his will, preparing to translocate himself to the south beach, but the horse wheeled, took 2 steps, and lurched again. They were suddenly on the sandy south beach, and Geryon was clinging to the saddle to keep from falling off. For an irrational moment he wanted to scold the animal for not warning him, but there was something much more important to attend to. He slid down from his saddle and ran along the damp sand at the edge of the water, drawing Iron-Grip's sword as he went. The orb glowed eagerly as he held up the blade. "Geryon!" he shouted. "Find my son!" Between 2 strides the orb tugged at him, almost jerking him off balance. He slid to a stop on the hard-packed sand, feeling the powerful pull of the sword in his hands. The tip lowered, touched the sand once, and then the orb flared triumphantly as the blade pointed unerringly up the driftwood-littered beach toward the scrubby forest at its upper end. It was true. Although he had secretly feared that the hints that they had received might have been just another clever ruse, the trail of Xandromos, and of his infant son, was here, after all. A sudden wave of exultation surged through him. "Run, Xandromos!" he called out. "Run as fast as you can. I have your trail now, and the world isn't big enough for you to find any place to hide from me." Chapter 7. A chill dampness hung in the air beneath the tangled limbs overhead, and the smell of stagnant water and decay filled their nostrils. The trees twisted upward from the dark floor of the jungle, seeking the light. Gray-green moss hung in streamers from the trees, and ropey vines crawled up their trunks like thick-bodied serpents. The pale, wispy fog hovered back among the trees, rising foul-smelling and dank from the black ponds and sluggishly moving streams. The road they followed was ancient, and it was overgrown with tangled brush. Geryon rode now at the head of the party with his sword resting on the pommel of his saddle, and the orb eagerly tugging him on. It was late afternoon, and the day that had been gray and overcast, to begin with, now settled slowly, almost sadly, toward evening.
"I did not know that the Nyassians had ever built roads,"
Zinedra said, looking at the weed-choked track lying ahead of them. "They were all abandoned after the Marag invasion at the end of the 2nd millennium," Belgarath told her. "The Nissans discovered that their highway system provided too easy of a route to a hostile army. So Salmisra ordered that all of the roads be allowed to go back into the jungle." The sword in Geryon's hand swung slightly, pointing toward the thick undergrowth at the side of the road. He frowned slightly, reining in. "Grandfather, the trail goes off into the woods." The rest of them pulled up, peering into the obscuring bushes. "I'll go take a look," Silk said, sliding down from his horse and walking toward the side of the road. "Watch out for snakes," Dernick called after him. Silk stopped abruptly. "Thanks," he said in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Then he pushed into the brush, moving carefully, and with his eyes fixed on the ground. They waited, listening to the rustling crackle as Silk moved around back in the undergrowth. "There's a campsite back here," he called to them. "An old fire pit, and several lean-tos." "Let's go have a look," Belgarath said, swinging down out of his saddle. They left Toth with the horses and pushed back into the stiffly rustling brush. Some yards back from the road they came to a clearing and found Silk standing over a cold fire pit, with a number of charred sticks lying at the bottom. "Was Xandromos here?" he asked Geryon. Geryon moved forward, holding out his sword. It moved erratically in his hands, pointing first this way and then that. Then it tugged him toward one of the partially collapsed shelters. When he reached it, the sword dipped,
touched the ground inside that rude lean-to, and then the orb flared.
"Oh, I guess that answers that question," Silk said with a certain satisfaction.
Dernick had knelt by the fire pit and was carefully turning over the charred sticks, peering into the ashes beneath.
It's been several months," he said.
Silk looked around.
"From the number of shelters, I'd say that at least 4 people made camp here."
Belgarath grunted.
"Sandramos is not alone any more, then."
Ariond had been curiously poking into the crude shelters, and he reached down and picked up something from the ground inside one of them, and came back to join the rest. Wordlessly he held out the object in his hand to Tinedra.
"Oh!"
she cried, taking it quickly and clutching it tightly against her.
"What is it, Tinedra?"
Velvet asked. The little queen, her eyes brimming, mutely held out the object Ariond had just given her. It was a small wool-knit cap, lying damp and sad-looking in her hand.
"It's my baby's,"
she said in a choked voice.
"He was wearing it the night he was stolen."
Dernick cleared his throat uncomfortably.
"Yeah, it's getting late," he said quietly. "Did we want to set up for the night here?"
Geryon looked at Sinedra's agonized face. "I don't think so," he replied. "Let's go on. Just a little farther."
Dernick also looked at the grieving queen. "Right," he agreed.
About a half-mile farther down the road, they reached the ruins of a long-abandoned city, half buried in the rank jungle growth. Trees buckled up the once broad streets, and climbing vines wreathed their way upward about the empty towers.
"Well, seems like a good location,"
Dernick said, looking around the ruins.
"Why didn't the people just go away and leave it empty?"
"There could be a half-dozen reasons, Dernick," Bolgara said. "Pestilence, politics, war, even a whim."
"A whim?"
He looked startled. "This is Nyissa," she reminded him. "Salmisra rules here. Her authority over her people is the most absolute in all of the world. If she came here at some time in the past and told the people to leave, they would have left." He shook his head disapprovingly.
"What's wrong?"
he said. "Yes, dear, I know." They made camp in the abandoned ruins, and the next morning they continued to ride in a generally southeasterly direction. As they pushed deeper and deeper into the Nyasan jungle, there was a gradual change in the vegetation. The trees loomed higher, their trunks getting thicker. The underbrush became more dense, and the all-pervading reek of stagnant water grew stronger. Then, shortly before noon, a slight, vagrant breeze suddenly brought another scent to Geryon's nostrils. It was an odor of such overpowering sweetness that it almost made him giddy.
"What is that lovely fragrance?"
Velvet asked, her brown eyes softening. Just then, they rounded a bend, and there, standing in glory at the side of the road, rose the most beautiful tree Geryon had ever seen. Its leaves were a shimmering gold, and long crimson vines hung in profusion from its limbs. It was covered with enormous blossoms of red, blue, and vivid lavender, and among those blossoms hung rich-looking clusters of shiny purple fruit that seemed almost ready to burst. An overwhelming sense of longing seemed to come over him at the sight and smell of that glorious tree, and it touched his very heart. Velvet, however, had already pushed past him, her face fixed in a dreamy smile as she rode toward the tree. "Nessel!" Polgara's voice cracked at her like a whip. "Stop!"
"But—"
Velvet's voice was vibrant with longing. "Don't move," Polgara commanded. "You are in dreadful danger." "Danger?" Geryon said. "It's only a tree, Aunt Paul. Come with me, all of you. Keep a tight rein on your horses, and don't go anywhere near that tree." She rode slowly forward at a walk, holding her horse's reins firmly in both hands.
"What's the matter, Paul?" Dernick asked.
"I thought all of those had been destroyed," she muttered,
looking at the gorgeous tree with an expression of flinty hatred.
But,
Velvet objected.
why would anyone want to destroy something so lovely?
Of course it's lovely. That's how it hunts. Hunts? Silk said in a startled voice. Polgara, it is only a tree. Trees don't hunt. This one does. One taste of its fruit is instant death, and the touch of its blossoms paralyze every muscle in the body. Look there. She pointed at something in the high grass beneath the tree. Geryon peered into the grass and saw the skeleton of a large-sized animal. A half-dozen of the crimson tendrils, hanging from one of the flower-decked branches, had poked their way down into the animal's rib-cage and interwoven themselves into the mossy bones. "Do not look at the tree," Polgara told them all in a deadly tone. "Do not think about the fruit. Try not to inhale the fragrance of its flowers too deeply. The tree is trying to lure you to within range of its tendrils. Ride on and do not look back." She reined in her horse. "Aren't you coming too?" Dernick asked with a worried look. "I'll catch up. I have to attend to this monstrosity first." "Do as she says," Belgarath told them. "Let's go." As they rode on past that beautifully deadly tree, Geryon felt a wrench of bitter disappointment. As they moved farther down the road away from it, he seemed to hear a silent snarl of frustration. Startled, he glanced back once and was amazed to see the crimson tendrils hanging from the branches, writhing and lashing at the air in a kind of vegetative fury. Then he turned back quickly as Tenedra made a violent retching sound. "What's the matter?"
"That tree,"
she gasped.
"It is horrible. It feeds on the agony of its victims as much as upon their flesh."
As they rounded another bend in the road, Geryon felt a violent surge, and there was a huge concussion behind them, followed by the sizzling crackle of a fire surging up through the living wood. In his mind he heard an awful scream filled with pain, anger, and a malevolent hatred. A pall of greasy black smoke drifted low to the ground, bringing with it a dreadful stench. It was perhaps a quarter of an hour later when Polgara rejoined them. "It will not feed again," she said with a note of satisfaction in her voice. She smiled almost wryly. "That is one of the few things Salmisra and I have ever agreed upon. There is no place in the world for that particular tree." They rode on down into Nyissa, following the weed-choked track of the long-abandoned highway. About noon of the following day, Erion's chestnut stallion grew restive, and the blond young man pulled up beside Geryon, who still rode in the lead with his sword on the pommel of his saddle.
"He wants to run,"
Erion laughed gently.
"He always wants to run."
Geryon looked over at him.
"Erion,
there is something I've been meaning to ask you."
"Yes, Belgarion?"
"When I was riding your horse to the beach back up there in the Wood of the Dryads, he did something that was sort of odd."
"Odd? How do you mean?"
"It should have taken nearly 2 days to reach the sea, but he did it in about half an hour."
"Oh,"
Erion said.
"That.
Can you explain how he does it?"
"It's something he does sometimes when he knows that I'm in a hurry to get someplace. He kind of goes to another place, and when he comes back, you're much farther along than you were when he started."
"Where is this other place?"
"Right here, all around us. But at the same time, it's not. Does that make any sense?"
"No, not really." Erion frowned in concentration.
"You told me one time that you could change yourself into a wolf, the same way Belgarath does."
"Yes."
"And you said that when you do that, your sword is still with you, but at the same time it's not."
"Well, that's what Grandfather told me."
"I think that's where this other place is. The same place where your sword goes. Distance doesn't seem to mean the same thing there as it does here. Does that explain it all?"
Geryon laughed. "It doesn't even come close, Erion. But I'll take your word for it." About mid-afternoon the next day,
They reached the marshy banks of the river of the Serpent, where the highway turned toward the east, following the winding course of that sluggish stream. The sky had cleared, though the pale sunlight had little warmth to it. "Maybe I had better scout on ahead," Silk said. "The road looks a bit more well-traveled along this stretch, and we didn't exactly make a lot of friends the last time we were here." He spurred his horse into a brisk canter. In a few minutes he was out of sight around a bend in the weed-choked road.
"We won't have to go through Stithy's store, will we?"
Zinedra asked. "No," Belgarath replied. "It's on the other side of the river." He looked at the screen of trees and brush lying between the ancient highway and the mossy riverbank. "We should be able to slip past it without too much trouble." An hour or so later they rounded a bend in the road and caught a glimpse of the strange, alien-looking towers of the capital of the Snake People rising into the air on the far side of the river. There seemed to be no coherent pattern to Naisan architecture. Some of the towers rose in slender spires, others were bulky with bulb-like tops. Some even twisted in spirals toward the sky. They were, moreover, painted every possible hue, green, red, yellow, and even some in garish purple. Silk was waiting for them a few hundred yards farther along the road. "There won't be any trouble getting past here without being seen from the other side. But there is someone on up ahead who wants to talk to us." "Who?" Belgarath asked sharply. "He didn't say, but he seemed to know we were coming." "I don't like that very much. Did he say what he wants?" "Only that he's got a message of some kind for us." "Let's go find out about this." The old man looked at Geryon. "You had better cover the orb. Let's keep it out of sight, just to be on the safe side." Geryon nodded, took out a soft, tight-fitting leather sleeve, and pulled it down over the hilt of Iron Grip's sword. The shaven-headed Naisan, who awaited them, was dressed in shabby, stained clothing, and he had a long scar running from forehead to chin across an empty eye socket. "We thought you'd get here earlier," he said laconically as they reined in. "What kept you?" Geryon looked at the one-eyed man closely. "Don't I know you? Isn't your name Isis?" Isis grunted. "I'm surprised you remember. Your head wasn't too clear the last time we met." "It wasn't the sort of thing I'd be likely to forget." "Somebody in the city wants to see you," Isis said. "I'm sorry, friend, but we are pressed for time. I don't think there's anybody in Stithy's store that we need to talk with." Isis shrugged. "That's up to you. I was paid to meet you and give you the message." He turned and started back through the slanting late-afternoon sunlight toward the rank growth along the riverbank. Then he stopped. "Oh, I almost forgot. The man who sent me said to tell you that he has some information about somebody named Zandramas, if that means anything to you." "Zandramas?" Zinedra said sharply. "Whoever that is," Isis replied. "If you're interested, I've got a boat. I can take some of you across to the city if you want." "Give us a minute or two to talk it over," Belgarath said to him. "Take as long as you want. We can't cross until after dark anyway. I'll wait in the boat while you decide." He went on down through the bushes toward the riverbank. "Who is he?" Silk asked Geryon. "His name's Isis. He's for hire. Last time I saw him, he was working for Tari, the chief eunuch in Salmisra's palace. But I get the feeling he'll work for anybody as long as he gets paid." He turned to Belgarath. "Well, what do you think, grandfather?" The old man tugged at one earlobe. "It could be some kind of ruse. But somebody over there knows enough about what we are doing to realize that we are interested in Zandramas. I think I'd like to find out who this well-informed citizen is." "Oh, you won't get anything out of Isis," Silk told him.
I've already tried. Belgarath pondered a moment. Go see how big this boat of his is. Silk went over to the edge of the road and peered down through the bushes. We can't all go. Maybe 4 of us. Belgarath scratched at his chin. You, me, Paul, and Geryon, he decided. He turned to Dernick. Take the others and the horses, and go back into the jungle a ways. This might take us a while. Don't build up any fires that can be seen from the city. I'll take care of things, Belgarath, Dernick said. The boat Isis had rowed across from the city was painted a dull black. It was moored to a half-sunken log and screened by overhanging tree limbs. The one-eyed man looked critically at Geryon.
Do you have to take that big sword?
Yes, Geryon replied. Isis shrugged.
Suit yourself.
As twilight settled onto the river, a mist of tiny gnats rose from the surrounding bushes and swarmed about them as they sat in the boat waiting for darkness. Silk absently slapped at his neck.
Don't jiggle the boat,
Isis warned.
The leeches are hungry this time of year, so it's not a good time for swimming.
They sat huddled in the small boat, enduring the biting of the gnats as the light gradually faded. After about a half-hour of discomfort, Isis peered out through the concealing branches.
It's dark enough,
he said shortly. He untied the boat and pushed it out from the bank with an oar. Then he settled himself and started to row toward the lights of Stithy's Tor on the far side. After about 20 minutes, he swung his boat into the deep shadows beneath the wharf, jutting out into the water from the Drasnian Enclave, that commercial zone on the riverfront where northern merchants were permitted to conduct their business. A tar-smeared rope was slung under the wharf, and Isis pulled them hand over hand beneath the protecting structure until they reached a ladder.
We go up here,
he said, tying his boat to a piling beside the ladder.
Try not to make too much noise.
Exactly where are you taking us? Polgara asked him.
It's not far,
he replied, and quietly went up the ladder.
Keep your eyes open,
Belgarath muttered.
I do not altogether trust that fellow.
The streets of Stithy's Tor were dark, since all of the ground-level windows were thickly shuttered. Isis moved on, cat-like feet keeping to the shadows, although Geryon could not be sure if his stealth was out of necessity, or merely from habit. As they passed a narrow alleyway, Geryon heard a skittering noise coming from somewhere in the darkness, and his hand flew to his sword hilt. "What's that?" he asked.
Rats.
Isis shrugged.
They come up from the river at night to feed on the garbage, and then the snakes crawl in out of the jungle to eat the rats.
He held up one hand.
Wait here a moment.
He moved on ahead to peer cautiously up and down a broad street lying just ahead of them.
It's clear, he said. Come ahead. The house we want is just across the street.
That is Droblek's house, isn't it? Polgra asked, as they joined the furtive Nason. The Drasnian Port Authority?
You've been here before, I see. Let's go. They're expecting us.
Droblek himself opened the door of his house in response to Isis's light tap. The Drasnian port official wore a loose-fitting brown robe, and was, if anything, more grossly fat than he had been when Geryon had last seen him. As he opened the door, he looked nervously out into the street, peering this way, then that in the gloom.
"Quickly," he whispered, "inside, all of you."
Once he had closed the door behind them and secured it with a stout lock, he seemed to relax a bit.
"My lady,"
he wheezed to Polgara with a portly bow.
"My house is honored."
"Thank you, Droblek. Are you the one who sent for us?"
"No, my lady. I hope to make the arrangements, though."
"You seem a bit nervous, Droblek."
"I'm concealing something in my house that I would rather not have here, Prince Keldar. I could get into a lot of trouble if anyone found out about it. The Tolnedran ambassador always has people watching my house, and he would delight in embarrassing me." "Where's the man? that we are supposed to meet?" Belgarath asked brusquely. Droblek's face was awed as he replied, "I have a hidden chamber at the back of the house, Ancient One. He is waiting there." "Well, let's go see him, then." "At once, Eternal Belgarath." Waddling and puffing noticeably, the Drasnian official led them down a dimly lighted hallway. At its far end he ran his hand down the wall and touched one of the stones. With a loud click, an irregularly shaped section of the wall came unlatched, to protrude slightly from the rest. "Exotic," Silk murmured.
"Who's there?"
A shrill voice came from the other side of that hidden door. "It's me, Droblek," the fat man answered. "The people you wanted to see have arrived." He pulled the stone slab-covered door open. "I will keep watch," he said to them. Beyond the door was a small, dank, hidden chamber lighted by a single candle. Tzadi, the eunuch, stood fearfully beside a battered wooden table. His shaven head was stubbled and his scarlet silk robe tattered. There was a hunted look about his eyes. "At last," he said with relief. "What on earth are you doing here, Tzadi?" Belgarath asked him.
"Hiding," he said. "Come in, please, all of you, and close the door. I don't want anybody to find out accidentally where I am."
They stepped into the small room, and Droblek pushed the door shut behind them.
"Why is the chief eunuch of Selmisra's palace hiding in the house of the Drasnian Port Authority?" Silk asked curiously.
"There has been a slight misunderstanding at the palace, Prince Keldar,"
Tzadi replied, sinking into a chair by the wooden table.
"I am not chief eunuch any more. As a matter of fact, there is a price on my head. A very large one, I'm told. Droblek owed me a favor, so he hid me here. Not very willingly, but—"
He shrugged.
"Since we're talking about prices, I'll take my money now," Isis said.
"I have one more little job for you, Isis," the eunuch said in an oddly contralto voice. "Do you think that you could get into the palace?"
"If I need to."
"There's a red leather case in my quarters, under the bed. It has brass hinges. I need it."
"Do you want to discuss the price?"
"I'll pay you whatever you think is fair."
"All right. Let's say double what you already owe me."
"Double?" "The palace is very dangerous right now. You're taking advantage of the situation, Isis."
"Go fetch it yourself, then."
"All right."
Tzadi looked at him helplessly.
"Double."
"It's always a pleasure doing business with you, Tzadi."
Then Isis went to the door and slipped out.
"What has happened here?"
Silk asked the nervous eunuch. Tzadi sighed.
"Certain accusations were made against me,"
he said in a pained voice.
"I was not entirely prepared to defend myself against them. So I thought it might be wiser to take an extended leave from my duties. I've been working too hard lately anyway."
"Were the accusations unfounded?" Tzadi ran one long-fingered hand over his stubbled scalp.
"Well, not entirely. But the matter was blown out of all proportion."
"Who took your place at the palace?"
"Taris."
Tzadi almost spat the name.
"He's a third-rate schemer with no real sense of style at all. Someday I'm going to take a great deal of pleasure in cutting out several things he needs rather badly, with a dull knife."
Isis told us that you had some information about someone called Zandramas.
I do indeed, Sadi replied.
He rose from his chair and went to the narrow, unmade bed, standing against one wall. He rummaged around under the dirty brown blanket, took out a small silver flask, and opened it.
"Excuse me,"
he said, taking a small sip. He grimaced.
"I wish it didn't taste so bad."
Polgara gave him a cool look. "Do you suppose you could tell us what you know about Zandramas before you start seeing butterflies?" Sadi looked at her innocently.
"Oh, no. This isn't one of those, Lady Polgara," he assured her, shaking the flask. "It just has a certain calming effect. My nerves have been absolutely destroyed by what's happening in the past few months."
"Why don't we get down to business?" Belgarath suggested.
"Very well. I have something you want, and you have something I want. I think a trade is in order."
"Why don't we discuss that?" Silk said, his eyes suddenly brightening, and his long nose twitching.
"I'm very much aware of your reputation, Prince Keldar. I'm not foolish enough to try to bargain with you."
All right. Just what is this thing you want from us, Sadi?"
Belgarath asked the dead-eyed eunuch.
"You are on your way out of Nyssa. I want you to take me with you. In exchange, I will tell you everything I have learned about Zandramas."
"Totally out of the question."
"I think you are speaking in haste, ancient one. Hear me out first."
"I don't trust you, Sadi,"
Belgarath said bluntly.
"That is quite understandable. I am not the sort of man who should be trusted."
"Then why should I saddle myself with you?"
"Because I know why you are following Zandramas. And more importantly, I know where Zandramas is going. It is a very dangerous place for you. But I can arrange a way for us to move around freely once we get there. Now, why don't we put aside all of this childishness about trusting each other and get down to business?"
"We're just wasting time here,"
Belgarath said to the rest of them.
"I can be very useful to you, ancient one."
"To anyone who might want to know where we are," Silk added.
"That would not be in my own best interests, Keldar."
"Which brings up an interesting point. I have a splendid opportunity here to turn a quick profit. You mentioned the fact that there's a large price on your head. If you don't want to be cooperative, I might just decide to collect that price. How much did you say that it was?"
"You won't do that, Keldar,"
Sadi replied placidly.
"You are in a hurry to catch up with Zandramas, and there are always 100 administrative details involved in collecting a reward. It would probably be a month before you saw any of the money, and Zandramas would be that much farther ahead of you by then."
"Oh, that's probably true," Silk admitted. He reached for one of his daggers with a regretful expression. "There's this other alternative, however. Messy, but usually fairly effective." Sadi backed away from him.
"Belgarath,"
he said in a faintly alarmed voice.
"That won't be necessary, Silk," the old man said.
He turned to Polgara.
"See what you can do, Paul."
"All right, father." She turned to the eunuch. "Sit down, Sadi. I want you to look at something."
"Of course, Lady Polgara," he agreed amiably, seating himself in a chair by the table. "Look closely," she said, making a curious gesture in front of his eyes. The eunuch continued to smile. How charming," he murmured, looking at something which seemed to have appeared before his eyes. "Can you make it do any other tricks, too?" She bent forward and looked closely into his eyes. "I see. You are more clever than I thought, Sadi." She turned back to the rest of them. "He is drugged. Probably what he drank out of that flask. Right now there is absolutely nothing I can do with him." "That takes us back to the other alternative, doesn't it?" Silk said, reaching for his dagger again. Polgara shook her head. "Right now he wouldn't even feel it." "Oh," Sadi said in a disappointed voice, "you made it go away, and I rather liked it." "The drug won't last forever," Silk shrugged. "And by the time it wears off, we should be far enough from the city to be able to carve some answers out of him without the screams attracting too much attention." His hand strayed again to the hilt of his dagger. "Ailorns," the dry voice in Gerion's mind said disgustedly. "Why is it that your solution to every problem comes out of a scabbard? What? Tell the little thief to put away his knife. But don't argue with me, Gerion. You have to have Tzadi's information about Xandromos, and I cannot give it to you." "You're not suggesting that we take him along?" Gerion was profoundly shocked at the idea. "I'm not suggesting anything, Gerion. I'm telling you. Tzadi goes along. You cannot do what you have to do without him. Now, tell your grandfather. He's not going to like it. I can face that prospect with enormous fortitude." Then the voice was gone. "Grandfather?" Gerion said in a sick tone. "What?" The old man's tone was testy. "Well, this isn't my idea, grandfather, but—" Gerion looked at the dreamy-faced eunuch with distaste, and then lifted his hands helplessly. "You're not serious," Belgarath exclaimed after a moment. "I'm afraid so." "Am I missing something?" Sadi asked curiously. "Shut up," Belgarath snapped. Then he turned back to Gerion. "Are you absolutely sure?" Gerion nodded dejectedly. "This is sheer idiocy." The old man turned and glared at Sadi. Then he reached across the table and took the front of the eunuch's iridescent robe in his fist. "Listen to me very carefully, Sadi," he said from between clenched teeth. "You are going with us, but you keep your nose out of that flask. Do you understand me?" "Of course, ancient one," the eunuch replied in that same dreamy voice. "I don't think you fully grasp what I'm talking about," Belgarath continued in a dreadfully quiet voice. "If I catch you with your brains full of dandelion fluff just once, I will make you wish that Keldar had gotten to you with his knife first. Do you follow me?" Sadi's eyes grew wide and his face blanched. "Yes, Belgarath," he stammered fearfully. "Good. Now, start talking. Just exactly what do you know about Xandromos?" Chapter 8. "It all started last year," Sadi began, still eyeing Belgarath apprehensively. "A Malloreon posing as a jewel merchant came to Stithis store and sought out my chief rival at the palace, a petty schemer named Saris. It was rather general knowledge that Saris had long coveted my position, but I hadn't gotten around to having him killed yet." He made a face. "A grave oversight, as it turned out. Anyway, Saris and the Malloreon negotiated for a bit, and the bargain they struck had nothing to do with gemstones. This so-called jeweler needed something that only someone in a position of authority could provide. So he gave Saris certain information that Saris was able to use to discredit me and usurp my position.
I just love politics, don't you? Silk said to no one in particular. Sadi grimaced again.
The details of my fall from the Queen's favor are tedious, he continued, and I really don't want to bore you with them. At any rate, Saras supplanted me as chief eunuch, and I barely escaped from the palace with my life. Once Saras had consolidated his position, he was able to keep his part of the bargain that he reached with his Malloreon friend.
And what exactly did the Malloreon want? Silk asked.
This, Prince Keldar,
Sadi said, rising and going to his rumpled cot. He drew a carefully folded parchment from beneath the mattress and handed it to the little man. Silk read it quickly and then whistled.
Well,
Belgarath said. It's an official document, Silk replied. At least it's over the Queen's seal. Early last spring, Salmisra dispatched a diplomatic mission to Sandaria.
That's fairly routine, Silk.
Oh, I know, but there are also some secret instructions to the diplomats. She tells them that they will be met at the mouth of the river of the Serpent by a foreigner, and that they are to render this stranger every possible aid. The gist of the whole thing is that these diplomats were to make arrangements to get the foreigner to the part of Heidelberg on the west coast of Carrick, and to have a Naisan ship standing off the Riven coast on a certain date about the middle of last summer.
Coincidence, perhaps,
Belgarath suggested. Silk shook his head and held up the parchment. It identifies the foreigner by name. The diplomats were supposed to identify their passenger by the name Xandramas. Well, that explains a few things, doesn't it? Geryon said. May I see that? Polgara asked. Silk handed her the parchment. She looked at it briefly and then held it out to Sadi. Are you positive that this is Salmisra's seal?
There is no question about it, Polgara, and no one dares to touch that seal without her consent.
I see. How did you come by the document, Sadi? Silk asked curiously.
4 copies of all official documents are routinely made, Prince Keldar. It is one of the resources of those with access to the Queen's favor. The purchase price of the extra copies has been established for centuries.
All right, Geryon said. So Xandramas came to Nyssa posing as a merchant, arranged to have Tsaras replace you as chief eunuch, and somehow managed to get Salmisra to issue that order. Is that it?
It is not quite that simple, Belgarian. The Malloreon merchant was not Xandramas. No one here in Stithistor ever saw Xandramas. The stranger the document talks about joined the diplomats on their way to Sandaria. So far as I have been able to determine, Xandramas never passed through Stithistor. Not only that, but after the arrangements for the ship to Hallberg had been made, all the diplomats conveniently died. They were stopping over at an inn in Kamar on their way to the capital, and there was a fire in the middle of the night. No one escaped the fire.
Oh, that's got a familiar ring to it, Silk said. All right, then. Who was the Malloreon jeweler? Sadi spread his hands helplessly.
I was never able to find out,
he confessed.
Did you ever see him?
Once. He was a strange-looking fellow. His eyes were absolutely colorless.
There was a long pause, and then Silk said, "Well, that clears up a few other things, doesn't it?"
Maybe so,
Geryon said.
but it still doesn't answer my main question. We know who Noradas is working for now. We know how Xandromas got to Carrick and escaped from the Isle of the Winds with my son. But what I need to know is where the trail we're following is going to lead.
Sadi shrugged.
Rak Vakat.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Silk asked him.
Cyrus hasn't been in power long enough to weed out the more untrustworthy of his underlings. I found one who was open to the notion of private enterprise. Xandromas has to be in Malloreon with Prince Garin by this coming spring, and the route must be by way of Rak Vokat.
Wouldn't it be shorter to sail from Raktan?
Sadi looked at him with a faintly surprised expression.
I thought you knew. Kalzakath has put a very handsome price on the head of Xandromas, and the Malloreon reserves are concentrated at Rahaga. If Xandromas tried to go through Haga to Riktan, all those troops would drop whatever they were doing to go headhunting. The only safe port for Xandromas to sail from is Rak Vakat.
Was this underling you bribed reliable? Silk demanded.
Of course not. As soon as he had finished telling me all of this, he had planned to turn me in for the reward. Dead, naturally. So he didn't really have any reason to lie to me, and he was too stupid to make up a coherent lie anyway.
The eunuch smiled bleakly.
I know of a certain plant, though. It is a very reliable plant. The man was telling me the absolute truth. As a matter of fact, he kept telling me the truth long after it had begun to bore me. Cyrus provided Xandromas with an escort across Neissa and detailed maps of the shortest route to the Isle of Vakat.
Was that all the fellow said?
Oh, no, Bulgarian. He was busy confessing to me that he had cheated on an examination in school when I finally had Isis cut his throat. I can only deal with so much truth in one day.
All right, Geryon said, ignoring that.
Xandromas is going to the Isle of Vakat. How does that help us?
The route Xandromas will have to follow will be roundabout, because of that reward I mentioned. We, on the other hand, can go straight across southern Murgos to the Isle. It will save us months.
That route goes right through the war zone, Silk protested.
That is no particular problem. I can take you directly through to Vakat without any hindrance from either the Murgos or the Malloreons.
How do you propose to manage that?
When I was younger, I was engaged in the slave trade in Murgos. I know all the routes, and I know whom to bribe and whom to avoid. Slavers are useful to both sides in the war between the Murgos and the Malloreons, so they are allowed to move around freely. All we have to do is dress as slave traders, and no one will interfere with us.
What's to keep you from selling us to the Grolums as soon as we cross the border?
Self-interest, Sadi shrugged. Grolums are an ungrateful lot. If I sell you to them, it is quite likely that they will turn around and sell me to Salmisra. I don't think I would like that at all.
Is she really that angry with you?
Irritated. A snake does not really get angry. I have heard, however, that she wants to bite me personally.
Oh, that is a great honor, of course, but one I would rather forego."
The door to the hidden room clicked open, and Droblik looked in. "Isis is back," he said. "Good," Belgarath replied. "I want to get back across the river before morning." The one-eyed man came in carrying the case Tzadi had described. It was flat, a square box a couple of feet across and several inches thick.
"What's in this, Tzadi?" he asked. "It gurgles."
He took the case.
"Be careful, man. Some of those bottles are fragile."
"What is this?" Belgarath demanded.
"A bit of this, a bit of that," Tzadi replied evasively.
"Drugs?"
"And poisons, and antidotes. A few aphrodisiacs, an anesthetic or two, a fairly effective truth drug, and zith."
"What is zith?"
"Zith is a who, ancient one, not a what. I never go anywhere without her."
He opened the case and lovingly took out a small earthenware bottle, securely corked and with a series of small holes encircling its neck.
"Would you hold this, please?" he said, handing the bottle to Silk. "I want to make sure Isis did not break anything."
He began to carefully examine the row after row of little vials nested in velvet-lined pockets inside the case. Silk looked curiously at the bottle, then took hold of the cork.
"I really would not do that, Prince Keldar," Tzadi advised. "You might get a nasty surprise."
"What's in here?" Silk asked, shaking the bottle.
"Please, Keldar. Zith becomes vexed when people shake her."
Tzadi closed the case, set it aside, and took the bottle from Silk.
There, he said in a crooning voice. "It's nothing to be alarmed about, dear. I'm right here, and I won't let him disturb you any more."
From inside the bottle came a peculiar purring sound.
"How did you get a cat in there?" Geryon asked.
"Oh, Zith is not a cat, Belgarian," Tzadi assured him. "Here, I'll show you."
Carefully he worked the cork out and laid the bottle on its side on the table.
"You can come out now, dear,"
he crooned to it. Nothing happened.
"Come along now, Zith. Don't be shy."
Then a small, bright green snake slithered obediently from the mouth of the bottle. She had gleaming yellow eyes and a vibrant red stripe running down her back from nose to tail. Her forked tongue flickered out, touching Tzadi's outstretched hand. Silk recoiled with a sharp intake of breath.
"Isn't she beautiful?"
Tzadi said, gently stroking the little snake's head with one finger. The snake began to purr contentedly, then raised her head, fixed Silk with a cold reptilian eye, and hissed spitefully at him.
"I do believe that you offended her, Prince Keldar. Maybe you should stay away from her for a while."
"Oh, don't worry," Silk said fervently, backing away. "Is she venomous?"
"She is the deadliest little snake in the world, aren't you, dear?" Tzadi said, stroking the snake's head again. "Also the rarest. Her species is highly prized in Nyssa because they are the most intelligent of all reptiles. They are friendly, even affectionate, and, of course, the purr is absolutely delightful."
"But she does bite," Silk added.
"Only people who irritate her, and never a friend. All you have to do is feed her and keep her warm and show her a little affection now and then, and she will follow you around like a puppy."
"Not me, she won't." "Tzadi," Belgarath said, pointing at the case. "What is the idea of all of this? I don't need a walking apothecary shop trailing along behind me."
Tzadi held up one hand. "Murgos are not really very interested in money, Ancient One. But there are people I'll have to bribe when we go across Ktol Murgos. Some of them have picked up certain habits, That case is going to be worth more to us than a pack-horse loaded down with gold.
Belgarath grunted. Just keep your face out of it. I don't want your head full of smoke at a crucial moment. And keep your snake under control.
Of course, Belgarath.
The old sorcerer turned to Isis. Can you get a bigger boat? We need to get back across the river, and that one of yours won't hold all of us.
Isis nodded. Not just yet, Father. I am going to need him for a while, Polgara said.
Paul, we need to get back on the other side of the river before dawn.
I won't be too long, Father, but I have to go to the palace.
The palace?
Zandramoss went to Kerek, where no Angarak has been allowed since the days of Bare Shoulders. Salmisra arranged that, and she also engineered the escape from the Isle of the Winds after the abduction of Tenedra's baby. I want to know why.
We are a bit pressed for time, Polgara. Can't this wait?
I don't think so, Father. I think we need to know if there were any other arrangements. I would rather not be surprised by a battalion or so of nascent troops lurking in the jungle along the trail we are following. He frowned.
You might be right.
You're going to the palace? Geryon asked her. I must, dear. All right, Geryon said, squaring his shoulders. Then I am going with you. She gave him a long, steady look. You are going to insist, I take it? He nodded. Yes, Aunt Paul, I think I am. He said it quite decisively. She sighed. Oh, how quickly they grow up. Then she turned to Isis. Do you know a back way to the palace? The one-eyed man nodded. Will you show us? Of course, he replied, and then paused. We can discuss the price later. Price? Nothing for nothing, lady. Shall we go? It was nearly midnight when Isis led Polgara and Geryon out the rear door of Droblek's house into a narrow alleyway that smelled strongly of rotting garbage. They made their way furtively through a twisting series of similar alleys, sometimes passing through the lower corridors of houses to move from one alley to another. How do you know which houses have unlocked doors? Geryon whispered, as they emerged from a tall, narrow house in a run-down quarter of the city. It is my business to know, Isis replied. He straightened and looked around. We're getting close to the palace. The streets and alleys in this part of the city are patrolled. Wait here a minute. He stealthily crossed the alley, opened a recessed door, and slipped inside. A couple of moments later he emerged, carrying 2 silk robes, a pair of lances, and a couple of brass helmets. We'll wear these, he said to Geryon. And if you don't mind, lady, pull your hood farther over your face. If anybody stops us, let me do the talking. Geryon pulled on the robe and helmet and took one of the lances from the assassin. Tuck your hair up under the helmet, Isis instructed. Then he stepped out boldly, trusting to their disguises rather than to stealth. They had no sooner entered the next street than they were stopped by a half-dozen armed men. What's your business? The man in charge of the patrol demanded. We're escorting a visitor to the palace, Isis replied. What kind of visitor? Isis gave him a disgusted look. You don't really want to interfere, Corporal. The one she's visiting wouldn't like it. And who is that? Now, that's a very stupid question, man. If this woman's friend finds out that I told you, we will probably both wind up in the river. Or do I know that you're telling me the truth? You don't. But do you really want to take a chance on it? The corporal's expression grew faintly nervous as he thought about it. You'd better move along, he said finally. I was sure you would see it my way, Isis observed. He roughly took hold of Polgara's arm. Move, you, he commanded.
When they reached the end of the street, Geryon glanced back. The soldiers were still watching them, but made no move to follow.
"I hope you are not offended, lady,"
Isis apologized. "No," Polgara replied. "You are a very resourceful fellow, Isis."
"That's what I get paid for. We go this way."
The wall of Selmisra's palace was very high, constructed of great rough-hewn stone blocks that had stood for aeons in this dank city by the river. Isis led them into the dense shadows under the wall, and to a small iron-barred gate. He fumbled with the lock for a moment, then carefully swung the gate open.
"Let's go," he muttered.
The palace was a maze of dimly lighted corridors, but Isis led them confidently, moving along as if he were on an important mission. As they approached the broader, somewhat more brightly lighted hallways near the center of the palace, a grotesquely made-up eunuch lurched by, his legs stiff and his eyes unfocused. His mouth was fixed in a stupefied grin, and his body twitched spasmodically as he stumbled past them. They passed an open doorway and heard someone inside giggling uncontrollably. Geryon could not be sure if that unseen person was a man or a woman. The one-eyed man stopped and opened a door.
"We have to go through here,"
he said, taking a smoky lamp from the niche beside the door.
"Be careful. It is dark and there are snakes on the floor."
The room was cool and had a musty smell. Geryon could clearly hear the dry, dusty hiss of scales rubbing against each other in the corners.
"It was fairly safe," Isis said. "They were fed today, and that always makes them sluggish."
He stopped at the door, opened it a crack, and peered out.
"Wait,"
he whispered. Geryon heard a couple of men talking and the sound of their footsteps in the corridor outside. Then a door opened and closed.
"It's clear,"
Isis said quietly.
"Let's go."
He led them out into the corridor, and along its dimly lighted length to a polished door. He looked at Polgara.
"Are you sure you want to see the Queen?"
She nodded.
"All right. Saris is in here. He'll take us to the throne room."
"Are you sure?" Geryon whispered. Isis reached under the robe he had donned in the alley and drew out a long, saw-edged dagger.
"I can practically guarantee it. Give me a moment. Then come in and close the door."
He shoved the door open and jumped into the room like a great soft-footed cat.
"What?"
Someone inside the room cried out in a high-pitched voice. Then there was a terrified silence. Geryon and Polgara entered quickly, closing the door behind them. A man sat at the table, his eyes bulging with fright and with the needle point of Isis's dagger pushed against his throat. He wore a crimson silk robe, and his shaven head was pasty white. Rolls of greasy, unhealthy-looking fat drooped from his jowls, and his frightened eyes were small and pig-like. Isis was talking to him in a dreadfully quiet voice, emphasizing what he was saying by pressing the point of his knife into the skin of the fat man's throat.
"This is an Urgo knife, Tsaris. It causes almost no damage when it goes in. But when you pull it out, it jerks out all kinds of things along with it. Now, we aren't going to make any kind of an outcry, are we?"
"No," Saras stammered in a squeaky voice.
"I was sure you would see it my way. This is what we're going to do. This lady and her young friend want to have a word with the Queen, so you're going to take us to the throne room."
"To the Queen?"
Saras gasped. "No one goes into her presence without permission. I can't do it." This conversation has suddenly taken a definite turn for the worse.
Isis looked over at Polgara.
"Would you like to turn your head, lady?" he asked politely. "The sight of a man with his brains oozing out of his ears makes some people queasy."
"Please," Saras begged him. "I can't.
The queen will kill me if I take you into the throne room without being summoned. And I will kill you if you don't. Somehow, I have got the feeling that this isn't going to be one of your good days, Zaris. Now, get on your feet.
The assassin jerked the trembling fat man from his chair. They stepped out into the corridor with the eunuch leading the way. Sweat was streaming down his face, and there was a wild look in his eyes.
No blunders, Zaris, Isis warned. Remember, I am right behind you.
The two burly guards at the entrance to the throne room bowed respectfully to the chief eunuch and swung the heavy doors open for him. Salmisra's throne room was unchanged. The enormous stone statue of Isa, the serpent god, still loomed behind the dais at the far end of the room. The crystal lamps still glowed dimly on their silver chains, and the 24 bald and crimson-robed eunuchs still knelt on the polished floor, ready to murmur in unison their phrases of adoration. Even the gold-framed mirror still stood on its pedestal at the side of the divan-like throne. Salmisra herself, however, was dreadfully changed. She was no longer the beautiful, sensuous woman Geryon had seen when, drugged and bemused, he had first been led into her presence. She lay on her throne with her mottled coils undulating restlessly. Her polished scales gleamed in the lamplight, and her flat reptile's head rose on its long, thin neck, with the golden crown of the Serpent Queen resting lightly above her dead, incurious eyes. She glanced briefly at them as they entered, then turned back to regard her reflection in the mirror.
I do not recall having summoned you, Zaris,
she said in a dry, dusty whisper.
The queen questions the chief eunuch,
the 24 shaven-headed men kneeling near the dais intoned in unison.
Forgive me, Eternal Salmisra,
the eunuch pleaded, prostrating himself on the floor before the throne.
I was forced to bring these strangers into your presence. They threatened to kill me if I refused.
Then you should have died, Zaris,
the serpent whispered.
You know that I do not like to be disturbed.
The queen is displeased,
half of the kneeling eunuchs murmured.
Ah,
the other half responded with a certain spiteful satisfaction. Salmisra swung her swaying head slightly to fix her eyes on Isis.
I seem to know you,
she said. The one-eyed man bowed.
Isis, your majesty, he replied. The assassin.
I do not wish to be disturbed just now,
the Serpent Queen told him in her emotionless whisper.
If that means that you are going to kill Zaris, please take him out into the corridor to do it.
We will not disturb you for long, Salmisra, Polgara said, pushing back the hood of her cloak. The snake's head turned slowly, her forked tongue tasting the air.
Ah, Polgara,
she hissed, without any evident surprise.
It has been some time since your last visit.
Several years, Polgara agreed.
I no longer take note of the years.
Salmisra's dead gaze turned to Geryon.
And Belgarian,
she said.
I see that you are not a boy anymore.
No, he replied, fighting down an involuntary shudder.
Come closer,
she whispered.
Once you thought that I was beautiful and yearned for my kiss. Would you like to kiss me now?
Geryon felt a strange compulsion to obey, and found that he could not take his eyes from those of the Serpent Queen. Not even aware that he did it, he took a hesitant step toward the dais.
The fortunate one approaches the throne,
the eunuchs murmured. Geryon, Polgara said sharply.
I will not hurt him, Polgara.
I never intended to hurt him.
I have a few questions for you, Salmisra. Once you answer them, we will leave you to your entertainments.
What manner of questions, Bulgara? What could I possibly know that your sorcery could not ferret out?
You recently met a Malloreon named Naradus, a man with colorless eyes.
Is that his name? Saris never told me.
You made an arrangement with him.
Did I?
At his request, you sent diplomats to Sindaria. Among them was a foreigner named Zandramas. Your diplomats were instructed to give the foreigner every possible assistance in getting to Hulburg on the west coast of Kerek. You also ordered a ship to the Isle of the Winds to bring Zandramas back to Nyissa.
I gave no such orders, Bulgara. I have no interest in the affairs of Zandramas.
The name is familiar to you?
Of course. I told you once that the priests of Angarak and the sorcerers of Aloria are not the only ones who can find a truth that lies hidden. I know of your desperate pursuit of the one who took Belgarion's son from the citadel at Riva.
But you say that you were in no way involved in the arrangements?
The one you call Naradus came to me with gifts,
Salmisra whispered,
but said nothing more than that he wished my permission to trade here in Nyissa.
Then how do you explain this? Aunt Paul took the parchment sheet Sadi had given her from under her cloak. Salmisra flicked her tongue at one of the kneeling eunuchs.
Bring it to me,
she ordered. The eunuch leaped to his feet, took the parchment from Aunt Paul, then knelt on the edge of the dais, holding the sheet open and extended toward his queen.
This is not the order I gave,
Salmisra said flatly, after the briefest of glances.
I ordered the diplomats to Sindaria. Nothing more. Your copy is not accurate, Bulgara.
Would the original be about anywhere? Geryon asked her.
Saris should have it.
Geryon looked at the fat eunuch groveling on the floor. Where is it? He demanded. Saris stared at him. Then his gaze went in terror to the enthroned serpent. Geryon considered several alternatives, but discarded most of them in favor of simplicity. Make him talk, Isis, he said shortly. The one-eyed man stepped over, straddled the trembling eunuch, and grasped his chin firmly from behind. Then he pulled up sharply until Saris was arched backward. The saw-edged dagger made a steely grating sound as it came out of its sheath.
Wait,
Saris begged in a choked voice.
It's in the drawer at the bottom of my wardrobe in my room.
Your methods are direct, assassin,
the queen observed.
I am a simple man, your majesty,
Isis replied.
I do not have the temperament for subtlety, nor intricacy. I have found that directness saves time in the long run.
He released the terrified Saris and pushed his Ulgo dagger back into its sheath. He looked at Geryon.
Do you want me to get the parchment?
He asked. I think we are going to need it.
All right.
Isis turned and left the room.
An interesting man,
Salmisra noted. She bent and caressingly touched her mottled coils with her blunt nose.
My life is much changed since you were last here, Bulgara,
she whispered in her dusty voice.
I am no longer driven by those hungers I had before, but pass my days instead in restless doze. I lull myself into slumber with the sweet sound of my own scales caressing each other. As I sleep,
I dream. I dream of mossy caves in deep, cool forests. And I dream of the days when I was still a woman. But sometimes in my dreams, I am a bodiless spirit, seeking out the truths that others would hide. I know of the fear which lies in your heart, Polgara, and the desperate need that drives Zandramas. I even know of the terrible task which lies upon Teradis.
But you still say that you are not involved in this matter?
I have no interest in it. You and Zandramas can pursue each other across all the kingdoms of the world, but I am incurious as to the outcome.
Aunt Paul's eyes narrowed as she looked at her.
I have no reason to lie to you, Polgara,
Samisra said, sensing the suspicion in the look.
What could Zandramas possibly offer me that would buy my aid? All of my needs are satisfied, and I no longer have desires.
Her blunt head came up and her tongue flickered.
I rejoice, however, that your quest has brought you again into my presence, so that I may gaze once more upon the perfection of your face.
Polgara's chin lifted. Look quickly then, Salmisra. I have little patience for the involuted amusements of a snake.
The centuries have made you waspish, Polgara. Let us be civil to one another. Would you like to have me tell you what I know of Zandramas? She is no longer what she once was.
She? Geryon exclaimed.
You did not even know that?
The serpent hissed maliciously.
Your sorcery is a sham, then, Polgara. Could you not sense your enemy is a woman? And did you perhaps not even realize that you have already met her?
What are you talking about, Salmisra?
Poor, dear Polgara. The long, long centuries have filled your wits with cobwebs. Did you really think that you and Belgarath are the only ones in the world who can change their shapes? The dragon who visited you in the mountains above Orindia appears quite different when she resumes her natural form.
The door to the throne room opened, and Isis came back in, holding a parchment sheet with a red wax seal on the bottom of it.
Bring it to me,
Salmisra commanded. Isis looked at her, his single eye narrowing as he gauged the distance between the serpent's throne and his own unprotected skin. Then he went over to the prostrate eunuch who had presented Polgara's document to the queen. Without changing expression, he kicked the man solidly in the ribs. "Here," he said, thrusting out the parchment. "Take this to Her Majesty."
Are you afraid of me, Isis?
Salmisra asked, sounding faintly amused.
"I am unworthy to approach you too closely, my queen."
Salmisra bent her head to examine the parchment the trembling eunuch held out for her to read.
There appears to be some discrepancy,
she hissed.
This document is the same as the one you showed me, Polgara, but it is not the document to which I ordered my seal affixed. How is this possible?
"May I speak, my queen?" the eunuch who held the parchment asked in a quavering voice.
Of course, Addis,
she replied almost pleasantly.
So long as you realize that if your words displease me, the kiss I will give you in payment will bring you death.
Her forked tongue flickered out toward him. The eunuch's face went a ghastly gray color, and his trembling became so violent that he very nearly collapsed.
Speak, Addis,
she whispered.
It is my command that you disclose your mind to me. We will determine then whether you live or die. Speak now.
My queen, he quavered, the chief eunuch is the only person in the palace permitted to touch your majesty's royal documents and seal. If the document in question is false, must we not look to him for an explanation?
The serpent considered that, her head swaying rhythmically back and forth, and her forked tongue flickering. At last she stopped her reptilian dance and leaned slowly forward until her tongue brushed the cringing eunuch's cheek.
Live, Addis,
she murmured.
Your words have not displeased me, and so my kiss grants the gift of life.
Then she reared her mottled form again and regarded Saras with her dead eyes.
Do you have any explanation, Saras? As our most excellent servant Addis has pointed out, you are my chief eunuch. You affixed my seal. How did this discrepancy come to pass?
My queen, his mouth gaped open, and his dead white face froze in an expression of stark terror. The still shaken Addis half rose, his eyes filled with a sudden wild hope. He held up the parchment in his hand, and turned to his crimson-robed companions kneeling to one side of the dais.
Behold,
he cried in triumphant voice.
Behold the proof of the chief eunuch's misconduct.
The other eunuchs looked first at Addis, and then at the groveling and terrified chief eunuch. Their eyes also furtively tried to read the enigmatic expression on Salmisra's face.
Ah,
they said in unison at last.
I'm still waiting, Saras,
the Serpent Queen whispered. Saras, however, quite suddenly scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the throne-room door, squealing in mindless animal panic. As fast as his sudden flight was, though, Isis was even faster. The shabby, one-eyed assassin bounded after the fleeing fat man, his horrid dagger leaping into his hand. With the other, he caught the back of the chief eunuch's crimson robe and jerked him up short. He raised his knife and looked inquiringly at Salmisra.
Not yet, Isis,
she decided.
Bring him to me.
Isis grunted and dragged his struggling captive toward the throne. Saras, squealing and gibbering in terror, scrambled his feet ineffectually on the polished floor.
I will have an answer from you, Saras,
Salmisra whispered.
Talk,
Isis said in a flat voice, setting his dagger point against the eunuch's lower eyelid. He pushed slightly, and a sudden trickle of bright red blood ran down the fat man's cheek. Saras squealed and began to blubber.
Forgive me, your majesty,
he begged.
The Malloreon Naradas compelled it of me.
How did you do it, Saras?
The serpent demanded implacably.
I put your seal at the very bottom of the page, divine Salmisra, he blurted. Then when I was alone, I added the other orders.
And were there other orders as well? Aunt Paul asked him. Will we encounter hindrances and traps on the trail of Xandramas?
No, nothing. I gave no orders other than that Xandramas be escorted to the Murgo border and provided the maps she required. I pray you, your majesty, forgive me.
That is quite impossible, Saras. It had been my intention to hold myself aloof in the dispute between Bulgara and Zandramas. But now I am involved because you have abused my trust in you.
Shall I kill him? Isis asked calmly.
No, Isis, she replied. Zaris and I will share a kiss, as is the custom in this place.
She looked oddly at him.
You are an interesting man, assassin. Would you like to enter my service? I am certain that a position can be found for one of your talents.
Addis the eunuch gasped, his face suddenly going pale.
But your majesty,
he protested, leaping to his feet.
Your servants have always been eunuchs, and this man is...
He faltered, suddenly realizing the temerity of his rash outburst. Salmisra's dead eyes locked on his, and he sank, white-faced, to the floor again.
You disappoint me, Addis,
she said in that dusty whisper. She turned back to the one-eyed assassin.
Well, Isis, she said, a man of your talents could rise to great eminence, and the procedure, I am told, is a minor one. You would soon recover, and into the service of your queen.
Ah, I am honored, your majesty, he replied carefully. But I'd really prefer to remain more or less intact. There is a certain edge my profession requires, and I would rather not endanger that by tampering with things.
I see.
She swung her head briefly to look at the cowering Addis, and then back to the assassin.
You have made an enemy today, however, I think, and one that may someday grow quite powerful.
Isis shrugged. I've had many enemies, he replied. A few of them are even still alive. He gave the cowering eunuch a flinty look. If Addis wants to pursue the matter, he and I can discuss it privately someday, or perhaps late some night, when our discussions won't disturb anyone.
We must leave now, Bulgara said. You have been most helpful, Salmisra. Thank you.
I am indifferent to your gratitude,
Salmisra replied.
I do not think that I will see you again, Bulgara. I think that Zandramas is more powerful than you, and that she will destroy you.
Only time can reveal that.
Indeed. Farewell, Bulgara.
Goodbye, Salmisra. Bulgara deliberately turned her back on the dais. Come along, Geryon. Isis?
Zaris,
Salmisra said in a peculiar, almost singing tone.
Come to me.
Geryon glanced back over his shoulder and saw that she had reared her mottled body until it rose high above the dais and her velvet-covered throne. She swayed rhythmically back and forth. Her dead eyes had come alight with a kind of dreadful hunger, and they burned irresistibly beneath her scaly brows. Zaris, his mouth agape, and with his pig-like eyes frozen, devoid of all thought, lurched toward the dais with jerky, stiff-legged steps.
Come, Zaris,
Salmisra crooned.
I long to embrace you and give you my kiss.
Aunt Paul, Geryon, and Isis reached the ornately carved door and went quietly into the corridor outside. They had gone no more than a few yards when there came from the throne room a sudden shrill scream of horror, dying hideously into a gurgling, strangled squeal.
I think that the position of chief eunuch
just became vacant, Isis observed dryly. Then, as they continued on down the dimly lighted hallway, he turned to Polgara. "Now, my lady," he said, ticking the items off on his fingers. "First of all, there was the fee for getting you and the young man into the palace. Then there was the business of persuading Taris to take us to the throne room. And then